Okay, today today is Monday, the 29th, and we are back with another broadcast of Nightly Old Time Radio. I am Matt from the past, and let's get down to this day in history. In 474 AD, Zeno crowned as co-emperor of the Byzantine Empire together with his son Leo II, age 6 or 7. Wow, father of the year right there. How old is your... Hey, Zeno, how old is your kid? No, 6, 7, I couldn't care less. Blah. In 661, Rashano Caliphate. Really? Who comes up with these names? Then the largest empire in history ends with the death of its leader, Ali, succeeded by Umayad Caliphate. In 1595, William Shakespeare's play Romeo and Juliet is thought to have been first performed, officially published in early 1597. And school children the world over would never forgive him for this slight. For some reason, this is the only play that they seem to perform at schools. I have no idea why this particular one is the only one. That you'd think Shakespeare wrote one play if you based it on the U.S. public school system. In 1886, Carl Benz patents the Benz patent motor wagon. In Karlsruhe, Germany, the world's first automobile with a burning motor. Later automobile designers would improve upon this by creating a motor that wasn't bursting into flames, that wasn't instantly bursting into flames as you drove the car. In 1892, the Coca-Cola Company is incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. And they quickly they found a way to legally sell cocaine. In 1896, American Emil Grube is the first doctor to use radiation treatment for breast cancer, thus causing and curing cancer at the same time. In 2002, U.S. President George W. Bush, in his State of the Union address, describes regimes that sponsor terror as an axis of evil, which includes Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. I can think of some other more evil countries, but I guess since we were actually trading with those countries, you couldn't include them. In film, in 1964, Dr. Strangelove, directed by Stanley Kubrick and starring Peter Sellers and George C. Scott, premieres. Ah, yes. The comedy version of Failsafe. Yeah. Did you happen to know, did you happen to know that Failsafe and Dr. Strangelove are based on the same novel? But you didn't. January 29th in music. In 1996, the 6,138th performance of Cats is held in London, surpassing the record of Broadway's longest-running musical, A Chorus Line. Really? Cats? Cats? I've seen Cats on PBS. It wasn't that special. I don't get it. And in sports, in 1936, first players elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame: Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, Ernest Wagner, Christy Matheson, and Walter Johnson. And that'll do it for this day in history. Thank you for listening. Now let's get on with the shows.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, one of radio's favorite comedians, Judy Canova, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
There you are, Costello. Here it is, the first program of the new year, and you're late.
Oh, so I'm late?
Yeah.
Well, it's all on account of leap year, Abbott. I was passing the corner on Hollywood and Vine, and 30 women jumped on me.
30 women at Hollywood?
30.
At Hollywood and Vine?
Hollywood and Vine.
That's where the wolves hang out.
This year, it's Wolverines.
Oh, stop.
Okay. Boy, you should see these women fighting over me, Abbott. One of them grabbed my left arm, another grabbed my right arm, then one grabbed my other leg, then one grabbed the other leg, one grabbed my ears, my nose, my hair.
Wait a minute. But why should that make you late?
Well, I had to go to Lockheed to get reassembled.
Well, it's leap year, and you've got to expect those things.
Yeah, but I wasn't even safe, Abbott, at Lockheed. As soon as I walked in, a dame threw her arms around me and kissed me 12 times before I could even kiss her once.
She kissed you 12 times to your once?
Yeah, she was a riveter.
Hey, River kissed you? I don't believe it.
Oh, you don't.
Now, Costello, don't run down leap year. Will you please, Lou? Listen.
Maybe I didn't read it right.
Lou, will you listen to buddy? Don't run down leap year. This is an excellent opportunity for some nice girl to propose to you, and then you can settle down and get married.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Who wants to get married? I don't want no mother-in-law.
What's wrong with a mother-in-law? Do you know what a mother-in-law is?
Sure. A mother-in-law is the Gestapo with bloomers.
But, Costello, marriage is wonderful. Wouldn't you like to have people throw rice at you?
No, when my brother got married, they threw rice at him. It's too messy.
Rice isn't messy.
It is when it's mixed with chop suey.
Oh, all right, talk sense, please. Look, Lou, weddings are beautiful, Costello. Don't you like the old-fashioned unions?
No, they itch me all over.
Oh, will you cut that out? Your underwear doesn't fit our conversation.
My underwear will fit anything, brother.
All right, never mind that, Costello. I still say that a wife is your best friend.
Oh, no. Your mother is your best friend. And I think it's a shame when they have just one holiday for your mother and two for your father.
2 holidays for your father? What are they?
Father's Day and Poppy's Day.
Costello, you're talking like that because you haven't even got a girl.
Oh, yes, I have, Abbott. I got a girl. I got a big book full of girls' names, all in alphabetical order.
And what's the first name in the book?
Zelda.
Zelda.
Hello, fellows.
Hey, it's Ken Niles. Hello, Ken.
Well, I'm sorry I'm late. I just came from the blood bank.
You just came from the blood bank. Look, Niles, they want plasma, not asthma.
Now, you stop that, Costello.
That Niles is so anemic that a mosquito bit him and lost blood on the deal.
Oh, shut up. Ken, I'm glad you dropped in. Costello and I have had quite a discussion here. He's been running down marriage.
Running down marriage? Why, Costello, marriage is wonderful. Look at Abbott and me.
Yes, Costello. Ken and I are married.
Oh, congratulations. I hope you two guys will be very happy. How do you like that, Freddie? Those two guys are married.
No.
I didn't think it was legal.
Now, wait a minute. I don't mean it that way. Don't.
Two men married.
Just a minute, please. Now, don't be stupid.
I know somebody that married a man.
Look, who?
My sister.
Yeah, your sister. All right, never mind. Look, come here, Lou. Let's take Ken Niles. Let's take Ken Niles and his wife.
Came from left field, didn't
Look, just a minute, will you? Let's take Ken Niles and his wife.
Oh, sure, we'll take him.
All right.
Take him.
Now, there's a happy married couple.
That's right, Bud. Why, I can't stand to be away from my wife for a second. When I leave the house in the morning, she goes with me. I take her to the office, to the golf club. Even when I go out with the boys, she goes with me.
Now, did you hear that, Costello? Niles takes his wife every place he goes.
Sure. Did you ever get a load of the puss of that dame? He'd rather take her with him than kiss her goodbye. Oh, I insulted you!
I heard that remark. Oh, I heard that remark, short and dumpy. You should talk about anybody's appearance. You with your double chin.
I got no double chin. It's my necktie.
Then your necktie needs a shave.
Oh, darling, you're so funny. You kill me.
Oh, no, dear. You're funnier than I am. You kill me.
No, honey, you kill me.
Oh, no, you kill me.
If there's anybody out there with a hunting license, what are you waiting for?
I want you to stop that, Costello. Come here. You understand that? I want you to stop it. Mr. and Mrs. Niles are a wonderful example of marriage.
Yes,
Look at Ken standing there holding her hand.
If he ever lets go, she'll beat his brains out.
That's not true, Costello. Our marriage has been perfect. Why, I'll never forget our wedding day. Oh, I look so lovely in my bridal veil.
You'd even look better in a bridal.
Don't listen to him, Mrs. Niles. Please, pay no attention to him. Go ahead. Tell us more about your wedding day.
Oh, it was thrilling. You know, Kenneth and I had a runaway marriage.
Yeah, he ran away and you ran after him.
I did not. I don't chase men. They chase me. Why, New Year's Day, I had dozens of men chasing after me.
I know. You played with Washington in a Rose Bowl game.
Why, I know nothing about Washington.
Not even George?
Oh, well, yes, I was with him at Valley Forge. Oh, you stop that! Oh, come, Kenneth.
Now, look what you did, Costello.
Well, look what I did. You started the whole thing, Abbott, trying to talk me into getting married. You're not going to get me tied with any dame. Hello. Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, let me be the first to congratulate you on your decision about women. Women are nothing but trouble. I know. I've been married. I say down with women.
Gee, thanks for backing me up, friend. I wish I could do some favor for you.
You can. Make them let me out of here. I'm all right, I tell you. I'm all right.
You see, Costello, that proves what I said. Marriage is a wonderful institution.
Oh, yeah? Look at the institution he's in.
Get out of here!
Hitting the beach with the first assault troops are the amphibian engineers, men trained to find and remove deadly mines under the sand. They've got what it takes, these seagoing engineers, and so has their cigarette, Camels, first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. Both at home and overseas, more people want Camel cigarettes, and that's why your store may be sold out from time to time. But remember, Camels are worth asking for again. They always have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And Camel cigarettes keep their flavor, too. They stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning, because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world. The orchestra, and just one of those things.
I'm telling you, Abbott, for the last time. The last time I don't want to get married.
But, Costello, you're being silly. Marriage is great. And there's nothing like having a place to come home to. Why, even the president, when he came home from Cairo, arrived at the gates of the White House and whistled. And who came out?
Fowler. He's always home.
Look, let's talk sense.
Now, anyway, Abbott, I'm sick and tired of talking sense. All year I get talk sense. If I get married, I'd have to give up my career. You know, I'm a beachcomber at the Union Station.
A beachcomber in a railroad station?
Sure, I stand there and watch the waves come in.
Oh. Watch the waves come in. That's about the only way you could get a girl.
Is that so? You may not know it, Abbott, but Cary Grant and I go 50-50 on girls.
Really?
Of course. He gets some under 50 and I get all those over.
Come in. Oh, it's Connie Haynes. Hello, Connie.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. Hello, my fat little sugar man. Mr. Costello.
Yeah?
This being leap year, I want to propose to you. I want to marry you before some beautiful actress gets you.
Gee, Connie, do you think that I'm handsome?
No, but they're running out of the handsome ones, and they'll be taking them from your class next.
Connie, are you really in love with Costello?
Yes, I am. Mr. Costello.
Yes.
Last night I dreamed that you took me to dinner.
Dream on, girl.
Then I dreamed that you took me to the Trocadero for dancing.
Dream on, kid.
And then I dreamed that you bought me the most beautiful mink coat.
Wake up! Wake up!
Costello, what's wrong with you? Here a lovely girl throws herself at you and you don't appreciate it.
Yes, I don't drink. I don't stay out late. I don't pet. I'm a nice girl.
Well, I don't drink. I don't stay out late. And I don't pet.
Gee, you're a nice girl, too.
Sure.
Now you see what you did, Costello? You just don't know how to handle women. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll coach you. Let's suppose I'm the man and you're the woman.
Abbott, I can't be a woman.
Why not?
It's too late.
Well,
After all.
What do you mean it's too late?
I've been shaving since yesterday.
Well.
Starting Tuesday, I go out with girls myself.
All right, look, we'll just make believe. Look, make believe you're the woman, and I'm coming to your house to call on you. Now, are you ready?
No, wait a minute. What kind of a woman am I, a blonde or a brunette?
Look, I don't care if you're a blonde or a brunette. I don't even care if you're bald-headed.
Oh, you men are all alike.
Come here. Now, will you please get with it? Now, remember, you're the girl, and I'm coming to call on you. Now, here I come.
I'm waiting.
Will you answer the door? Will you answer the door?
Oh, I'm in the kitchen talking to the Iceman.
Forget the Iceman.
Oh, but he's a very cute Iceman.
I said drop the Iceman.
Sorry, Sam.
No, come here. We'll try it once more. Now, come on. Get with it. Now, I knock on your door. Why don't you answer the door?
I'm playing hard to get.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm getting no place with you. Come on. Now.
You're not even half trying. Look, Abbott, let's try it the other way. You be the woman.
Oh, I couldn't be a woman.
Why not? You've been getting by as a man for years.
All right, I'll be the woman. Now, go ahead. Come up to my door and knock.
Hiya, babe. Here I am, kid. Hi.
Why didn't you knock?
I never knock. I'm a sailor.
Oh, oh, darling.
Raise your voice, kid.
I say, oh, darling, I love you. Hold me in your arms.
You ain't kidding, are you?
Please, press me. Press me.
I'm a sailor, not a tailor. Ah, Budweener. What is that beautiful perfume that smells so nice?
Oh, that is right in Paris. You smell pretty, too. What odor is that?
That's 3 nights on a troop train.
Come here, Costello. Have you an idiot in your family?
No. Do you want to be adopted?
Oh, shut up. I'm trying to teach you something. How to get along with girls, and you don't appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
You're just plain stupid.
I know I'm stupid, but I didn't have a chance that the other kids had, Abbott. I had to leave school in the 3rd grade to support my gray-haired old mother.
How old were you?
35.
35! Look, will you keep quiet? Look, come here. What I'm trying to tell you about love is very simple. Look, what I'm trying to explain is very simple. All nature expresses it. Here, come here. Here, look out that window.
Which
you
one?
See those beautiful squirrels near that tree? You see them there, Lou?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you do see them?
Yes. Sure.
Well, that's wonderful.
Now I can see him so plain.
No. Notice how they approach each other. They get closer and closer. Look, they're rubbing noses. See that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's all there is to it.
That's all? Well, goodbye, Abbott. See you later.
Where are you going? To propose to a girl?
No, to catch a squirrel.
Ah, get out of here.
Connie Haynes sings the lovely new ballad, How Sweet You Are.
How sweet you are, how sweet you are, how dear your tenderly smiling face. Through days all bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim, how sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you are. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. The world's a lovelier world by far when I remember how sweet you
Are you looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke? Well, just test out a pack or two of Camels in your T-zone. Our way of saying, let your taste and your throat decide. Your taste will tell you all about more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. And it's Camel cigarettes' extra flavor that helps them to hold up pack after pack. Your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth extra mildness, too. And remember, Camel cigarettes stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Hey, Costello, somebody's at the door. Come in.
I'd like to talk to Lou Costello. That's me. I come here to talk to you about marriage. Sorry, you don't appeal to me.
Quiet. Let me handle this, Lou. What's the trouble, neighbor?
Well, sir, it's this away. Mr. Costello, on your way to the broadcast today, did you tip your hat to a girl on the street? Yes, sir. She said hello to me, so I tipped my hat. Well, that was my daughter, so I'm here to arrange for the wedding. What wedding? I tipped my hat, that's all, my friend. You and my daughter, sir. She is aiming to get married. Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't aiming to marry her. I got a shotgun here. Your aim is better than mine.
Just a minute, mister. Tipping your hat to a lady is hardly a proposal of marriage.
That's the law where I come from, Skunk Hollow.
Oh, so you come from Skunk Hollow.
Yes, sir. I live right in the holler. Nice to have a place named after you.
Yeah.
I ain't wasting any more time. Come in here, gal. Gentlemen, this here's my daughter, Judy Canova.
That's the man, Pappy. The little fat one. Come into my arms, little fat man. I love you.
Get away from me. Get out of here.
Oh, now. Tell me you love me. Speak to me. Speak to me.
I can't, kid. You're sitting on my chest. Let me up. Will you?
Oh, come on into my arms. Oh, gee, this is wonderful. I wish I had this much butter.
I don't know. You got the points.
You sure ain't got any.
I have now.
Come on here now. Let's run off and get married.
Oh, no. You mean you want me to fly away with you?
Fly? With your fuselage, you couldn't get off the runways.
Hey, you should talk. Get a load of those pigtails. You look like a P-38 with teeth.
Costello, that's no way to talk to Judy Canova. Now, she's a very lovely girl.
Yep, and I'll make you a perfect wife. I can cook, I can sew, and right now I'm knitting a glove.
Why only one glove? What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to put it on the cow to keep the milk warm.
Hey, Abbott, get this dizzy dame away from me, will you?
Oh, stop complaining. Beauty is only skin deep. Take away the skin, and what have you got?
I don't know, but I'd hate to have it for a blind date.
See here, Judy, I don't understand why you're chasing after Costello. Don't you have a boyfriend in Skunk Hollow?
Oh, sure. I got lots of boyfriends back home. As a matter of fact, they selected me as their favorite pin-up girl.
Really?
Yep. If Pappy hadn't chased the dogs away from that tree, I'd have been pinned up there yet. Oh, look at him. Oh, Mr. Costello, won't you marry me?
Why should I? My uncle married my aunt, and my father married my mother.
Yeah?
So why should I marry a total stranger?
Well, now, listen here. I don't care what you say. You are going to marry me. Now, I even got the ring.
Where'd you get it?
Some millionaire passed through Skunk Hollow last week and gave it to me. City fella by the name of Woolworth.
Gee, that's a pretty emerald ring.
Oh, that ain't no emerald. Emerald's green.
Wait till you wear it a while.
Look, Lou, this marriage isn't such a bad idea. Don't you want to call some girl Mrs. Costello?
No, that's my mother's name.
I've heard enough of this talk. Judy, you going to stand there and let this fat boy insult you? Show him how tough you are.
All right, Pa. Give me the shotgun.
Judy, you just shot off 6 of your toes.
Oh, that's all right. I got 8 more left.
I wouldn't marry a girl like you. You don't even wear shoes.
Shucks, I never wear shoes. I just paint my feet brown and lace up my toes. Come on, Costello, get out into that car now. We're heading for the preachers. You're going to be my husband.
I'm going to be your what?
You heard her, Costello. You know what a husband is?
Yes, sir. A husband is what's left of a sweetheart after the nerve has been killed.
I'm tired of all this here talking. Costello, you see this gun? It shoots bullets 9 miles and throws rocks the rest of the way. Get moving, you hear me?
Hey, that gun barrel is cold. Oh, wrong way. Keep it off my neck, please. Hey, Abbott, do something.
Will you shut up?
Read it backwards.
You're going to love being married. Now, let's go.
Hey, Abbott, now come on. You got to get me out of this now, will you? I don't want to live on no farm.
Yeah, but living at Rancho Canova is wonderful. Why, you can help me round up the cows.
How can you round up cows with those bow legs?
What have they got to do with it?
You must have a terrible time getting your calves together.
What's the matter with my calves?
Quit arguing, Costello. Get in the car. Come on, open the door.
Hey, your door fell off.
Doggone it, I knew that chewing gum wouldn't hold.
Some car.
Don't worry, this car will get us there.
Yeah, if the wind is with us, we'll make good time.
Have you got enough fuel to get us to the preachers, Judy?
Why, sure. This car burns very little coal.
You'd be better off if you burnt soft coal, kid.
Here we go. Everybody fasten your safety belt. Well, we're almost at the preachers. Ah, Costello, my lover, we're going to be happy, ain't we? I said we're going to be happy, ain't we? Costello, I've been talking to you for the last 10 miles. All you do is keep shaking your head from side to side.
I can't help it. I got my nose caught in the windshield wiper.
There's the preacher's house, Judy. Stop the car. Put on your brakes.
Brakes? What's brakes?
What brakes? What brakes? Brakes are the things that stop the car.
Oh, Pappy, put your foot out.
Okay, Pappy. Get back in the car, Stumpy. I read that wrong, too.
Come on, let's go, Costello. A few minutes more and you'll be a happy married man.
But you gotta help me. I'm too young to get married. I'm just a baby. I still suck my thumb.
You suck your thumb?
Yeah, I can't reach my big toe anymore.
Well, Judy gal, I told you I'd get your husband, didn't I?
Shucks, you sure did, Pappy. Too bad poor old Grandpa can't be here to see it.
What happened to your grandpa?
He dropped dead.
How do you know he's dead? Did you put a mirror in front of his face?
Yep, that's why he dropped dead.
All right, folks. Let's go inside and get this over with.
Oh, this is going to make me the happiest girl in the South.
Are you sure you're from the South? I thought Southern people had long drawls.
Oh, I took mine off. They made my stockings look lumpy. Come on, honey lamb. This won't take but a minute. It ain't going to hurt a bit. Just step right up in front of that preacher, say I do, and we'll be off on our honeymoon.
Now, wait a minute. Now, listen, Judy. Before we get married, I want you to do a favor for me.
What's that, lover?
I hate to ask you, but give me a kiss.
Why, sure. Here.
That's it. That's all. I knew it. The marriage is off.
The marriage is off just because I kissed you?
Certainly. If you'd kiss me, you'd kiss anybody.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts to go out to the United States 4 times a week, our shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante. Saturday to Bob Hawke in thanks to the Yanks. Monday to Blondie. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. Peter Lorre. And now, here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, that's about all we have time for tonight. And by the way, next week our guest will be Peter Lorre.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you right now.
What's that?
I'm not going to marry him.
Oh, talk sense. Do you realize that Peter Lorre runs around with people like Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman? Hey, you never came face to face with a monster, did you?
Oh, no? You've never been out to my ration board.
Oh, get out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Be sure to tune in again next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. Judy Canova appeared through the courtesy of the makers of Colgate tooth powder. And remember, Camel cigarettes are packed to go around the world. Camels stay fresh and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Mister, find out for yourself about PA, the tobacco that stands for pipe appeal. Get a big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert. It holds around 50 rich-tasting, sweet-smoking pipefuls. Yes, sir, and every one is no-bite treated to give you cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. Prince Albert's crimp cut, too, to pack and burn and draw just right. More pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it's time to join someone who entertained the troops for more than 50 years, Bob Hope.
Well, I swung. Me too. So do I. How about you?
Yes, it's the new Swan Show with our great singing star, Doris Day.
Well, I swung.
Our special guest, Bing Crosby. The 4 hits and a miss, the new Les Brown Band.
We use one exclusively. How about you?
Yes, how about you?
Oh, me? My name is Robert, hair of gold, eyes of blue, and muscles like Errol Flynn Hope.
And now, Bob Hope's Swan's Eye View of the News. Berlin, Germany. The gap in Russian-American relations widened here this week when Germans living in the Soviet zone were forbidden to chew gum because it is too American.
Berlin is now divided into 3 zones. Spearmint, juicy fruit, and stick it behind your ear, Fritz. Here comes the commissar. After the law was passed against gum chewing, they arrested one German because his jaws were moving. Policeman said, you were either chewing gum, talking, or reading. The man said, I was only breathing. Policeman said, let me see your permit. Gee, imagine if they abolished gum chewing here in America, we'd be in an awful fix. What would hold the theater seats together? I owe a lot of wonderful memories to gum chewing. I used to chew it as a kid, and my girlfriend used to chew it, too. In fact, when we kissed, sometimes it lasted 3 hours.
Washington, D.C. Dr. Northern, a nationally famous biochemist, has proved to the Department of Agriculture that the addition of minerals to the soil produces vegetables that are more than 5 times as rich in vitamin content.
They've injected so much iron into the celery, lettuce, and radishes that now if you toss a salad and it misses the bowl, it can break your leg. And the latest method is to drop the minerals on the soil from a plane. You have to aim carefully, though. One Pennsylvania farmer missed his field, and a mile away, John L. Lewis came running out of a mine shaft with a geranium popping out of each eyebrow. That'd be better on television, wouldn't it? All those vitamins in the soil are affecting the earthworms, too. I went fishing and put one on a hook, and the first thing I knew, the worm got a stranglehold on a trout, flipped him up in the bank, yelling, hey, look at me, I'm Gorgeous George.
New York, New York. Generals, politicians, entertainers, and secretaries all hit the literary jackpot as this week found their books topping the bestseller lists.
Everybody's writing a book about their experiences except Artie Shaw. He's still doing research. And Drew Pearson tried writing a mystery story, but it didn't work out. He couldn't control himself. In the first paragraph, he predicted who did it. I'm reading a book right now that's very interesting. It's about a traveler who's hiking around the United States, and when he comes to California, he thinks it's so beautiful that he sleeps at night under a rose bush. It's called The Case of the Quick Frozen Tourist.
Los Angeles, California, one of the largest crowds in football history, this Saturday jammed the Coliseum to see the University of Southern California score the major football upset of the year by holding Notre Dame to a 14-14 tie.
I've never seen such a crowd in the Coliseum. The stands filled at capacity, and some of the fans even more so. There were 100,000 people at the game, including me. People were sitting so close together that when I got up, I was wearing a blanket, 3 fraternity pins, open-toed gold sandals, and a... There's more, but if you don't want it, okay. Open-toed gold sandals and a raccoon coat with a student still in it. Oh, you're so impetuous. Boy, that was really a rough game. I never saw 2 teams knock each other around like that. In one play, a Trojan ran 40 yards for a touchdown, but they called him back. The ball he was carrying had ears on it.
Polytech University. Professor Capstaff, noted psychiatrist, made the statement that his experiments have proven that inanimate objects can think.
Hi. Inanimate objects can think?
Well, that's right, Bob. So yesterday I went to a psychiatrist, and you know what I did? I took a cake of Swan soap with me.
The first 4 rows better move back. As he warms up, small bubbles come out of his eyes.
Well, Sir Bob, the psychiatrist put that cake of Swan on his couch and asked what was troubling it. And that little cake of Swan looked up at him and said, well, nothing's troubling me. I'm happy. I'm happy because I'm the newer, better white floating soap. I'm wonderful in the bath. I don't leave you with a taut, soapy feeling because I rinse away so completely and leave your skin soft and smooth.
I know. I use it on my hands, and they're getting so soft my fingers look like 5 peeled bananas.
And then, Bob, the psychiatrist looked at the cake of Swan and said, I think you have a split personality. And the cake of Swan looked back and said, well, I'm glad I have a split personality. You can use half of me in the kitchen and half in the bath.
If you don't buy it this way, folks, he pokes it through your bathroom window on the end of a mop.
Bob, I want everybody to know about Swan because it's made by a modern, patented process that no other soap can use. That's why when you use it anywhere in the household, you'll agree that Swan is better for bath, better for dishes and hands, better for baby. Swan is the best soap afloat.
Well, Swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir.
By Cracky.
Shall I wrap it up? Here is the cover girl of modern television and radio magazine, Miss Doris Day with Les Brown and his band. Miss Day, please.
Get used to the name of my darling. It's here to stay. Till a moment ago, we were Mr. and Miss, discussing the weather, avoiding each other's eye. Till a moment ago, when we happened to kiss, and we kissed the Mr. and Miss goodbye. Now at last I can sigh. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many days. My darling, I fluttered and flared like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once kissed me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say, except my darling, get used to the name of my darling. It's here to
Gee, that was great, Doris.
Oh, thanks, Hy, but I'm really surprised I was able to sing at all tonight. I'm so knocked out from Christmas shopping.
Oh, yeah, I knew you were helping Bob with his shopping. Tell me, Doris, is Bob spending very much money this Christmas?
Well, he said he was going to take it very easy because he lost a lot of money in the market.
Oh, did he have some of that amalgamated tin just before it went down?
No, he got caught with 52 airmail stamps when they dropped to 4 cents.
Well, that shopping tour, that tour must have been some experience.
Oh, you said it. I was waiting for him in front of Woolworth's. He was 10 minutes late, and I was getting very impatient.
Gee, I better get going or I'll be late, but this is so interesting. I just can't tear myself away. That girl is so beautiful, and she's looking right at me. She smiled at me, and now she's winking. Gee, she's beautiful.
Look, Bud, I don't mind you looking at the television, but keep your clammy nose off my window.
I didn't have my nose against your window.
You did, too. And look at those 2 spots you made with your eyeballs.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Now take your stool and your little bag of popcorn and go home.
All right, mister. Well, I'd better get going.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, boy.
Well, thanks. And Yuletide greetings to you, Jolly St. Nick.
Who's jolly? This California sunshine's freezing me to death. My feet are killing me, and this morning my unemployment check bounced.
Gee, are things really that bad?
Things are nauseating, boy. They're horrible. Merry Christmas, everybody. Put some money in the pot, boy.
Well, wait a second, Santa. Who does this money go to?
Well, it's for a very good cause. It's for the undernourished and downtrodden Eskimos of Upper Glendale.
Now, wait. There aren't any Eskimos in Glendale.
Can you prove it?
No.
Put some money in the pot, boy.
Well, I got to meet somebody right away or I'll be in trouble.
He's got troubles. Boy, I'm married to the most miserable, mean, and ornery woman that was ever allowed out of the snake pit.
She's really bad, huh?
Revolting. Merry Christmas, everybody. Boy, my wife's so homely, she's got a face like a plate of mashed potatoes with the lump still in it. Put something in the pot, boy.
Okay, here's some loose change.
Thanks. You know, I only get 10% of what I take in. Last week, the organization made $20, and all I got was $150.
Well, just a second. If you only get 10%, how come they got $20 and you made $150?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess. Merry Christmas.
Oh, I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Doris, but here I am.
Oh, that's all right, Bob, but you better give me your Christmas list so that we can get started now.
I don't know which present to buy first.
Well, you should always buy the first gift for the person you love the best.
But, Doris, I've got everything.
Come on, let's go. Let's go in this department store right here, huh?
Okay.
Oh, Bob, about the present you're going to buy for me.
Oh, there's a friend of mine over there. Hello, Mort.
Bob, when you buy a gift for someone, don't you agree that you should buy them something they really want?
Oh, naturally.
Good. Well, I want either a real emerald and ruby bracelet and a full-length ermine coat trimmed with mink, or a platinum diamond wristwatch studded with diamonds.
Hello, Mort.
Okay, let's look at your list now. The first name you have is Crosby, and right next to Crosby's name you've written $2.25. Is that what you're going to spend?
That's plenty. Last year I wanted a motorcycle to ride around Paramount Studios with, and I hinted it to Crosby. I must have told him 50 times that I wanted a motorcycle, and then came Christmas.
What did he give you?
An oil can and a road map.
Well, look, Bob, I have a wonderful idea. You give me your money because I know much more about shopping than you do, and I can save you an awful lot.
Okay, here's my wallet.
Oh, there's something that would be nice for Bing. A set of matched golf clubs.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, Clark, how much are those golf clubs?
$190. Hello, Mort.
Oh, gee, I think they're wonderful.
Doris, wait.
And how much is that bag that goes with them?
That's $200.
It's just what we want.
Doris, wait.
We'll take the bags and the clubs. Let's see, that's $390, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's $400 and keep the change.
Mort, where are you?
Well, Bob, let's get going now because we...
Wait a second, Doris. I want to ask this floor walker something. Pardon me, mister.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Hey, look. It's High Everback.
Yeah, get a load of him in a cutaway coat and striped trousers wearing a gardenia.
All floor walkers wear gardenias.
In their hair?
Hey, excuse me a second, Bob. Yes, madam, the big spectacle is on the 4th floor.
Hi, why do you have to take a part-time job?
Excuse me, Bob. Yes, miss, the big spectacle is on the 4th floor, and don't forget, tell your friends about it.
Well, what's the big spectacle on the 4th floor?
Well, haven't you heard about it, Bob? It's the most beautiful Christmas tree in town. It's 35 feet high, has 1,000 lights, and 1,500 ornaments.
Are the ornaments pretty?
Oh, Bob, they're beautiful. Each one is a sparkling, dazzling, shining, pure white cake of swan soap.
Hello, Mort.
Yes, Bob, and how those women flock around the tree when they see all that swan, because they know that pure, gentle swan is better for dishes, because the faster, harder-working suds rinse away so completely the dishes never need wiping. Now, you've got to see that tree, Bob. You'll never guess what the ornament is up on the top of it.
Oh, yes, I will.
Well, what is it?
The Lever Brothers on a stick.
Well, really, the reason Swan is so popular is because it's made by a modern, patented process no other soap can use. A process that makes Swan as mild as the finest Castile. Swan's richer, gentle suds protect your hands and leave them soft and smooth. Now, just imagine any woman on Christmas morning. She wanted a mink jacket, but Santa has brought her something she likes just as well. A lovely cake of Swan. Now,
Could a woman ask for anything more in her Christmas stocking?
Well, it would be nice to find Charles Boyer in there blowing bubbles.
Millions of housewives agree that for dishes, hands, or the bath, Swan is the best soap afloat.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the man who boiled the hot water when Al Jolson was born, Mr. Bing Crosby, right there.
A little bird told me that you love me. That you love me. And I believe that you do. That little bird also told me I was falling. You were falling for no one but you. There's no use denying, I might as well confess. Of all the girls I know, dear, I'm sure I love you best. A little bird told me we'll be happy. Gonna be happy. And we believe that it's true. A little bird told us you'll be married. And we believe that it's true. This little bird told us when you're married, we'll have a pretty cottage not too far, all fenced in like a movie star. Great Dane pup, we're going to call him Ace, lying there by the fireplace. A goldfish pond and a wishing well. Everything is gonna turn out swell. A little bird told us you'll be happy. And we believe that it's true. And now we know that it's true. In June it's bound to come true. Love that little lovebird. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and good night, everybody.
Good night. Wait a minute, boy. Where are you going?
I sang my number. I gave the show a little class. Now I'm off.
Gave the show a little class. Look, you hopped up Hildegard. You'd better stop going to that African barber. He's been shrinking your head again.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Saggy. Now, come. Where's this new show of yours everybody's been talking about?
Well, haven't you heard? I'm on for Swan this year. They make soap, you know.
Yeah? It's too bad it's not something you use.
Hey, Lumplap, you've got two chins. Would you like to try for one?
Now, let's face it, Nostril King. Before I sang my song, this show was laying a large swan egg. True or false?
Get him. Look, Philco Knob, last week...
A large set.
You're wearing the cabinet there, too. Look, last week my hand slipped and I happened to tune in your show. Now I know why it's transcribed and you broadcast it later.
What do you mean?
Gives you time to get out of town and hide before the people hear it.
To think when I first met this boy, he had a job blowing out glove compartments at a car wash.
Steady, couch pouch.
Now look, ratchet head, if I'm to...
Wait. Late writing. Wait. Oh, there's some sneaky things going on.
If I'm going to endure this vilification, I want my money first.
Shall I explain vilification before we go on? They'll understand it around Gonzaga anyway. How about that? He's been on the show for 3 minutes, and he's worried about the loot. Bing, what are you knocking yourself out for? After all, you know you can't take it with you.
I know, so I'm sending my brother Everett on ahead to open up a charge account for me. I'm ready.
Bing, there's something that's always bothered me. When you send in your income tax, how do you get that mattress in the mailbox?
Easy, bog brain. I never have any trouble with my taxes. Why, I'd give President Truman the shirt off my back.
I know. I saw pictures of him wearing it in Key West.
What's that you're wearing there? A tamale husk with a belt in the back?
It's nice of you to slip your coat on for this anyway.
Think I'm too frisky?
Say, don't care for that, huh? I guess not. We'll ignore the next 6 lines. All right. New kind of radio. Just throw the whole thing away. Hey, look. You better stop being so frisky or I'll tell Abby Rents to stop souping up your wheelchair.
Wheelchair? Come. That's no way to talk to a man who's just reached 35.
You're 35? 35 times what?
Wait a minute. You're snapping your wig, my boy. If you remember at my last birthday party, I had a cake with only 35 candles on it.
Yeah, but at the bottom it said continued on the next cake. But what does age matter? I saw your last picture and I thought you were great.
That's a coincidence. So did I.
Read that line again. There's a talent scout here tonight from the Wilson Ham Company.
He's got his stamp. He'll make you grade A, I'm sure.
Like the stag one, a pink one. You know, we ought to make a picture together again, Bing. I stopped over at your house last night to talk to you about it, but nobody was home.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, I must have rung your bell about 5 times.
6 times.
Oh, so it was you up in the window with the hot oil, huh? Look, Vigor, old boy, you're just jealous because I made the pale face without you.
Me jealous of Bob Hope?
Mm-hmm.
I have so much more than hose nose. Why should I fight it? Tell me, Bob,
I get to laugh without even reading it. I love that.
How'd you feel having Jane Russell opposite you instead of me in that picture?
How would anyone feel switching to filet mignon after a diet of hog's livers?
Hold it, swivel snout, hold it.
But really, Bing, we always have so much fun making pictures together. People seem to like them. They do well at the box office. How come we haven't worked together lately?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess. I don't know how to break this to you, kid, but on the screen, you sort of cramp my style.
What do you mean?
Well, for my money, you don't look too good.
With your money, nobody has to look too good. Excuse me, Bing. I didn't mean to raise my voice.
That's all right.
You're sure I didn't blow your hearing aid?
I'm tuned into We the People. I'm on a 2-party line. Besides, kid, I like to do a lot of singing in my pictures. And with you around, it's just
singing?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to say anything, but when you sang your song before, you sounded like Jessica with her net dragging. Why don't you give up?
Give up? Singing is my life, Robert.
It is, huh?
Of course, I've been lucky. There's the radio and the records and the jukeboxes, but I dare say I'd have been a singer 200 years ago.
Weren't you?
I ignore that and repeat, Bob, that 200 years ago I still could have made a living with my pipes.
Are you kidding? I suppose composers like Mozart and Beethoven would have been writing songs for you.
Not wholly impossible. I can see myself asking Ludwig von Beethoven to knock out a little ditty for me.
Almost sounds as if we're going into a sketch.
Could be.
Start that rocket and finish that symphony already.
Ach, der Lieber. I've got to stop those jam sessions mit Dizzy Van Gillespie.
Oh, Ludwig. Ludwig.
Ja, Mama.
I've got the message for you. Mo called.
Mo who?
Mozart.
Mama, have you been spiking the strudel again?
Ludwig, there's somebody here to see you. Herr Bingle van Crosby.
Oh, well, send him in.
Good day, I'm Herr von Crosby.
Who?
Herr von Crosby.
The Crosby, I believe, but where the hell?
Say, tell me, is that your nose or are you eating a sausage there?
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm a singer.
A broken-down schnook like you is a singer? Dr. Liverwurst, this is giving me mine Charlie's.
I have you know I'm Bingle von Crosby, the famous singer. For 3 years I played at Slapsy Fritzies. And I've come all the way from Unter den Linden to see you. Jawohl, auch der Liebe und unter Blitzen, you Schweinhund, you.
Lean back, Dummkopf. You're getting Limburger on the microphone.
Believe me, that's an improvement. Look, Beethoven, I got a deal for you. You're a composer, I'm a singer.
All right, let's try a song together.
Good.
We try. You know, Crosby, I dedicated this composition to that wonderful restaurant that used to be on Oberhauser Street.
Oh, yeah, you mean that delicatessen place where they had those king-size pigs' feet?
Yeah. Heine worked behind the bar, and he had a big red nose.
Mo would make the Wiener Schnitzel and the sauerkraut with the minis in the middle.
What a wonderful place was Heine's and more. They never would light out the lights, 'cause the place would never close.
And Schultz would play a squeeze box solo with Octaliebe, such a beautiful small.
You could blow your top in Heine's and more.
Ach, wie was the gay blades in those days, eh, mein Herr?
Yeah, I remember we belonged to the Wilhelmstrassen Pickled Herring and Necking Society.
Sometimes we got around with a pickled herring.
Oh, you fracture me, Crosby.
Oh, you stinker, you.
Stinker.
Has your nose always been like that, or did you have that ballpoint put on it there? What is it?
The free lunch was gorgeous. The beer was always cold.
And the dancing with the women. Ah, the women.
Ja, jawohl.
You could smell the place was 16 blocks.
And it wasn't any rose. Garlic cheese and old Limburger.
And pickles mixed with the herring together. And the meatballs tasted just like leather.
Chopped up liver and bologna. Pickled pig's feet that were bony and salad.
Say, Professor.
What is it?
Now you heard me sing. How do you like my voice?
Please, not while I'm eating. Let's go where the place is jumping. Let's all go down to Heine's and more. I want to thank Bing Crosby for being with us tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we're making plans for next Tuesday's show, and we'd like your advice. Would you rather have me sing Buttons and Bows, or would you rather have Jane Russell? Well, next Tuesday, I'm just kidding. That gal you'd like to see most in her Christmas stockings, my two-gun mate from the Pale Face will be here, Jane Russell. And, folks, there are only 15 more shopping days before Christmas, which is still plenty of time to remember the scientists who are looking for a cure for arthritis. If you want to help, write to Arthritis, Box 1200, General Post Office, New York, New York. Millions of people have arthritis. Millions of dollars are needed. So don't forget the address. Arthritis, Box 1200, General Post Office, New York, New York. Thanks, and good night, everybody.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, is my hair fairest of them all?
It is when you use Rave Cream Shampoo. Rave leaves your hair so clean, so soft, so easy to manage. Easy to manage because the pure lanolin in Rave is specially blended with other important ingredients to make hair behave, even on shampoo day. Try Rave Cream Shampoo. R-A-Y-V-E. Rave Cream Shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Intergalactic adventure awaits with Buck Rogers up next.
Buck Rogers in the 25th century.
Buck Rogers is on the air. This program is brought to you by the makers of Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle. those delicious frozen confections on a stick. And now a message from the famous fellow who won the contest for the typical American boy, Popsicle Pete.
Hello, fellas and girls. Are you saving up bags for those exciting free presents I told you about? Gee, what wonderful gifts you get. Hundreds of them. Roller skates, telescope, movie camera, doll, bracelet, wallet, table tennis. That's only a few. Just save the bags from Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle. Ask at your ice cream store for the free Popsicle gift list. It tells you where to send the bags you save and how many to send. You get a free coupon with it worth 10 bags. That'll get you started fine.
Yes, and here's an idea. Get Mom and Dad eating those wonderful confections, too. They're easy to eat on those handy sticks, and they're easy to digest. They're so pure and fresh and wholesome. And, oh, boy, so delicious. You'll get their bags, too, for those marvelous gifts.
Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle are biggest for a nickel. Don't forget that.
Yes, but now let's go on with the amazing adventures of Buck Rogers in the 25th century. In our last episode, you recall, we learned that our old friends, Black Barney and Willie, were the ones who took off in the rocket ship equipped with the new gyrocosmic relativator. And we also know that the arch criminal, Killer Kane, suddenly appeared there aboard Black Barney's rocket ship. But that last is something that Buck and Wilma and Dr. Hewer don't know. And as we join them, they're simply talking things over in the doctor's laboratory. Shall we join them? Okay, then, here we go. 500 years into the future.
Well, Buck, Wilma?
Yes, Doctor?
At least we know that our rocket plane is in good hands. Yes, and that the new gyrocosmic relativator works all right.
Yes, Barney said when he radioed that he took off at full speed, and that he didn't even feel the pull of acceleration.
Well, as long as he's bringing the plane right down again, hadn't we better go over to the spaceport to meet him?
Not much point in going over right away, is there?
Huh?
It took him some time to fly out to wherever he is, and he won't be able to get back any faster.
Yes, was right. And we can put in good time right here in my laboratory, finding out what was taken by whoever ransacked it.
Yeah. Well, whoever broke in couldn't have been here very long.
What makes you think that, Buck?
Well, for one thing, there doesn't seem to have been much damage done. A few drawers pulled out on the desks and cabinets, and only a couple of scientific instruments moved from their usual places.
Well, you know what that indicates.
What, Doctor?
Whoever broke in wanted one particular thing.
Yeah.
And didn't have to waste much time in looking for it.
Come to think of it, Doctor, he couldn't have had very much time. It was only a few minutes after we arrived at the spaceport that the captain of the rocket police discovered this had happened.
Exactly. Well, let's look carefully around and find out what, if anything, is missing.
We can certainly be sure of one thing.
What's that?
This was done by Kane and Ardela. No one else would do such a thing.
Yes, and of course they've just escaped from the municipal prison.
Yes, sir. Don't you see what happened? The minute they got out, they realized they'd need equipment. And there was no more logical place for them to try to find it than right here in this laboratory.
Only one of them was here, though, Wilma.
How do you know?
Well, Police Information Bureau said that when they made their break, Kane and Ardela separated.
Uh-huh.
And what's more, a private citizen saw just one person take off in a rocket roadster from the neighborhood of this laboratory.
Buck, could he identify that person?
No, sir, he was too far away. But he's absolutely sure there was only one.
Maybe we aren't right after all.
Huh?
About it being Kane and Ardela. They usually stick pretty close together. And just getting out of prison would be all the more reason for doing so.
Except that one of them might have come here to get something, while the other tried to lay hands on a rocket ship.
Yes.
Well, we're wasting time just standing around here talking about it. Let's look around and see if anything's missing. Buck.
Yes, sir?
Look through that chest there against the wall and make sure that my bound copies of the formula for...
All right, sir.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
The instrument devised by Professor Smith, the mad scientist.
Huh?
The instrument that subjugated people to his willpower when he used it on them.
The psychic restriction ray.
Yes.
Why, it was right over there in that corner, back of where Wilma's standing.
Well, it's not here now.
Well, then we must look for it quickly. An instrument like that in the hands of a man like Kane...
Don't I know it?
Quick, open every cabinet and locker in the place.
Right, okay, Doctor.
With his mad desire for power, why, Kane would use that instrument on everybody he could lay his hands on. No sign of it yet?
Not that I can see, Doctor.
But there must be.
Thing over here, Doctor.
Well, then suppose you look back in the stockroom, Buck. Perhaps I left the instrument in there.
Yes, sir.
Are you absolutely sure you had it here in your laboratory, Doctor?
Yes, Wilma, absolutely sure. Well, Buck, is it in there?
I'm afraid not, Doctor.
Well, then,
no,
look here.
Sir. That's what he took, all right.
Well, listen, what we've got to do. Our first thing is to report to the president that we're all ready to set out after Kane and Ardela.
Which, of course, we'll do the minute Black Barney gets our rocket plane back here.
Yes, and we'll need all the information we can get from the rocket police relative to their escape from the municipal prison.
I'll take care of that, Doctor.
And I'll radio the president's office.
Good. We'll go out to the spaceport and meet Barney with our ship.
But, Doctor, is that a good ship for chasing Kane and Ardela?
No, Buck, no. We'll have the gyrocosmic relativator from it installed on a fast-fighting cruiser.
Right. Wilma, the call letters for police information are 413.
Okay, Buck.
Calling X38.
Wilma Deering calling
Buck
413.
Rogers calling X38.
Calling 413.
Calling X38.
Wilma Deering
Buck
calling
Rogers
413.
calling X38.
Yes, Barney. I can't begin to tell you how nice it is to be with you again.
Say now, you listen here now to me, Killer Kane.
And Willie.
Yes, sir.
Some time since I've seen you, too.
Listen, Kane. What's your idea of stowing away on my rocket ship, huh? If you think you're going to get away with
Stand
it...
back.
But I tell you...
Stand back.
Yeah.
Don't you know by this time that occasionally my trigger finger gets a bit nervous? And, Barney, a rocket pistol isn't very pleasant at this close range.
Please, you wouldn't shoot Mr. Barney, would you?
Of course not, Willie. Unless he were to make the serious mistake of trying to oppose me. Now, look here.
Yeah, well, what do you want?
A minute ago, you spoke of my having stowed away on your rocket ship.
Yeah.
Your rocket ship. Surely you don't pretend that you were clever enough to have installed a device like this?
You mean that gyro thing?
Barney. How many times must you be told that it's a gyrocosmic relativator?
Mr. Barney can say that word, Mr. Kane, and don't you believe he can't either.
Yeah, sure.
Well, the fact remains that neither the ship nor the relativator belongs to you. Am I right?
Well, it's sort of this.
Don't try to stall, Barney. You and Willie committed a very serious offense by taking off in this ship without proper authority.
When we talked to Dr. Hewer by radio, he said it was all right, Mr. Kane.
Yeah, and all we need to do is fly back with it.
Yes.
Told you it's all right, eh?
Yes, sir.
And when you merrily land at the spaceport, he'll forget all about the fact you ran off with the greatest invention he ever turned out. Not one bit of it.
What do you mean?
The minute you set foot on the ground there at the Niagara spaceport, you'll find yourself surrounded by rocket police, ready to throw you into chains.
No, sir. I bet you.
What excuse have you for stealing this rocket ship, Barney?
We didn't. We just took it on a test flight for the gyro thing, so Lieutenant Wilmer, Captain Rogers, and Dr. Ewer wouldn't have to take no chances with.
You expect them to believe a story like that?
It's the truth. That's what it is.
Yes, sir, it's the truth.
Yeah, and I tell you, you're crazy to think that you can get away with any such childish excuse. Truth or not. Now, if you have any sense, instead of going back to Niagara to trouble, you'll come along with me.
Huh?
You know, there was a time, Barney, when you were not only willing, but anxious to work with me. And if I remember correctly, you were always well paid for doing it.
That's the times I want to forget, when I didn't know no better than be an air pirate.
At that time, you had a stronghold full of treasure that would have been the envy of all nations. You had gold, power. You can have those things again, Barney, my boy. If you'll use your head and come along with Ardela and me.
Don't you know that I've outgrown all that sort of stuff?
That's your misfortune, Barney. As an air pirate, you were quite a success, weren't you?
Yeah, sure I was.
But what happened? You got silly and sentimental listening to Wilman Deering stuff your empty head full of ideas about reforming and going straight.
Hey, don't you say nothing against Lieutenant Wilmer.
Get back.
All right.
Now, what has it got? Nothing.
Mr. Barney's the Prime Minister of Mars, don't forget.
Yeah, that's right.
Prime Minister of Mars?
Yeah.
What does that make me? King of Pluto?
It's a big job, Mr. Kane. Why, if Mr. Barney wasn't their prime minister, I don't know what the Martian people would do.
Yeah.
You just ask King Analdo what he thinks of Mr. Barney.
Yeah.
That doddering old fool? Why, just to show you how helpless he is, I may go up there to Mars one of these days and establish a headquarters.
Not if I got anything to say about it. No, sir.
No, sir.
You won't have anything to say about it, Barney, unless some sudden and unexpected flash of intelligence leads you to team up with me.
I don't know what you're up to, Kane, and I don't care no matter what it is.
No, Barney?
But no matter what it is, me and Willie ain't gonna have nothing to do with it.
Unfortunately, you're going to change your mind about that, Barney. And very shortly.
You're crazy. There's nothing will make me change my mind about that. Not even nothing.
No, sir.
Well, we'll see. This rocket ship is back in the general direction of Earth, isn't it?
Sure. Can't you tell by looking on the viewplate of the teleradioscope or by looking out of one of the forward windows?
No sarcasm, Bob. Move out of that control seat.
No, sir. I'm taking this ship back to the Central Spaceport.
Do I have to keep waving this rocket pistol at to show that I mean business?
Okay. Go ahead and sit in the control seat.
On second thought, though, I believe I'll let you do the work of navigation. Now, I want you to land us to the ruins of the ancient city of Philadelphia.
Philadelphia?
There we'll not Adela. You see, Barney, before she left Niagara, she made a stop at the laboratory of your dear friend, Dr. Hure, and picked up a rather interesting scientific instrument.
What are you talking about?
I have a stinking suspicion it will help you come around to my point of view. As a matter of fact, Barney, I'm sure of it.
Well, sir, I certainly hate to hear Kane say that. Because it can mean only one thing. Killer Kane plans to put Black Barney under the psychic restriction ray that Ardela stole from Dr. Hure's laboratory. And that ray will completely subjugate Barney to Kane's will. Well, now, Pete, how about refreshment? What do you say to a great big ice-cold creamsicle on a stick?
Oh, boy. Ice cream in the middle and thick chocolate fudge outside?
That's right. Creamy chocolate fudge or tempting fresh fruit flavors. Take your choice. Creamsicles are all 5 cents, all delicious, nourishing, wholesome, made fresh every day under the strictest pure food laws and protected by U.S. registered trademark.
And listen, pals, don't forget to save your creamsicle bags for these wonderful gifts, like a camera, table tennis, a wristwatch, wallet, baseball, sleeping dolls. Get your free illustrated gift list in your ice cream store.
The first couple of comedy is coming up next. It's Burns and Allen.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. With extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Now let's look in for our first visit of the new year at the Burns home.
I'm so proud of you, George. You've kept your New Year's resolution for 3 whole days.
Well, it's because I've got a strong character.
Oh, and such a difficult resolution. To smile and be pleasant to everybody and not let things upset you.
I just made up my mind, that's all.
Ah, you've been wonderful, dear. When I asked you if I could buy a new hat, you said no with such a sweet smile.
That's right.
And when I bought it anyhow, you just went quietly into the bathroom and ran cold water on your head.
Yep, I'm a changed man.
Nothing seems to bother you at all. Not even last night's terrible dinner. The soup was too salty, the potatoes were raw, and the chops were burned.
It was pretty bad, all right.
Oh, yeah. But did you get angry? No. You just took off your apron and said, well, I'll do better next time.
Well, I just resolved that nothing will upset me. I'm going to smile no matter what.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Even when I stutter, I smile.
Yeah. Oh, George, I have some news for you.
What?
My mother's coming to visit us. Well, George, where's your smile?
I'm smiling.
But, George, would you rather my mother didn't come?
Well,
don't be afraid to tell me. Ours isn't that kind of a marriage. If you don't want her here, just say so. I'll understand.
Well, as long as you feel that way,
Oh, yeah? Well, she's coming anyway.
Look, honey, we don't get along. Your mother hates me.
Oh, she does not. There are just a couple of things about you she can't stand. Now, if you changed them, she'd be crazy about you.
What couple of things?
Your looks and your personality.
She's mad about me.
Oh, my goodness. All this fuss because my dear, sweet mother wants to visit us. Don't you know that I'm her own flesh and blood?
Make it just her blood. When you get her flesh, I'm leaving you.
I promise you, Mama will only stay with us until the painters finish her new house.
When will the painters finish?
Well, they can't stop painting until the house is built.
They haven't built the house yet?
Well, they will as soon as they find a lot.
You folks haven't even got a lot?
Well, you can't buy one without money.
And when will they get the money?
Papa should get a job any day now.
In other words, your mother drops in on us for around 30 years. I'm sorry, Gracie, but it's either your mother or me. If she comes, I go.
You mean I've got to choose between my mother and the man I love?
That's it.
Well, there's only one choice I can make.
Naturally.
I'm going to miss you, George.
You mean Tata? Well, I won't go. I'm not leaving.
Well, I'm sure there's room for both of you. We'll fix up the den for Mother.
Honey, look. Los Angeles is filled with returned servicemen looking for a place to stay. Now, if we're going to fix up the den, let's fix it up for one of them.
Well, are there really a lot of homeless servicemen?
Well, just listen to these ads in the morning paper. Discharged soldier needs home for family. Discharged soldier desperately needs room. Discharged soldier must have lodging.
Oh, those poor men. No place to live, and the Army has fired them from their nice jobs.
Gracie.
Oh, George, you go down to the draft board and see if you can get those men their jobs back.
Believe me, that they don't want. Just a place to live.
All right. I'll tell Mama to stay in San Francisco, and we'll fix up the den for a serviceman.
Now, that's the spirit. Gracie, when the den is fixed...
Yeah, come in.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning, Meredith.
Hi, Meredith. What's new?
Well, I've got a new haircut, George. Went out for one this morning.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes, I enjoyed it. I usually cut my hair in the house, but it's such a nice day that I went out and cut it in the yard.
Looks like you use the hedge clippers.
No, they're a little too heavy to get a good grip on.
Oh, yes, they're heavy.
Would you like some breakfast, Meredith?
No, thanks, Gracie. Matter of fact, I just dropped in for a minute to tell George to finish my joke about the porcupine.
If you don't mind,
I started to tell it at your party, but I never did get to pull the snapper.
Meredith, if you start that again, so help me.
George, remember your resolution. Smile.
Oh, sure. Go right ahead, Meredith. Pull the snapper.
Okay. Ha! Speaking of porcupines, I'm reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler.
Meredith, I remember how it began. Just tell me the finish. The snapper.
Gee, I'd like to oblige, George, but I memorized the joke just the way it is in my book. And if I don't start at the beginning, I can't remember how to pull the snapper.
Well, let her snap.
Speaking of porcupines, I'm reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler who chanced to go into the zoo one day.
You have to start from the beginning every time?
That's right, Gracie. Speaking of porcupines, I am reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler.
You couldn't stop now and then keep going?
No, afraid I couldn't. Speaking of porcupines...
Wow, that's amazing.
Speaking of porcupines...
I can't believe it, George.
Gracie, listen. Let him finish before the little blue-eyed toddler grows up and gets married.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't say another word, Meredith.
Speaking of porcupines, I'm reminded of the little blue-eyed toddler who chanced to go into the zoo one day with her governess. As they passed the porcupine cage, the little tyke was heard to exclaim, "My, what a strange-looking beast." "What do you say to that?" interrogated the curious governess. Whereupon the child replied, "Because he has such a...
Well?
How do you like that? I've forgotten the snapper.
Well, that's fine.
But don't worry, George. I'll go read my book and brush up on it.
I wish you wouldn't bother, Meredith.
No, it's no trouble at all. After all, I live right next door.
Yes, I know.
That makes it mighty handy when a fellow's got some snappers he wants to pull. I'll be back.
I wonder if Meredith has a long lease on that house next door.
Oh, yeah, he probably has. With this terrible housing shortage, anyone who has the place is hanging on to it.
Say, that reminds me. Let's go in the den and fix it up for that service.
All right. Oh, I'll bet this room will look mighty good to a boy who's been on those islands like Okinawa and Guadalcanal and KP and Guam.
KP? That's an island?
Well, it must be. Meredith Wilson was in the Army for 3 years, and he said he spent most of it on KP.
Oh, yeah. That's a small island surrounded by dishwater. I started to hang these pictures here the other day. Do you think the serviceman will like them?
Oh, yes. And I'll run to the market and get some tomatoes to scatter around.
What for?
Well, I heard dozens of returning servicemen say the first thing they want to do is find a beautiful tomato.
Yes, they like vegetables. Just hand me the hammer and nail.
Oh, please, George, don't do any hammering. We haven't any iodine to put on your finger.
Don't be silly. Give me the hammer.
Oh, all right, here.
And I'm not going to hit my finger. Who are you calling?
Phil Goodwin, to bring over his first aid kit.
You're wasting your time. I'm not going to hit my finger.
Hello, Bill? Would you rush right over with your first aid kit? George just hit his finger.
Ouch!
With a hammer.
There you are, George. Your finger's all bandaged.
Thanks, Bill.
Oh, what do you think of our idea of taking in a veteran, Bill?
Oh, it's swell, Gracie. We got a Marine sergeant staying at our house.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And boy, when they've been overseas for a while, how they love to celebrate. Every night I take the sergeant out and we make the round.
Well, it's nice of you to do that, Bill.
Oh, well, I don't mind, Gracie. She's very pretty.
I should have known.
Well, I don't think we'll have a service woman. It's too dangerous. I wouldn't want her to walk in here, starve for the sight of a man, and find my George.
No, she's done her part. We shouldn't let her down now.
There goes the comedian. Well, I'm not anxious to have any lonesome female around, even if she is pretty. She'd probably want me to dance with her and go driving with her, and she might even want to go parking someplace and... Say, that's not bad. Just kidding, dear.
Oh, there's Meredith at the door.
Oh, no, not the porcupine again. Look, Gracie, slip out the back way. Run next door to Meredith's and get that joke book of his.
Oh, in case he forgets the story again, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Now hurry.
Yeah, all right, dear.
Hey, shall I open the door, George?
Bolt it.
Bolt it?
Bolt it.
Well, okay. What's the big idea?
Meredith insists on telling me jokes from that corny book of his.
Oh, George, you don't know how poor Meredith feels when you don't laugh at his jokes. What if people didn't laugh when you told it? I guess you do know how he feels.
Never mind.
Anyone home in there? I'm back with the snapper.
Be real quiet, Bill. Maybe he'll go away.
The coast is clear, George. Meredith left.
I wish we could get him to leave that house next door. If I hear, ha! Speaking of porcupines, once more, I'll blow my top.
Well, George, I got it. Here's Meredith's joke book.
Oh, wonderful.
You know, I've been reading some of the stories in it. They're silly.
You said it. Especially the one about porcupines.
Ha! Speaking of porcupines...
Say, Meredith, don't you think when folks hear that familiar strain, just about everybody knows what you're playing?
I'm sure they do, Bill. I think practically the whole world must know the Missouri Waltz. Listen just for a moment.
Yes, the Missouri is certainly a name that's just as familiar to American music as the river itself is to the American scene. And you know the Missouri River is part and parcel of so many names rich in American lore. Why, its headwaters are formed by the Madison, the Gallatin, the Jefferson. Then as it winds across the Great Plains, it picks up the Big Sioux, the Kansas, the Osage, all names so familiar to our American scene. And I can't help thinking, too, how today there's another name that's become part and parcel of our American scene, of so many American homes. It's the name Maxwell House, signifying a coffee blend of true distinction, combining these fine Latin American coffees, Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. So it's no wonder that the famous name Maxwell House is known all over this great land of ours for full-flavored, fine coffee. Good to the last drop.
Oh, George, I'm so glad you talked me into fixing up the dent for a serviceman. I had no idea the housing shortage was so bad.
It's bad, all right. And there seems to be more people looking for houses in Los Angeles than any place else. I wonder why.
Well, it's our famous California climate, of course. As long as we have this weather, there'll never be enough houses to hold the people.
There won't, huh?
No, they keep washing away.
I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, yes. Los Angeles has the biggest housing problem of any city. Do you know there's actually a family living in the balcony of an all-night movie theater?
That must be a strange life.
Yeah, but they're getting used to it. They go to sleep at 10 minutes to Mildred Pierce and wake up at 1:30 spellbound.
Well, it's a good time to wake up. The fella can borrow Gregory Peck's razor and shave himself.
Yes. And then there's a young married couple I know. They finally found a place. Just one closet.
Well, one closet ought to be big enough for their clothes.
Not after they got the bed and stove in there.
Oh, the closet is all they have?
Yes. Oh, but they have lovely neighbors.
Well, that helps.
Yeah. The people who live in the bathroom are very friendly.
Well, let's decide on the serviceman who's going to get our dent.
All right. I don't care who he is as long as he's not a sergeant.
What's the matter with the sergeant?
Oh, nothing, but they don't need our help. They're all taken care of.
They are?
Oh, yes. All the soldiers say, the minute I'm out, I'm going to take care of that sergeant of mine.
Yes, the boys love those sergeants. Look, Gracie, why don't you read all the ads in the paper and pick out the serviceman who needs a room the most?
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then I'll pick out a serviceman just as soon as I see who's at the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you today?
In fine fettle, Mrs. Burns. Under my glowing skin, my red and white corpuscles are calling Happy New Year to one another.
Oh, how nice of you. You know, I'm sorry I got you into trouble last week by telling you to bring Mamie to our party. I thought Mamie was your wife.
No, her name is Bertha, but I usually call her Butch.
Oh. And what does she call you?
Oh, you're much too young to hear that.
Well, when your wife found out about Mamie, I'll bet she really made a fuss, huh?
You know, Mrs. Burns, I didn't hear her say one cross word.
You didn't?
No, I was unconscious for 2 days.
Well, you know, it's so unfair the way she bullies you. You're the breadwinner, but she acts like she gave you the roof over your head.
If she could lift it, that's where I'd get
it. Well, Mr. Postman, why don't you leave her?
Where would I go? There's such a housing shortage.
Yeah, that's true. We just fixed over our den for an ex-serviceman.
My wife's brother, an ex-serviceman, is living with us. But there was no room in the house. We had to put some gunny sacks in the corner of the garage.
Oh, how uncomfortable.
Yes, I hardly sleep a wink.
Well, Mr. Postman, look at it this way. You owe him something. While he was over there fighting and risking his life, you were home with your wife where it was safe.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
And I found the serviceman who needs a room the most.
Good.
Now listen to this. Place to live urgently needed by returned soldier with wife, small daughter, baby son, and parrot.
But, honey, where would they all sleep?
Oh, don't worry about that, dear. I figured it all out. The soldier and his wife will take our room. The children will take the den. I'll take the couch in the living room, and we'll hang the parrot's cage in the pantry.
And where will I sleep?
We'll put an ad in the paper.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, well, we'll work that out. Now, listen to the rest of my schedule. In the morning, you get up at 5 o'clock.
I haven't been to bed yet.
Well, that saves you the trouble of getting up. Now, you wake the soldier. He takes the shower and wakes his wife. She takes the shower and wakes me. I take my shower, and then the soldier's wife bathes the 2 children.
How about me?
Oh, you're big enough to bathe yourself.
If there's any hot water left.
Well, next comes breakfast. First the soldier eats, and then his wife eats, then the children eat, and then I eat, and then the parrot eats.
Then I have breakfast.
No, by that time it's lunchtime.
Nice schedule.
Now, first the soldier eats lunch, then his wife eats, then the children eat, then I eat, and then the parrot eats.
Oh, no, he doesn't. I just ate the parrot for breakfast. Now, look, honey, as much as I want to help that family, this just won't work.
Oh, well, you answer the door. I'll go and try to figure something out.
Yeah, do that. Come in.
Hello, George.
Should have looked first.
Say, I was over here a little while ago, but the door was locked.
Really? Care to step outside and see if it'll happen again?
Well, later I might, but right now I want to tell you about the wonderful idea I've got. George, how would you like to go into vaudeville with me?
Vaudeville?
I've memorized that whole book of humorous stories and anecdotes. We'll call the act Meredith Wilson and Straight Man.
Meredith Wilson and Straight Man.
He's the fellow who asked the comedian the question.
I know that. I know what he
he
does, Meredith. You explained that.
Well, I think we can make a go of it, George. Vaudeville isn't dead.
Well, believe me, this will do it. Meredith Wilson and Straight Man.
Yeah.
Isn't that too much billing for me? How about just Meredith Wilson and Man? Or Meredith Wilson and Straight?
Well, that's okay.
Or Straight Meredith Wilson.
That's okay, George, as long as they spell Wilson with 2 L's. You know, lots of people think my name is spelled with 1 L, and they go around calling me Wilson. But it's Wilson with 2 L's.
And now they can call you Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. It sounds better with 2 L's. Look, Meredith, forget this vaudeville idea.
But gosh, George, I ought to capitalize on those stories. Can you suggest any better thing I can do with my joke book?
Meredith, believe me, no one wants to hear that Joe Miller collection of yours.
Oh, I made up some new ones myself to sort of sprinkle around among the others.
Oh, you got a few sprinklers?
Yes. For example, I say to you, say, George, do you know what the Marine said when he landed on the island of Caledonia and tried to take it from the Japs?
No, Meredith. What did the Marine say when he landed on the island of Caledonia and tried to take it from the Japs?
He said, Caledonia, Caledonia, what makes your beachhead so hard?
Meredith, you make a nice living playing music on our show. Why don't you let it go at that?
Because, George, I feel that no opportunity should be lost to bring a smile or a chuckle to this glum old world. My mother's that way. She gave the world something to laugh at.
And I had to hire it for my program.
Well, to get back to our vaudeville
Forget the vaudeville act. I'm not going to be your straight man.
But, gee,
I am. Come in.
Well, hi, George.
There's your man, Meredith. There he is. Bill is going to be your straight man.
Straight man for what?
My vaudeville act, Bill.
Huh?
I got a humdinger of an opening. We meet in the center of the stage, and I say to you, pardon me, would you give me $10 for a cup of coffee? And you say, isn't that a lot for a cup of coffee? Whereupon I reply, well, I'm a big tipper. Then I walk off the stage and leave you standing there.
You're not going to leave me standing there, not after that.
Well, I think we can work that out, but just let's run through the joke and see if you've got it. Pardon me, would you give me $10 for a cup of coffee?
I give you $100 for a cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Well, I'm a big tipper. Bill, I don't think it's quite as funny that way.
Well, Meredith, I can't help it. You see, that's the way I feel about Maxwell House. I'd give anything for it because Maxwell House is so appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee at its full-flavored best, always good to the last drop.
Meredith, knowing the way Bill feels about Maxwell House, I'd suggest you change cup of coffee in the joke to donut.
Okay, we'll try it that way. Pardon me, would you give me $10 for a donut?
I would if I knew a cup of Maxwell House coffee went with it. You know, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Well, I'm a big tipper. Now, that didn't seem to help it much. I think maybe you're the best straight man, George.
Bill, if you don't stop talking about Maxwell House coffee, I'll be back in vaudeville.
If I do stop, you'll be back even faster.
Look, comedian, why don't you run along and take the jerk with you?
Okay, come along, Bill.
If Meredith doesn't move out of that house next door, I'll wind up in a straitjacket of all the broken-down jokes.
Well, George, I've worked out a new schedule.
Oh, new schedule.
Yeah. For the serviceman and his family. We'll put the parrot on the back porch, and you get the pantry.
How could I sleep in the pantry?
Well, you thought it was good enough for the parrot.
This may surprise you, Gracie, but men don't sleep like parrots. Have you ever heard of a man spending the night hanging on a bar?
W.C. Field?
I'm wrong. Look, honey, I'm not just thinking of myself. The serviceman and his family would be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I've got a great idea for you. If you can get Meredith Wilson to move away from next door, the serviceman and his family could have that whole house.
Oh, George, that's a wonderful idea.
Well, sure. Then we can rent our den to one ex-serviceman like we planned.
Well, George, I see it all now. I'll go right over and talk to Meredith.
Well, if I do say so myself, that was a smart piece of work.
Well, George, I did it. Meredith loved the idea, and he's turning his house over to that veteran and his family.
And Meredith is moving out.
He's already moved.
Gracie, you're a genius. A great, big, gorgeous genius.
Oh, I'm not so tall.
Now, how can we turn our den over? Now we can turn our den over to some unmarried ex-serviceman.
Yeah, well, I'm taking care of that, too. He's out front now. Why don't you help him carry his things in?
Okay. Can I help you?
You sure can, George. You can carry the trunk, and I'll bring my flute.
Meredith, what are you doing here?
Well, didn't Gracie tell you? I'm the ex-serviceman who's going to live here.
What?
Yep, and I know we'll get along swell and have a million laughs.
Now, look,
now I can tell you the snapper of that story.
But, Meredith...
Speaking of...
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
And by the way, folks, although we had some fun today talking about the housing shortage, it really is a serious thing.
That's right. And if anyone listening has a spare room or two that might accommodate a serviceman and his family, it couldn't be put to a better use. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Stay tuned to this station because Dinah Shore's open house is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Charles Lawton.
Oh, goody, goody, Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jell-O's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O and you know it's the one and only J-E-L-L-O.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Orson Welles presents his adaptation of yet another classic tale as part of the Camels Playhouse.
Grandmama, you mustn't. Grandmama, you mustn't. Oh, rubbish, of course I am.
Really, Grandmama?
Let me alone, all of you. I can't make a speech on my own birthday by this time, and I shouldn't be here at all. Silence. So you're all here, the whole lot of you, the whole Harry's family, here in this room this evening for my birthday, my 100th birthday. You never thought I'd live that long, did you? Well, I did. And now I suppose you've all come to look at me. A last look, I suppose you're thinking. Well, if it should be your last look at me, always remember that it's my last look at you, too. At you, Will Harris. You may be a famous novelist now, but you were a very stupid little boy. Never did learn how to spell. And you, Amory. You're in Parliament and very active, I hear. But you will never be as good a speaker as your father, and he was just a vicar in our village church here in Cumberland. Veronica, you're looking well. Surprisingly well when I think of how they all run to fat on your side of the family. And you, Ellis. Sir Ellis, I suppose I ought to call you. Tell me you're going to be a very big man in the city someday. Where's your mother? I don't see her here tonight.
My mother begged to be excused. She was confined to her bed with a cold.
In bed, eh? You were always an ailing lot, you London Harry. Not like the Cumberland branch. Strong as horses we were, but wild and bad. Not many of us left anymore. Benjamin.
Yes, Grandmama.
You and I are the only ones left, Benjamin. I heard all about you over at Skiddaw this spring, and that fight you were in over a woman. Disgraceful. Did you win?
Yes, I did, Grandmama.
Glad to hear that. There are some of you here I don't know. My memory isn't as good as it was, and I can't see new faces. You, child. Are you a Harry? You with the pretty blue dress and the curls. What's your name?
That's Vanessa, Grandmama.
Oh, your daughter, eh, Adam? Well, she's a pretty child. I think I should go to my room. I'm getting tired, and there are too many of you. So many Harrys in one room. Too much for an old woman like me. So if you want to drink my health, you'd better get on with it.
To Grandmama.
I give you a toast. Here's to Grandmama, and here's to England, and here's to the Harris family. May they all three live, prosper, and help the world along the way that it should go.
Oh, Father, did you hear what Grandmama said about my dress?
Your dress is beautiful, my child. I'm afraid I shall have quite a belle for a daughter in a few years. Your mother would have been so proud of you this evening. Happy, Vanessa?
Oh, yes, I've never been so happy. Father.
Yes, my darling.
May I go for a walk on the heath with Cousin Benji? He asked me to.
Benji? I'd rather you didn't, Vanessa.
Please, Father. Benji's been away so long. He said he wanted to talk to somebody.
Very well, Vanessa. Only don't go too far. Be where I can call you.
Benji, you walk so fast I have to run to keep up with you.
I want to get away from that family party. All those Harrys. Oh, look, Vanessa, there's Griffle over there.
Oh.
Beyond that, across the hills, Scotland.
I can't see it.
Because the night is so dark, but it's there all the same.
Tell me about London, Benji.
One day when you've been there, you're older.
Oh, everything for when I'm older. I want to know now. All about London and about you. I don't believe the things they say about you, Benji.
Not that I'm a bad man.
Certainly not.
Not that I'm wild. That the truth isn't in me. Not that I won't settle down and be what a Harry's ought to be. Whatever that is.
You're what I want you to be.
What's that?
You. Benji.
What is it?
It's so quiet suddenly. The music stopped.
Vanessa.
Oh, that's Papa. We're coming, Papa. Oh, come on, Benji. We must go in now.
Vanessa,
Yes, Benji.
will you marry me someday?
Of course I will.
Would you marry me if your father forbade it?
Yes.
If I was in disgrace, Vanessa, with everyone, if I'd done something shameful and no one would speak to me, would you still marry me?
As long as I loved you, I'd marry you. And I'd always love you. Always and forever.
Whatever I did.
Yes.
I'll remind you of that one day.
Vanessa.
Oh, yes, here I am, Papa.
Come inside, Vanessa.
Papa, what is it? We heard the music stop.
We've had bad news, my child. Your grandmother.
Oh, Papa.
Your Aunt Jane went up to her room a few minutes ago and found her. She looked very peaceful. She must have died in her sleep.
Is it really 5 years, Vanessa? 5 years since we talked at Eldale the night your grandmother died?
5 years, Benji. Have I changed much?
You've grown up.
Benji.
I've something to tell you, Vanessa.
I'm going away again tomorrow morning. I'll not see you till someone has married you.
I'll never marry anyone but you.
We're not going to be married. You know what everyone says of me. That I'm one of the wild Harrys like my father, that I'm no good, that I spoil everything I touch. Oh, Vanessa, it's true, I think. My mother and you are the only two people I've loved. I hurt my mother so many times. I don't want to hurt you.
You couldn't hurt me, Benji.
I could never say to you, Vanessa, from now on, I'll be everything you like. I'll go to church on Sunday. I'll read Tennyson with you in the evening.
But I don't want you to read Tennyson. And if you don't wish to go to church, you needn't. And whatever you've done is no business of mine. I know you so well, Benji, and love you so much. And I'm not afraid of taking risks. Life was made for taking risks.
What do you know about life?
I know that marriage isn't all fun. It isn't for anybody. Only I think you and I would be often happy together if we were married. Because we love one another so much. We'd be unhappy, too, but we'd still love one another. And if you left me, I know you'd come back.
Oh, I might not. I might never come back. Loving you as much as I do now, I might still say, no, I can't stand this, and I'd be off. Perhaps never return.
I'd never know that you weren't going to return, Benji.
My darling. My darling. Let's be engaged here and now for 1 year. This is the last day of April. 1 year from now, on this same day, I'll come and ask you if you're still of the same mind. And if you are, if I can trust myself, we'll be married.
If that's what you'd like, Benji.
Not a word to anyone.
I've always told Father.
Oh, no, not even your father. He might not understand.
Very well.
Oh, it's a poor bargain for you, Vanessa. Mind, if you ever want to be free, you're going to tell me.
I'll never want to be free.
Look at me, Vanessa.
What is it, Benji?
Many things. First, I'm going to kiss you.
Yes, Benji.
But your lips last. First your hair. And your eyes. And your beautiful brow. And now your lips.
My child, you'll be happy in London. It is very kind of Lady Harris to ask you, and Cousin Ellis has written me again and again, urging me to let you go.
Oh, it'll seem so strange not to spend Christmas in Cumberland. I don't want to go to London. I'll be so lonely, Papa.
No, you won't. You'll meet all our family. You'll find that there are many interesting members of the Harris family outside of...
Benji, Papa?
I didn't say that, my dear. But it may be that London and the outside world will make you see people and things in a different light.
I'll go. I'll go if you wish it, Papa.
Well, my dear, how do you like London parties?
I like them very much.
You don't know who I am, do you?
You're...
Don't pretend, my dear. There's no way in which you could know. Perhaps you've heard your father talk about me. I'm Will Harris.
Oh, Uncle Will.
Yes. The last time I saw you was at your grandmother's birthday. You've grown very pretty since then.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Will.
And you haven't told me yet how you like London.
Everybody's been very kind to me. Lady Harris and Cousin Ellis.
What do you think of your Cousin Ellis? You know, before long, he'll be one of the richest men in England.
He's been wonderful to me, Uncle Will, but I don't understand him quite. He's so grave and nervous and so afraid of doing the wrong thing.
You've noticed that, have you? Well, your Cousin Ellis belongs to the serious side of the family. Shall I tell you something, Vanessa? Each time I hear about you, I get fresh hope for our family, yours and mine. Somehow, I don't think the Harrys will be able to crush you.
I don't know what you mean, Uncle Will.
Well, never mind. You must run along now, my dear. The dancing will start in a minute, and it isn't fair for an old man like me to keep the most beautiful girl at the party all to himself.
Oh, but I like to be here with you, Uncle Will.
All except your eyes, Vanessa.
My eyes?
Your eyes are far away. Come, Vanessa, tell me. Which one of the young men is it? Is he here tonight?
No. But he'll be here in April. He said he would.
Do I know him?
Nobody knows him, really, except me.
Vanessa.
Benji, my darling, you've come back. You're here. My hand's on your sleeve. I'm touching you. You're real.
Quick, Vanessa, tell me, do you love me? Do you love me as much as 2 years ago?
More, Benji, more.
Is there anyone else? If so, where is he? I'll kill him. Quick, tell me.
Only you, Benji.
I told you I'd be here, didn't I? I've run all the way from South America. You know I've run. Tell me, do you love me? Are you going to marry me?
Of course. Oh, my darling, my darling. Dear Uncle Will, you were so good to me in London, and you seemed to understand me so well. It seems natural that I should write to you now that I'm alone, now that the two people are gone who meant so much to me, the only two people I ever loved. You remember the day I said goodbye in London? I told you that Father had finally given his consent. Benji and I were to be married in August. Then 2 weeks after I got back, came the fire. Father and I had gone to Keswick to see Benji's mother. I don't know how much you heard about the fire. It broke out at 3 a.m, somewhere in the East Wing.
Miss Vanessa!
What is it?
What is the house is on fire? Quick, come down. This way. The mainsail is gone.
They're out here, out on the lawn.
Where's my father? Is my father here?
We'll be doing our best, son. Everybody outside! The roof's going!
Please wait. Have you seen my father?
No, Miss Vanessa, he was in the East Wing last night.
Yes, he was.
That wing's nothing but pain.
There's nothing to do, man. I'm going to get him.
You can't do that, Miss Vanessa. The roof's falling in. Come back, Miss.
Let's go. I'm going in.
Come back, Miss Vanessa. Come back. You're the kill. Mr. Harris, stop her. Make Vanessa.
Oh, Benji, my father is up there. You must help me.
Vanessa, there's no chance.
Oh, let me go, Benji. If no one else will go, I will.
Won't let you go.
Benji, let me go. Oh, Father. Oh, you see what you've done. He's dead. And it's your fault. Oh, I hate you. You killed him. I'll hate you as long as I live.
You know, don't you, Uncle Will, that when I said those terrible things to Benji, it was because I was out of my head with grief. I know how brave Benji is. If there'd been the slightest chance of saving Father, he'd have been the first to go in. And if he had got my letter, the letter I wrote as soon as I was able to write at all, he'd have understood. Poor Benji. He's so used to being blamed for things. And you know how proud he is? I see how deeply I must have hurt him because the messenger that I sent with my letter came back with the letter and the news that Benji had left that same morning, the morning of the fire, telling no one where he'd gone. That was almost 3 months ago. Last week he returned.
Come back, Vanessa.
I knew you'd come back, Benji.
Come back to tell you something.
I knew you'd come back, Benji. I knew we'd never part again.
Don't, Vanessa.
Benji, what is it?
It's this. We can't be married. We can never be married. Because I was married last week, Vanessa. I thought after the fire that you blamed me somehow for your father's death. I rode off in a temper. You remember I was staying in the village in rooms with a widow and her daughter?
Yes.
I didn't like them, either of them. I was thinking of you, Vanessa, this summer, every minute of the day, and yet... I kissed the girl, disliked her more than ever, and kissed her again.
Tell me what she looks like, Benji. Is she beautiful?
A day or two after the fire, I rode with them to a farm my brother owns over at Keswick, and stayed there all night. I drank too much.
My poor Benji.
2 weeks ago, the girl came to see me in London, and she told me... Will you believe me, Vanessa, when I tell you that I loved you all that time more than ever?
Yes, I believe it.
I didn't marry the girl because I was frightened of anything that might happen. I've never been afraid of anyone or anything except your despising me, Vanessa. Or am I doing you harm? And I saw that though I loved you so dearly,
I'd been able to do this thing. I might do it again.
Do you care for her, Benji? Are you fond of her in any way at all?
No. Not in any way at all.
You must do all you can for her, Benji.
I will. I will. But what are we to do, Vanessa? I can't live without seeing you.
Oh, no, we mustn't meet. Oh, no, not for a long time. And please, don't write me or anything. It'll be much better.
I'll do anything you say.
Only if ever you're in trouble, any kind of serious trouble, you must see that I know.
You'll never know anything of me again, Vanessa, except what can make you happy.
Helping you would make me happy.
Goodbye, Vanessa.
Goodbye, my love. Next week, Uncle Bill, I'm coming to London. Ellis has written inviting me to stay in Hill House again, and I've accepted. Try as I will, I find that I cannot stay here at home any longer. All the things that I loved here in Cumberland have become hateful to me. Hateful reminders of those two I loved, Father and Benji.
My dearest.
Yes, Cousin Ellis.
You've been happy both times you've been here with us in London.
Very happy, Ellis.
Your presence here has been a great joy to all of us.
I'm glad. You've been wonderfully good to me, Ellis.
There is something I must ask you, Vanessa. This is no sudden thought. From the first day I saw you, I hoped that one day, perhaps, you'd be my wife.
I'm proud that you should think of me like that, Ellis, but...
For a time, I thought it was hopeless. That was the time when you considered yourself engaged to Benji, when he had not yet shown himself to you for what he was.
Ellis, there's something I want to say to you, and then we'll never mention it again. About Benji. I know that everyone's against him. They all think he treated me badly. That he made a wretched mess of everything, which is what they always hoped for. One thing you must know. He did not treat me badly. I want you to make everyone understand, everyone, that I'll not hear one word against him, that I'll never speak again to anyone who attacks him. Is that clear?
If you wish it, Vanessa.
I do wish it.
If only you could love me a little, Vanessa, I would wait.
I like you very much, Ellis, but I don't love you.
Then let me love you and serve you. There is nothing you can ask that you shan't have. I'll never interfere with you. I'm not a man who has many friends. You've noticed that, perhaps. I've always been shy in company, but with you beside me, I feel I could do anything. You do like me, don't you?
Of course I do.
Then that's all I ask, Vanessa. Indeed it is. I ask nothing more.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Vanessa, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vanessa, this headache, it seems to get worse and worse.
Perhaps if I call the doctor, he could suggest something.
No. Oh, it's nothing. All I need is to rest in this darkened room for a while.
I could only be sure that it's not more serious than you think. You know, you haven't felt well for such a long time, Ellis. Last week you had to miss the Jubilee, and I know how very ill you must have felt before
I've been working too hard, perhaps. Or perhaps...
I wish you'd let me stay home with you, Ellis, and look after you.
No,
I'm
my
worried.
dear. Go and enjoy yourself. You'll tell me all about it when you return. I shall count the minutes.
I'll come as quickly as possible.
Oh, Vanessa.
Yes, Ellis.
Come here, dear. Closer to me. Give me your hand. We've been married nearly 10 years. Have you been happy with me?
Of course, Ellis.
All those years?
All those years.
I'm so glad.
special, Shorty.
Well, that's all right.
You see, it's a bigger whoop than I've ever had before, and I didn't see you standing there.
There's no harm done.
Tom, don't stand there chattering. It's your fault. Just say you're sorry.
Benji.
Vanessa.
Ben. Have you been back in London long?
A few weeks. Nobody else thought I was really necessary to make the Jubilee a success. I felt I'd like to be here. I wanted to see Tom. This is Lady Harry's, Tom.
How do you do, Lady Harry's?
I've always wanted to meet you, Tom. Benji, he's like you.
Is he? We've had a lot of fun together, haven't we, Tom?
Yes, sir.
You go and play now. Don't go too far.
Yes, Father.
He was less than a year old when his mother, when Marion left me one morning. Like in a bad play, 9 years ago. Note on the kitchen table. Surprised to see me, Vanessa?
Very.
I wish I could say I was, but I can't. You see, I found out that you walk through the park quite often on your way home, so I've been here most afternoons since I came back.
Haven't you seen your wife since then?
I never will again. Poor thing. I'm glad I have the boy. Kept me from being lonely. As lonely as I would have been. Have you been happy, Vanessa?
I haven't asked myself whether I've been happy or unhappy.
And Ellis, how's he?
He's well.
If you'd married me, you'd have known what to say, wouldn't you, when people asked you if you were happy or unhappy? Very unhappy, you'd have said.
Perhaps.
Afraid happiness and unhappiness have nothing to do with love.
I'm glad you have Tom with you, Benji.
Yes, we're very good for each other. He doesn't know anything about us or about his mother, except what every boy has a right to know about his mother. Whether it's true or not.
I'm so proud of you, Benji.
Are you? I'm not. I don't suppose I'll see you again.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be right.
Yes. Vanessa.
Benji.
Tom?
Yes, Father?
Tom, come here and say goodbye to Lady Harris.
You're late, Vanessa.
Am I? It was such a fine day I walked home through the park. And I must tell you, Alice, as I was
You
coming
don't generally walk home through the park. For someone who didn't even want to go out.
Alice.
You'd think that knowing I was ill...
But Alice...
Oh, it doesn't matter. Some letters came for you while you were out. Here they are. One of them is from Benjamin Harris.
You're wrong. There's no letter from Benji. Oh, I suppose this is the letter you meant. Read it. It's from Dr. Harris. He wants to know if I will subscribe to a bazaar.
I'm very ashamed, Vanessa. But if you knew how I've been suffering. I've been lying here all these hours, longing for you. I love you so terribly, Vanessa. I used to think that in time it would become part of life. But it hasn't. It grows stronger every day. Oh, I know it isn't your fault. You don't love me. You never loved me, but...
Alice, dear. I know I don't love you as much as you could wish in the way you mean. But we've been such good friends. Let's be thankful for that. And please, let's go on trusting one another.
Vanessa, if you would love me, you could only love me. Vanessa.
Alice, are you still awake?
Yes, I couldn't sleep. How was your evening, Vanessa?
It was enchanting, Alice. We went to the Prison of Zenda. You know, George Alexander and Fay Davis.
Yes, I've heard that it's an interesting play.
What sort of an evening have you had, Alice? Was Aunt Grace entertaining? I didn't want to go without you, but you insisted.
She left an hour ago, Vanessa. She told me something that upset me.
Well, what is it, Alice?
Benjamin Harris has been in England for 2 months, she said.
I didn't know.
Are you sure?
Alice.
And she told me that you saw Benji last year at the time of the Jubilee. You never told me.
I've told everyone else. When I came home that day, I was going to tell you. Only you'd been thinking that some silly letter or other was from him. And after that, it was impossible. If Benji's in England now, I didn't know about it until you just told me.
I find that hard to believe. After you've just confessed that you met him secretly after the Jubilee.
Oh, listen to me, Alice. I've seen Benji once since we were married. I saw him for 15 minutes when we sat on a bench in the park. I would have told you, I meant to tell you, until you made it clear that it would be wrong to tell you. Now, that's all there is to it.
Is it?
Yes. You must remember, Alice, Benji and I have been friends all our lives. I know that some of our family don't like him, that you don't like him.
You've been seeing him behind my back for years.
Oh, Alice, let's talk sense. You know that I've never lied to you, not in the smallest, most insignificant thing. I've never been anything but a friend to Benji, even when I loved him most. You must trust me as I trust you. There's no reason.
No reason? When you made me unhappy for years? Not loving me, pretending, taking people in, but not me. You hear? Never me. I've had enough of it, you hear? You're mine, and you'll love me as I love you.
Alice, you're hurting me.
I want to hurt you as you've hurt me.
Alice, your hand, you're choking me. Alice.
Forgive me.
Oh.
It's because I can't. Because I want so much.
Oh, Alice. Alice, I told you how I felt about you when you asked me to marry you. And what our marriage would be. If there isn't complete trust between
There is, Vanessa. There will be. I need you more than you think. I love you so. Oh, Vanessa. Vanessa, we are both tired. We need a rest. I think we'll go to Cumberland for a week. To your cottage at Uldale.
Cumberland? But, Alice, you hate Cumberland.
No. Who told you that?
Nobody, of course, only yourself.
When have I said that I hated Cumberland?
Not hated it, but disliked it. The rain, and you don't like the north.
Who told you that I hated Cumberland?
Nobody, Alice. Nobody.
And I wish you wouldn't hold that book while you talk to me.
Oh.
Why do they bind books in green? It's such an ugly color.
I hadn't noticed it, Alice.
I don't hate Cumberland. Of course not. It'll be very agreeable. I need a holiday. We both need a holiday.
Whatever you say, Alice.
Vanessa, when we return to London, I wish you to see a doctor I know.
A doctor?
Yes, a doctor. I have been long coming to the conclusion, Vanessa, that you are not well.
Oh.
I came to Cumberland with you that I might observe you. In London, it's so difficult. So many people to interfere. We don't see enough of one another. My suspicions are quite confirmed.
What suspicions? I'm really quite well, Alice.
Ah, so you think. That, I fear, is part of the disease. I have said nothing until I was certain. I didn't wish to alarm you.
Alice, I don't know what you're talking
Listen to me, Vanessa. For a long time, we haven't been happy. Oh, I know that it hasn't always been your fault. But I realize that your care of me during these last years, in addition to all your social duties, is too much for your strength. You will need great quiet in the future and perhaps retirement for a time to some soothing place.
What is it?
You heard nothing?
No.
The country is so noisy and restless. There's always something moving.
Alice, what are you doing? Why are you locking the door?
It wasn't kind of you, Vanessa, to have me watched day and night for months.
What do you mean, Alice? No one was watching
Why
you.
lie to me, Vanessa? I don't blame you, not at all. I know that you aren't yourself. But it is wrong of you to embarrass me. And such an unpleasant man. I've stood for hours while he watched me outside the window. Sometimes he would never move until I came myself to the window. And then he would vanish into the green bushes or green grass beyond the flower beds. A long, thin man in a green coat. He was never without his green coat. It was why I always knew who he was.
Alice, dear, you know I haven't had you watched ever. Why should I?
Oh, I'm not vexed, my dear. Not at all vexed. I said to myself, if he hadn't got that green coat, I really shouldn't mind. He could watch me as long as he pleased. But I disliked green as a color, and his eyes were always most unpleasant.
Oh. Alice, I don't know what to say. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Right now, I don't think...
You wouldn't like it if I had you watched, you know. You wouldn't like it at all. The truth is, Vanessa, that neither of us is well. Life has been a failure for both of us. It is better for us to end it.
Alice, give me that key. You've locked the door, you know. Give me that key.
No, my dear, certainly not. We haven't been happy for a long time. So here, very quickly, while there is no one about, is a very good opportunity to finish all this tiresome business. It is my duty. I have hesitated for some time, but now my duty is quite clear.
Alice, give me that knife. You don't know what you're talking about, Alice.
You will feel nothing. It will be no more than a cut on the finger, and then I will follow. I can't possibly express to you how agreeable it will be to be tired no longer, to have no more headaches.
Put that knife on the table, Alice.
Perhaps I will. Perhaps I will not. And how absurd of you not to do as I wish. But you never have done as I wish.
Alice, give me the key.
Oh, why not? Another time. Perhaps another time will be better.
Oh, thank you. Now, try to get some sleep, Alice.
Vanessa, how unhappy we are. How unhappy we are. Good night, Vanessa.
Oh, please, God, help me. Oh.
How much does anyone know besides you, my dear?
Everyone has known, Uncle Will. You've known for a long time that something was wrong with Alice. But as long as everything was all right on the surface, it's been accepted. There must be no more Harry's scandals.
Worse things than scandals.
And it's all my fault.
Your fault?
The sin was my marrying Alice in the first place. When it was Benji I loved. I thought of myself rather than Alice. And now that he needs me, my courage is gone. I thought once I had enough for anything.
Your courage is greater than any I have ever known. You must leave him, Vanessa. You will be blamed, of course. And will you mind blame and criticism, Vanessa? You had very little in your life, you know. And many other things will be different, too.
I don't think I can go on any longer without seeing Benji. I love him as deeply as ever I did. More deeply, I think. And I can't live and die, Uncle Will, without loving anyone.
Then go to him, Vanessa. I think you know now what you want to do. What you've got to do.
Yes, I know. And whatever it costs, it'll be less than the cost of not doing it.
Vanessa, if you knew how many times I've sat here imagining just this. Now there'll be a knock at the door, and I'll open it. There'll be Vanessa at last.
Yes, at last. Benji, I can't go on without you any longer.
It isn't fair to you, Vanessa. You'll be made to suffer.
I know I'll suffer in one way or another. I've been thinking of this for a long time. I'm not a fool about it. I know the delight and I know the punishment.
Vanessa.
Nobody's happy forever, Benji. Oh, Benji, are you sure you want me? Are you certain still, after all this time?
I love you more than I ever did. Loving you's been the only good thing in me. Are you quite sure?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I'm not a child now. Often I've been tempted to come to you. You must have known that. Oh, I was so wrong when I married Ellis. And his needing me, or my thinking he did, kept me there. And that was wrong, too. But if I can still make you happy, Benji, that's all I want now.
Vanessa? Vanessa, I'm back.
Oh, how was the fair? Did you sell the horses?
Vanessa, come here to the door.
Yes, Benji.
Look out there.
Yes, Benji.
Cumberland. It's ours, my dear. The hills, the rocks, the flying clouds, they're the same as they always were. Look, Vanessa, down there. That dark patch. That's Skiddaw Forest down there. And when you stand below Skiddaw House and look over towards the forest, you can see sometimes, just before the hill rises, a dark patch that looks like the opening of a cave. It's only a trick of the light. There's no cave there. But when I was a boy, I used to fancy it was the opening of a great subterranean hall.
Benji,
Yes, dearest.
you haven't told me about the fair.
No.
Our horses. How many did you sell?
I had rather bad luck.
You mean you didn't sell any of them? I know.
We can manage.
They won't have anything to do with us, will they, Benji?
What isn't that?
Yes, it is. Don't try to keep it from me. I'm not blind.
My dearest.
We're outcasts. We're wicked, sinful people. The world will have nothing to do with us. And now... Oh, Benji.
Vanessa, do you care? Do you care what they think of us? Aren't we enough for ourselves?
Oh, it's not that, Benji. It's Ellis.
Ellis?
There was a letter this morning from his sister. I didn't tell you.
Yes?
Oh, here it is. Dear Vanessa, I have for some weeks now postponed this letter, but I have at last decided that it must be written. The fact is quite simply this. Ellis has been seriously ailing. He has, as you know, long been given to childish pursuits, to playing with dolls, soldiers, and trains. Following the doctor's advice, we have humored him in this. A few months ago, I bought him a doll to give him pleasure. As soon as he saw it, it reminded him of you. He has not mentioned your name in all these years, but on this occasion he said at once, "Why, this is Vanessa, come back to me." From that moment on, he has begged incessantly for your return. "I want Vanessa," he cries, again and again. "When is Vanessa coming? Why doesn't Vanessa come?" The doctor assures me that Ellis has, at the most, a few months to live. If you return to Hill Street for those few months, Vanessa, you will hear no single word of reproach from any of us. If you don't, you will never forgive yourself. Your place just now is with your husband, whatever the past has been. You have it in your power to give him his last happiness.
What are you going to do?
I wanted to hear what you thought I should do.
You aren't going, Vanessa. This is monstrous.
It had to come, Benji, to make things right.
Oh, Vanessa.
He wants me back, Benji. I could never have left him if he had wanted me. But he didn't then. Now he does. He's dying.
He doesn't want you. He can't want you. Why doesn't he even know you?
No, Benji, no. There are no lies in that letter. I must go, and you know it. There could be no other way. We had a new life, and it was too fine, too wonderful to be allowed much of.
You owe me more than you owe Ellis, Vanessa.
No, Benji. I ruined Ellis' life. I've made you happy. I made him unhappy.
He made you marry him.
No, he didn't. I needn't have married him.
Well, what about me? Don't you care what happens to me?
Listen to me, Benji. It's only you I'm thinking of. Your happiness. I couldn't make you happy, Benji, if I were anything but what I have to be.
You're right, Vanessa. You must go. My dearest, I suppose I should be glad to hear that Ellis is better. But how can I lie to you? You who know me so well. The months we were to be apart have become years. But I want you to believe, my dear, as I do, that someday we'll be together again. Soon, perhaps. I can't help feeling that. I love you, my dearest sweet. I wonder if you know how much. How very much. Forever, Benji.
Benji, my darling, I've known for weeks now that I'm going to die. The doctor told me yesterday that it will be soon. I made him swear on his honor that he'd not tell you or anyone, since there's nothing anyone can do for me except to let me spend my last days in peace and happiness. And I will be happy, Benji, if I can make you know that our love has not been wasted. The years we knew each other were the most wonderful and glorious years in both our lives, weren't they? They were everything for me. Oh, Benji, I've wished so often that I could have been a different kind of woman for you. I suppose every woman wishes that for the man she loves. I would have liked to have been brilliant and witty, the kind of woman that clever men describe in their books. I've not, I'm sure, made a success of my life. And yet I feel that we were successful because we kept our love for each other always. I won't say anything about religion, because I know that bores you. But think sometimes of me that I had no more doubt that God exists than I have of your love for me. There are many people who are not stupid nor false, who feel God close to them quite as practically as they feel the people they know close to them. When I am gone, remember that this was the greatest true fact in my life. But I didn't mean this letter to be a sermon. I only meant to thank you again and again for loving me so much and so long. Don't be sad if I go. Think often of all the happy times we had, especially in Cumberland. That's our country. That's where I will always be closest to you, Benji. It has been our country for nearly 200 years, and perhaps before that. Every stone and tree there is a witness that life is worth living, however hard it is. Beautiful and terrible and comic and disappointing and rewarding. Forgive me for all the times that you've thought me sentimental and stupid and slow to see things. But I know you have and will. Remember that our love isn't dead, that it will never end, that nothing can destroy it now. Your most loving and devoted, Vanessa.
True crime stories from the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
In NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. For more than 2 months, doctors' offices have been burglarized, hospital pharmacies pillaged, drugstores robbed, medical supply firms ransacked with one purpose in mind: the theft of narcotics. The criminals are expert, cunning, vicious. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of narcotics. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:35 p.m. when I got to room 24. Narcotics detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll be right over. Thank you. Get anything, Joe?
Nothing we don't know already. How about you?
That was the county hospital on the phone. Doc Welch. Pretty fair lead. I told him we'd be right over.
What's he got?
One of our informants, Benny Trounsel. Ready?
Let's go. What's with Benny?
Bad shape. Somebody worked him over. They found him in an alley off of South Main.
Yeah?
Doc says Trounsel talked before he passed out.
Anything good?
He claimed he knows who's running the new dope racket in town. Says they got him.
No, let's take the stairs here, huh? Why should they bother with small fry like Benny?
That's what I'm wondering. Blackmail, maybe.
Benny's still on the needle? Maybe that accounts for his story.
Doc says his skull is fractured. Morphine doesn't do that to you.
Yeah. Benny mention any names?
I don't know. Doc didn't say.
Here's the garage. Come on. When did they pick up Benny?
About an hour ago. He had a pocket full of bundles on him. Heroin.
Trounsel's small fry. He never had that much dope on him in his life.
That's what makes it interesting. Let's go.
County Hospital? Yes, sir. The line is busy. Will you wait? Thank you. Can I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Welsh. She's expecting us.
Your names, please?
This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday, police officer.
Oh, yes. Around the corner to your left, room 127. The doctor's waiting for you.
Thank you. Come on, Ben.
I hope Benny's still talking. We could sure use a lead.
Yeah. Here it is. 127.
Hiya, Ben. Joe?
How are you, Doc? Anything new?
Just left Trounsel upstairs.
You think we can talk to him now?
Won't do much good. He died about 6 minutes ago.
For almost 2 years, Benny Trounsel, an addict himself, had been one of the most valuable informants Ben and I had in the narcotic gangs. More than once, he had helped us solve a case, but this time, if Benny Trounsel had any direct leads to the nerve center of the newest narcotic ring, he took them with him. Besides his dying accusation that the ring had gotten to him, he left behind only 2 small scraps of information. First, when he arrived at the county hospital, Dr. Welsh reported that Trounsel repeatedly muttered the name Patterson. Secondly, among the few personal effects found in his pockets was a good amount of heroin and a small piece of white paper with 2 words scrawled on it, Tucker Building. Benny Trounsel's body was taken to the county morgue, and the next morning it was posted. At the coroner's inquest, the cause of death was listed as a brain hemorrhage induced by severe blows by a blunt instrument on the sides and base of the skull, inflicted by a person or persons unknown. Besides Ben and myself, the only identification witness at the inquest was a woman who managed a rooming house in Benedict Alley, where Trounsel used to stay periodically. After the inquest, we questioned her briefly in our office.
Miss Strite, you say you can't remember any friends Trounsel had while he stayed at your rooming house?
No, I can't. Besides, if I knew that man used dope, I never would have rented him a room.
How long did he rent from you, Miss Strite?
About 6 months. I run a respectable house. I don't mind if my people drink a little now and then, but those dope users, no, sir.
Did you know anything about Trounsel, Miss Strite? Where he spent his time, where he had his meals?
Well, don't serve at my place. Too much trouble. Most of the people eat at the Ace lunchroom, down the corner.
Where's that, Miss Strite?
Grant and South Main, right on the corner.
You think Trounsel might have spent some time there?
He might have, I don't know.
Miss Strite, did Trounsel ever mention anyone by the name of Patterson?
No. Patterson? No.
And you can't recall any friends he might have had?
If he had any friends, he never set foot in my house. That's all I know.
All right, Miss Strite, thank you.
Here's a card, ma'am. If you come across any information about Trounsel, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
All right. That all?
That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, bye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Big help.
Yeah, not even a good identification witness.
You got those listings we made on the Tucker building?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Here it is.
Okay, let me have it, huh? Tucker building, 7310 South Wilshire. I wonder what Benny Trounsel could have been doing out there.
Shouldn't be too hard to check. It's a small building.
Yeah. 6 listings for the whole place. A couple of law offices, real estate guy, dentist, architect, and a doctor.
One dentist, one doctor. Could be a lead.
Maybe. Pretty thin.
Friday, Romero. You got a minute?
Yes, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. What do you got, Ed?
Letters. Here's a sample. Now listen to this. Chief of Detectives, Ed Backstrand, City Hall, Los Angeles. In view of mounting wave of narcotic robberies, strongly recommend that your efforts to curb this lawlessness be redoubled.
They all like that?
All of them. They're mad. Can you blame them?
Not a bit.
We haven't got much to go on, Chief. The gang's pretty smart.
All right, then let's be smarter. There's no law against it.
Doing our best, Skipper.
Then make it better. I'm sick of that bunch, and I'm tired of these letters. And look at that record. In 2 months, 15 drugstore robs, 8 medical offices, 2 supply houses, 2 hospital pharmacies. Narcotics missing every time. Now, who's behind it?
None of the old-timers. We've checked them out. Gone over every hype and mainliner we know of.
All right, then get on the transients. New faces. Climb on every one of them that shoots the stuff until you get to that gang and break it. If you need help, holler. But get to that gang and break it. You understand?
Okay, Skipper, we'll try.
You dig up anything on that Trounsel case yet?
Still checking out one lead.
What?
Slip of paper we found in Trounsel's pocket, Ed. Said Tucker building on it, that's all. Just going to check it out when you called.
All right, hop on it. Fast. We got a lot of pressure on us. Keep in touch with the office.
It was almost noon when Ben and I got out to the Tucker building. It was a 2-story affair, comparatively small, very modern. We checked with the dentist in the building first, but he'd never heard of anyone by the name of Benny Trounsel. His records and appointment books proved it out.
Well, that's one down, Joe.
Yeah. Let's try that doctor's office now. What's his name?
Let me see. Springer. Dr. Fred Springer. He's on the 2nd floor.
Okay. There's a stairway down there. Come on.
Pretty close to lunchtime. Might not be in.
Maybe. Somebody should be there. We haven't got much time to play with.
Yeah. Chief sure was up in there this morning.
Here's the office. Fred Springer, M.D.
Good morning. May I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Springer, please.
Do you have an appointment?
No, we don't.
Well, the doctor's not in at present. Would you like to make an appointment for later in the day?
No, ma'am. We're police officers. This is Sergeant Friday. I'm Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm Miss Turner. I'm the doctor's nurse.
Then you must take care of the appointment and record books for the doctor.
Yes, I do.
Well, maybe you can give us the information we're looking for, Miss Turner. Did the doctor ever have a patient by the name of Trounsel? Benny Trounsel?
Trounsel?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. Just a moment. I'll check.
Thank you.
No. Trounsel, is that the way you spell it?
Yes, ma'am.
No. The name's not listed here. Let me check the account book. No. Wait. It's funny.
What's that, Miss Turner?
Here in the back of the book in the doctor's handwriting. Look.
Trounsel, the black parrot.
Certainly funny. I can't remember seeing that notation before. It must be fairly recent.
Miss Turner, what kind of a clientele would you say Dr. Springer has?
Oh, it's quite exclusive. Beverly Hills, Bel Air. That's where most of the bills are mailed.
Can you recall seeing Trounsel in the office here, Miss Turner? Small man, thin, walked with a kind of a limp, not very well dressed?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't sound like any of our patients.
Would you show us the doctor's prescription lists for the last 2 months? We'd like to check them.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. Dr. Springer keeps them in the safe. He's the only one who has the combination.
How long you been with Dr. Springer?
About 10 months. Ever since he started his practice out here.
Where was he before that?
Philadelphia. I don't understand all these questions. Is there anything the matter?
Just a routine check, Miss Turner. When do you expect the doctor back?
About 4 this afternoon. He's out making home calls.
All right. Here's our card. Would you ask him to call us as soon as he comes in?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Miss Turner. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, say, Miss Turner, there's one more question.
Yes?
Does Dr. Springer have a patient by the name of Patterson?
Oh, yes. One of the doctor's first patients, John Patterson. He lives out on East Beverly Drive.
When we left Dr. Springer's office, we called R&I. There was no make on John Patterson. Ben and I drove over to see him just on a hunch. It didn't pay off right then, but it showed a little promise. When the maid came to the door of the Swank apartment, she told us Patterson was out for the day. We asked her about Patterson's occupation. She didn't know. We asked her about his friends, his business acquaintances. She could remember only 2 people visiting the apartment. One of them was Dr. Springer, apparently a constant visitor. The other, a tall, dark man who spoke bad English. We asked the maid how long she had worked for Patterson. She said ever since he moved to Los Angeles, about 6 months before. A few things started to fall into place, but it was strictly a guesswork operation. Ben and I got in the car and headed for the south end of the city to check out some of the places Benny Trounsell was supposed to have frequented. We met a stone wall. From the Ace lunchroom near Benny's former rooming house to the Black Parrot. No one was willing to talk. Threats didn't work, and neither did promises. Ben and I gave up for the moment and headed back to the office.
Pacific Ambulance 1, call to Alhambra is now code 3.
Seems like Skid Row doesn't want any part of this one.
Yeah, there's a bad feeling. Something's got him scared.
Sure would like to know what it is, or who it is.
Yeah, I'd like to
Control
know the
1
answer
to
to
Unit
that, too.
80K. Control 1 to Unit 80K.
Us, Joe. Get it, will you?
I got it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
80K. Call station 2511, code 3.
80K to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's all about.
Well, let's find out. There's a drugstore. They ought to have a phone. Pull over, huh? You got a nickel?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks. I'll be back in a minute.
City Hall.
2511.
Thank you.
Chief of Detective's Office, Hannon.
This is Friday, Mike. The chief there?
Oh, yeah, just a minute. Backstrand talking.
This is Friday, Ed. What do you got?
You tied up?
Nothing big.
Then check in as soon as you can. Got something good.
What?
You remember the stick-up at St. Agnes Hospital about a month ago? Pharmacy there?
What about it?
2 patrolmen picked up a user down near Union Station about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah?
Guy was way back on his heels. He had 2 vials of morphine on him. Vials had serial numbers.
Good. Did they match out?
Perfectly.
Thanks, Ed. We'll be right in. When Ben and I got back to the office at 3:52 p.m., we picked up Chief Ed Backstrand and went directly to the crime lab, where Lieutenant Lee Jones analyzed the contents of the 2 vials taken from the suspect. Jones told us it was high-grade morphine. We went back to the office and double-checked the serial numbers on the vials with the crime report on the St. Agnes Hospital robbery. They matched.
And there's a good break. These vials were in the loot when the gang knocked over the hospital 28 days ago. Now stay on the trail and we'll crack that gang wide open.
This the arrest report on the guy, Ed?
Yeah. Picked him up in a bar off South Main.
Who is the guy? Trained you?
Yeah, here it is, man. James Steiner, Phoenix, Arizona, age 37, transient laborer. Anybody talk this guy yet, Ed?
Not yet. He shouldn't be too hard. You better get on it.
Right, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Check you later, Ed. What time you got, Ben?
Let me see. 25 past 4.
Phone call for you, Ben.
Yeah, who was it?
Your wife wants you to pick up some aspirin and a bottle of nose drops for your kid on your way home.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot.
That the only call we had, Mike?
That's right.
Thanks.
Well,
you got that Dr. Springer's number, Ben?
Yeah. Here it is. Crestview 55284.
Thanks.
Nurse said he'd call us around 4, didn't he?
Yeah.
Dr. Springer's office?
This is Sergeant Friday down at the police department. Dr. Springer there?
Well, no, he isn't, Sergeant. He called in about 20 minutes ago, and I gave him your message. He said he'd call you.
All right, Miss Turner. When he comes in, tell him to call us. Impress on him it's urgent.
All right, Sergeant, I'll do that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No luck?
I don't know. Just a hunch. He may be ducking us.
Who are you calling now?
State Medical Board. Maybe they can check us out on Dr. Springer. I put the call through to the State Medical Board and asked for a check on Dr. Fred Springer. They said they'd call back within the hour. In the meantime, we had James Steiner brought to one of the interrogation rooms for questioning. It was all talk.
Look, it's like I told the sergeant when they booked me. I don't know anything about this hospital job.
Sit down, Steiner.
Oh, all right, thanks.
How long you been in the city, Steiner?
L.A.? Oh, about a month. I came from Phoenix, looking for work. Things are pretty slow in Phoenix.
Where'd you get the morphine?
Huh?
I said, where'd you get the morphine?
The stuff? Oh, I bought it. Just for a pop now and then. I just play around with it. Just for kicks.
Who'd you buy the vials from?
Who? I don't know. Got in a bar. Gave me a price.
Which bar was that?
Which bar? The Black Parrot. I'm not hooked. I just play around with it just for kicks.
What'd the guy look like, Steiner?
What did he look like? I don't know. Tall, I guess.
Would you remember him if you saw him again?
Remember? Sure. I talked to him a couple of nights at the bar.
Was he on the stuff? Was he a hype?
Hype? Yeah, maybe. Tall fella, dark.
You shooting the stuff?
Shooting the stuff? No, I'm no mainliner. I never took in the veins of my life. I told you, I'd do it just for kicks, just a pop now and then.
Take off your shirt. Let's see your arms.
Huh? My arms?
Come on, take it off.
But...
Who are you kidding, Steiner? Your arm looks like a pincushion.
I told you, just once in a while, just for the kicks. I'm not hooked on it.
They found 2 vials of stolen morphine on you, Steiner. You can go 2 ways, hard or easy.
Hard or easy? I told you I ain't done nothing. I bought the stuff. I use a cap or a bindle once in a while for kicks, but I'm not hooked. I bought the stuff, I tell you.
Who was he, Steiner? Who sold it to you?
Who? I told you I met him in a bar, the Black Parrot.
Who was he?
He was tall. Dark. He gave me a good price.
Come on, let's have it, Steiner. His name.
I'm feeling sick. You got something for me? I'm sick.
All right. Mike.
Yeah, Joe.
Get some milk. A couple of quarts right away.
Okay.
You ready to tell us, Steiner? Who was he?
I'm sick. I'm sick.
We're getting some milk for you now. Come on, you better talk.
Max. That's all he said. Name was Max. He gave me a good price. I only take a pop now and then just for kicks.
You think you could point him out for us?
Yeah. Maybe. I'm sick. Sick.
Narcotics from Merrill.
Hello. This is Dr. Springer calling. You wanted to talk to me.
Yes, we did, Doctor. And we've got a few questions we'd like to ask you. Oh, hold on just a minute, will you? It's Dr. Springer, Joe.
All right, tell him we got to see him tonight. We'll call him back later.
Dr. Springer?
Yes?
Sorry, Doctor. We'll have to see you later on tonight. You be at home?
Well, I have an appointment this evening. Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Doctor. It's about a man named Benny Trounsell.
Oh. I see.
And if you don't mind, we'd like to check over your prescription list with you.
Yes. I'll cancel my appointment. You can contact me here at home. 1538 South Road. I'll be here all night.
All right, Doctor. Thank you. We'll see you later, then.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What'd he say? All right?
Yeah, it's all right. I'll buy that hunch of yours now, Joe. Dr. Springer, he knows who killed Benny Trounsell. I bet he knows why.
When Mike Hannon came back with the milk, we fed it to Steiner, and then we put him back in his cell. We put in another call to John Patterson out on East Beverly Drive, but there was no answer. We left word with Hannon where we were going, and then Ben and I headed out for Dr. Springer's home. It was 7:35 when we pulled up into the driveway at 1538 South Road, a low, rambling ranch-type home. We got out of the car and made our way down the path to the front door. A gray Persian cat followed us. The door was half open. We knocked, but there was no answer. Through the window, we could see the living room was dimly lighted. We went in. We found Dr. Springer sitting in a large carved mahogany chair in the dining room. The room was hung with draperies. He was slumped forward, face down on the dining table. There was a bullet hole in his right temple. On the floor near his right hand was a .32 automatic pistol. In the center of the dining table was a piece of white paper.
Looks like you beat us.
Yeah. Any names on that confession?
One says he killed Trounsel. No, wait a minute. It says, John Patterson. He forced me to this.
What?
I don't know. What's it look like to you? Here's another one. Norberg. That's all it says. And then he signed his name, Dr. Fred Springer.
Ben, come over here. Look at these.
Hypodermic needle. It works. Is this morphine?
White powder. Could be.
Then he was on it himself.
Looks like it. We'll find out when they post him. I'll get it. Yeah.
Sergeant Friday there, please.
This is Joe, Mike. What do you got?
Can you talk all right there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just got a kickback on your call to the State Medical Board on this Dr. Fred Springer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a registered physician in the state of California. Besides that, his license was revoked in Pennsylvania 2 years ago. Illegal operations.
That explains it. Notify homicide. Get the crime lab in the corner out here, will you? Looks like Springer shot himself.
Okay, Joe, right away.
We'll wait for him, but hurry him up, Mike. We got a couple more places to check out tonight.
Okay, Joe, see you later.
Right.
What's next? Patterson place?
I don't know. Maybe we ought to try Steiner first.
Sounds good to me. Feels like we're getting close.
Yeah, Ben. Real close. 12 minutes later, homicide and the crime lab men checked in at the Springer house, and Ben and I checked out. We went back to the office and found Ed Backstrand waiting for us. We told him our story, and he sent 2 men out to keep an eye on the Patterson place. 2 other men went to work to try and track down the other name in Springer's confession note, Norberg. Ben and I went up to the county jail and picked up Steiner. The 3 of us started out to look for the man who sold Steiner the 2 vials of morphine stolen from the hospital pharmacy a month before. The man's name was Max. He was tall and dark. That was all we knew. The rest of it was up to Steiner. 2 other men from the detail, Davis and Emerson, came along with us to take care of Steiner if anything went wrong. Our first stop was the Black Parrot Tavern. Davis parked the car in an alley down the street. Steiner, Ben, and I got out and walked the rest of the way.
You understand what you're supposed to do, Steiner?
Me? Yeah. I go in first and sit at the bar. You 2 will follow me. I sit at the bar, and if I see Max, I give you the sign. That's okay, huh?
That's right. And you don't try to break for it.
Break for it? Me? I told you, I'm squaring with you guys.
All right, Steiner. Go ahead.
Let's hope it works, Joe.
Yeah. There he goes inside. Come on. Now, look, try to grab one of the booths along the wall if you can, huh?
Right. Here we are.
First booth, Ben. It's empty.
Yeah.
Oh, it's left to order at the bar. Waitress got a night off.
Make it a couple of beers, will you?
Couple of beers? Okay.
Joe, so look at Steiner.
Yeah, he's signaling. Must mean the guy putting on his coat over there. No, hold it, Ben. Wait till he gets past us. All right, get Steiner back to the car. I'll tail the guy. You come after me. I didn't know how right Steiner was or how much we could trust him. All I knew was that the man I was following was tall and he was in a hurry. I followed him 3/4 of a block before he turned in at a motel. He went to a cottage at the rear of the lot, let himself in, and closed the door quickly behind him. A minute later, Ben and the others pulled up in the car.
Got him staked first, Joe. Steiner says that was Max.
Let's make sure. Come on.
Which one's he in?
The one down at the end here. Now be careful.
You too.
All right, here we are. Wait a minute right there. All right, look, there's no rear door. He's got to come out the front. Keep the door clear. You ready?
All set.
Cover me. Open up in there.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up.
Just a minute.
All right, Ben, give it back to him.
Don't shoot, we'll come out.
All right, throw your guns out first, then come out with your hands behind your head and make it fast. Watch it, Ben, he's making a break.
All right, mister, that's far enough. Get out of my way. Get out of
Get him, Ben. That's good, Ben. You all right?
He didn't mean it, Copper. He didn't mean it. He didn't know what he was doing.
Well, that must be a good excuse, lady. A lot of people use it. Come on, Ben. Let's take him in. It was almost 10 minutes past midnight when we got back to headquarters. Both the man and the woman were booked for violation of the State Narcotics Act, a felony. He gave his name as Max Jansen. In his luggage, we found 13 vials of morphine, large quantities of heroin, and a small amount of Panopin. He gave us the names and addresses of 6 active members of the narcotics gang. He identified Dr. Springer as second in command.
Just a few more questions, Jansen.
Yeah, all right.
Why did Springer kill Trounsel?
He had it coming. Trounsel knew the score, and he was blackmailing them, bleeding them white.
Why didn't the gang take care of him?
The boss said no rough stuff. Things were going too good. He warned Springer, but he wouldn't listen.
All right, Jensen, just one more question. Who's the boss?
Do I get off light? State's witness?
It might help. We can't promise you anything.
Who's the boss, Patterson?
Yeah.
138 East Beverly Drive?
That's right.
What about Norberg? How does he figure?
It's the same guy. Patterson and Norberg, both the same.
And what's his real name?
Norberg. Tony Norberg.
What's his front?
He's legitter. He used to be importing business.
Where?
Here. Got an office downtown. Do I get protection?
Where's Norberg now?
Home out in Laurel Canyon. Do I get protection?
I thought you said he lived out on East Beverly.
His apartment. His home's out in the canyon.
Where? What's the address?
Do I get protection?
You'll get protection.
Wind Way. 860 Wind Way.
All right, Friday. Romero, take some men with you.
All right, Davis, cover the back of the house. Levine, you cover the front. Come on, Ben.
Yes?
Mr. Norberg in?
Who's calling?
Police officer.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now get your hands up. Face the wall.
You'll never make it, lady. The house is surrounded.
Tony, get the stuff. It's our only chance.
They'll cut you down, Norberg.
All right, Jeannie, give him the gun.
Don't be a fool. They're going to march out the door in front of us, right to the car.
I'm not going, Jeannie. Try it if you want. I'm not going.
All right, Tony, stay. Come on, coppers.
You'll never make it, lady.
I said move. Fast.
All right, Ben, hit the dirt.
She's going for the car.
See if you can get those tires. Come on.
Dan?
Yeah.
Norberg was smart. Must be the girlfriend.
Guess so.
Wonder why they start. Why did they get on the stuff, Joe?
For kicks, Ben. None of them ever get hooked. Just for kicks.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Tony Norberg, alias John Patterson, was tried and convicted for possession of narcotics, robbery, and conspiracy, and was sentenced to the maximum term prescribed by law, each count to run consecutively. He died 3 years and 11 days after his arrival at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 9th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Chief Erskine Fish of the North Sacramento Police Department, who on the night of August 11th, 1935, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Travel back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
It had been some time since we'd had any real trouble. Anything more than throwing a few juiced-up cowboys in jail to sober up for a few hours. And I liked it peaceful for a change, and I hoped that it'd stay that way. Well, that morning I'd gone to take a few catfish out of the Arkansas. When I got back to the office, I found a note from Chester saying he's at the Alafraganza having a beer. Hello, John.
Over here, Mr. Dillon. Any luck, sir?
Oh, about a dozen, Chester. We'll have them for supper.
No, that'll be fine. Oh, I've been telling Mr. Carter here about you, Mr. Dillon.
Mr. Carter?
Robert P. Carter. How do you do, Marshal?
Hello, how are you?
Buy you a drink?
Well, thank you. Yes, I believe I will. I think I'll have a beer.
Bartender, a beer.
Yes, Mr. Carter came in on the stage from Denver last Saturday.
Oh, you live in Denver, Mr. Carter?
Oh, heavens, no. New York, Marshal. I've only been west a few months, investing money in gold mines and cattle and the like.
Mr. Carter's very rich.
Oh.
Well, Chester, I will be if Mother Nature holds out.
His girl is coming in on the stage today, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, is that so?
My fiancée, Marshal.
He met her in Denver, but she couldn't get ready in time to come here when he did.
Ah, I see.
I had to come ahead on business. Couldn't wait. We'll take the Santa Fe to St. Louis from here.
They're going to be married in St. Louis, Mr. Dillon.
Wow. Well, congratulations.
Thanks. But is the stage always this late?
He's worried, Mr. Dillon, with his girl on the stage and all.
It'll be along, Mr. Carter.
You talking about the stage?
Oh, hello, Shiloh.
Shiloh says he's been sitting there by himself all morning, Mr. Dillon.
Since last night, Chester.
You know something about the stage, Shiloh?
Only that it's carrying $50,000 in gold out of Leadville.
So?
Well, maybe that's why it's late.
What do you mean, man?
Well, if somebody wanted that gold, they'd have to stop the stage long enough to get it unloaded, wouldn't they?
Bandits. He means bandits.
Now, hold it, Mr. Carter. You're already bleeding and nobody's shot you yet.
What?
Nothing. Just take it easy. The stage will get here all right. It's off on a little late.
But this man says it might have been held up. Why, there may have been a shooting.
Well, now, he's just daydreaming, that's all.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Huh?
Well, there it is now.
Oh. See, Mr. Carter, there was nothing to worry about. It got here all right.
Yes.
Marshal! Hey, Marshal, come here.
What is it, Jim?
Got held up, Marshal.
What?
Lost 50,000 in gold.
Where'd this happen?
About 20 miles back near Cottonwood Draw, but...
Anybody shot?
Now, they shot and fired. They tricked it. But
Jane!
Marshal...
Where's Jane? What? Driver! Where's the girl who was on this stage? What's happened to her?
That's what I started to tell you, Marshal. There's a tree across the road. We got down to move it. This rider got the drop on us. He's all alone.
Never mind all that. Where's the girl?
He took the gold, took the girl, too.
What?
He took Jane? You mean to tell me you let him take Jane?
Well, now, mister, there wasn't much choice. He held a shotgun on us, and they're gone before we could do a thing.
Oh, but this is impossible.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Carter. We'll find him.
You'll find him? You were out fishing when it happened. What kind of law is there around here anyway?
Easy, Mr. Carter.
I took one of the team after Marshal, but I couldn't get near him. He had an extra saddle horse with him. Put her on that.
I see.
But I don't think he planned on kidnapping that girl. Way it was, he just looked at her and told her to come along.
Did you recognize him, Jim?
No, his horses are both sorrels.
By heaven, Marshal, you'd better get her back here at once, or I'll take this up with Washington. I'll see you disgraceful.
Shut up, Carter. Chester, go get our horses and a couple of rifles. I'll get a few more details from Jim here.
Well, don't you want a posse, Mr.
No,
Dillon?
there'd be too much shooting around that girl. Now, hurry, will you?
Yes, sir. I'll hurry, Mr. Dillon.
Mark my words. You'd better have Jane back here by nightfall, Marshal.
You care to ride along, Mr. Carter?
No, I'm not equipped for that sort of thing. I'll take care of matters at this end.
Yeah. All right, now, Jim, tell me first exactly what happened.
Well, we just come down into the draw about 100 yards from the creek.
blood-red sun was drooping over the edge of the prairie when Chester and I reached Cottonwood Draw. We rode hard until night fell, and we had to stop and wait for daylight. But with morning, we drew a heavy rain that washed out every track. We rode on anyway. For the next 3 days, we scouted a big piece of that country. But it was hopeless. Finally, we headed back to Dodge, empty-handed. Bartender, bring me a bottle, will you?
Sure, Matt. Where is she, Marshal? Is she all right?
Carter, I'm sorry.
What? You mean you didn't find them?
Rain washed out their trail first morning. We never picked it up again. They could be anywhere.
You came back without her.
We did what we could, Carter. Now we'll just have to wait for word of some kind. You'll be seen sooner or later.
Wait. Well, I won't wait. This will cost you your job, Marshal. I promise you that.
Look, Carter, if it'd make you feel better, why don't you ride out yourself?
It isn't my job to keep the law around here, Marshal. It's yours.
Yeah.
Say, Marshal.
Yeah, what is it, Shiloh?
Big Kate wanted to see you when you got back. Asked me to tell you.
Big Kate? Oh, all right, thank you.
Come in. Oh. No luck, eh, Matt?
How'd you know, Kate?
I can tell by looking at you.
Yeah, it's thousands and thousands of miles, that prairie. It'd been just luck if we'd found them.
Nobody's blaming you, Matt.
No? Carter is. And I suppose it's hard on him. His fiancée and all that.
Carter's no good, Matt.
Well, I never liked him, but I suppose that doesn't matter.
And I'll tell you why he's no good.
Huh? You know something, Kate?
Carter's been drunk a lot while you were out. He was bragging to one of the girls last night.
Bragging? What, about what?
Not much, to my way of thinking.
Well, go on.
Well, to make it short, seems Jane's father got into a big deal with Carter up in Denver.
Yeah?
Carter got him tied up good and then threatened to ruin him.
Well, so what happened?
He didn't ruin him. He took Jane instead.
Yeah. Well, maybe she likes him.
You don't know much about women, do you, Matt? You think a boughten bride is likely to be in love with the man?
So that's what I have to bring her back to.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
What can I do, Kate? You just have to wait and see what turns up. I waited a week. Carter was drunk the whole time, telling everybody how he was going to fix me good. But not doing much about it, except stay out of my way. And things were fairly quiet. Chester and I spent most of our time in the office.
Well, he sure fooled me, Mr. Dillon.
Now, Carter?
Yes, sir. He seemed like such a nice fella. And so rich.
He's rich, all right.
But poor in spirit.
You've been going to church again, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon, last Sunday.
Oh, last Sunday. Didn't it rain last Sunday?
Oh, I like church, Mr. Dillon. But I sure do hate to get all dressed up.
You the marshal?
Yeah, I am.
Here you've been looking for a man and a woman.
You know anything, mister?
My name's Chad Brown. Just rode in from Satana.
Yeah?
There was a man and a woman about 80 miles back on the trail.
What color horses were they on?
Well, as soon as they saw me, they rode off, so I didn't get very close. But both horses were the same color. I guess maybe sore.
Yeah. Are you willing to ride back with me, Mr. Brown?
I don't know, Marshal. I've got an awful thirst.
That woman's out there against her will.
I'll go.
I'll get our horses.
No, Chester. Be better if you wait here this time. We'll be back in a few days. With luck. Let's go, Mr. Brown.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Frank Fontaine now brings you comedy with 4 members of the Frank Fontaine family, guest stars, and a delightful cast of entertainers. Sunday nights on CBS Radio. Listen in for the Frank Fontaine Show tomorrow night. It's refreshing summer listening. So, just for fun, try the Frank Fontaine Show tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chad Brown and I covered the 80 miles in a day and a half. The Outlaws' trail headed south for a few miles and then turned northeast, back in the general direction of Dodge. It was hot and still. On the horizon, there were occasional flashes of heat lightning. And then in the distance, we saw the long, low cloud of yellow dust that spelled cattle. The Texas herd trailing north. The kidnappers' tracks led straight into it, and an hour later, we pulled up not far from the swing of the herd. A line of longhorns stretched for several miles across our trail. We watched them, looking for a lag to ride through. All of a sudden, a rider came hallooing down on us.
Hold up! Hold up there!
Ho, You ain't aiming to cross that herd, are you? Have you seen anything of a man and a woman around here, mister? Was they mounted? Yeah, a couple of sorrels. It don't matter. I ain't seen nothing but cattle and cowboys for 6 weeks. Besides, these cattle are plenty uneasy. They've been dry since yesterday morning. And that heat lightning ain't soothing to them. This herd's crossed the trail of an outlaw and a kidnapped woman, mister. That's so. Well, you just have to wait. You can ride around a drag back there, but you can't cut through this herd, mister. Look, I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge, and I haven't got any time to waste. You think we can... I sure appreciate your problem, Marshal, but I can't help you. I'm trail boss of this outfit, and I got 3,000 head of cattle here worth maybe $20 a head at Dodge. They're too nervy now, and I sure can't chance your touching them off by riding through there.
I guess he's right, Marshal. It'd be pretty risky from the look of them. They're moving too fast now.
Yeah, I know. Just that I hate to lose the time. You got more time than I got cattle, Marshal. Well, I don't know about that. But I won't tempt the stampede, mister. We'll ride around the drag. We'll see you in Dodge. The Elephant still running? Yeah, it is. Mostly on Texas money. Adios. We rode down along the herd and back up the other side, about a 4-mile detour. But we picked up the trail again and followed it till dark. Next morning, we found the outlaw still headed straight for Dodge, and all we could figure was that he must be new to the country and just plain lost. Naturally, he'd want to avoid asking questions of anybody. By noon, we were in sight of town, and during the last hour, neither Brown nor I said a word. Finally, we rode up Front Street and got down at the jail.
Mr. Dillon? We got him, Mr. Dillon. They rode right in here early this morning.
Gave himself up, huh?
Yes, sir. I got the man locked up in back, and the money is over at the bank.
Oh, good. How's the girl, Chester?
Oh, she's fine. A little tired, but fine.
Ah. Well, what's his story? Who is he?
He calls himself Scott Cooley, but he won't say anything more at all, Mr. Dillon. I just gave up on him. I thought I'd better wait for you.
All right. I'll talk to him first, and then I want to see the girl. Where is she?
I didn't like it, Mr. Dillon, but I didn't see what I could rightly do about it.
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, she sure didn't want to go with him, but that Mr. Carter came here and just the same as dragged her off. She went finally, but I sure don't like it.
Well, they didn't leave Dodge, did they?
Oh, no, sir. There's no train till tomorrow. They're at the hotel.
Oh, all right. I'll go over there later, Chester. Yeah, so you're Scott Cooley, huh? You're new around here, aren't you?
Well, anyways, I never saw you before, Marshal.
Well, I've tried hard enough to meet up with you, Cooley. You're in trouble, you know, bad trouble.
Marshal, you got anything to say, just say it right out.
I got nothing to say. I'm just curious why you rode into Dodge, that's all.
What do you care? I'm here. You got the money back and...
And what?
Oh, leave me alone, Marshal. Just leave me alone.
You gotta talk sometime.
Now, listen, Marshal. I'm ready to serve my time. That's why I gave myself up. But talk, no. I don't have to talk. Not for you. Not for anybody else.
Mm-hmm. All right, Cooley. Have it your way.
Marshal.
Yeah?
Marshal, you going to see Jane?
Yeah? Why?
Well, what are you going to see her about?
Find out what happened?
Yeah. Marshal, I don't suppose you'd let me out of here just long enough to kill Carter.
Yeah, you mean the girl told you about it?
I wouldn't care if I hang for it. It'd be worth it to kill him.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something. What makes you think what you did's any better?
What? You wouldn't understand, Marshal. But you do what you can for her, will you?
Anything else you want to tell me?
No, that's all.
Who is it?
Matt Dillon.
What do you want?
Open the door, Carter. I want to talk to the girl.
Some other time, Marshal.
You want me to kick the door open? You're asking for trouble, Carter. How do you do, miss? I'm Marshal Dillon.
How do you do, Marshal?
I know you've been through a lot, miss, but I have to get the whole story from you so as I can file the proper charges against this outlaw, Scott Cooley.
You want to use me to put him in prison? Is that it?
Well, he's committed 2 crimes, robbery and kidnapping. We'll want him up for both.
Well, doesn't the fact that he gave himself up and returned the money help at all?
I'm afraid I don't gather your drift.
Then let it go at that, Marshal. We're leaving Dodge on the next train. So Jane won't be here to testify anyway.
No? Is that what you have in mind, Jane?
Oh, no. I mean, I don't know. Oh, please.
She's upset enough. Marshal, leave her alone.
If I want anything out of you, Carter, I'll knock it out. Now shut up.
You can't talk to me like that.
Wait. Marshal, I'll tell you all about it, but first...
Yeah?
Well, not in front of him. Make him go out, and then I'll tell you.
All right, Carter. Outside.
Don't you order me around. This is my room, and...
I'll throw you out. If I open the door and find you around, I'll throw you all the way downstairs. Now get it! All right, now. Jane, you can talk.
Can I trust you, Marshal? Really trust you?
Well, that's up to you. But I'll tell you this. I know about Carter. About you and Carter, that is.
Then you know how I hate him.
Yeah? But right now I'm curious about this kidnapping. What happened? Why did Cooley give himself up?
Because we decided we couldn't live being hunted down the rest of our lives.
Ah. So you were in on it with him, huh?
No, Marshal. The first time I ever saw Scott Cooley was when he held up the stage.
I'd like to believe that.
Well, it's very simple, Marshal. I love Scott Cooley.
What?
I love him.
Oh, now look, Jane, girls like you just don't go around falling in love with outlaws.
Don't they, Marshal?
No, they don't.
I did.
Then either you're crazy or you're lying to me. And if you weren't a woman, I'd throw you in jail right along with him.
I'm a woman, Marshal, but I've no objection to going to jail with Scott.
No, then you admit you're his accomplice.
No. I suppose it's hard for you to understand, Marshal.
It is.
Well, I'll try to make it simple. You see, Scott doesn't know why he took me with him when he held up the stage. He's never done anything like that before. It just seemed perfectly natural to him. He saw something he wanted and he took it. That's all.
I'm afraid the court will look at it somewhat differently.
Well, I suppose he'll go to prison for the holdup, but not for kidnapping.
Why not?
Because I'll testify that I went with him of my own free will.
I almost wish you two hadn't ridden back to Dodge.
Marshal.
Yeah.
You said you know about Bob Carter and me.
Yeah?
Well, Scott's been wild and he's done wrong, but he's never done anything really evil.
Well, maybe you're better off with Cooley. If he straightens out.
You know I am. Don't you, Marshal?
It's no business of mine. I'm a peace officer, not a matchmaker. My job's to keep Cooley under arrest and get him up for trial, and that's all. Now, what you do is your own business. You can testify any way you like. I can't stop that.
Oh, please. Marshal, help me. There's no one else who can.
Yeah, who is it?
It's Carter. Open this door.
Huh. Well, gentlemen.
There are 4 of us here, Marshal. We figure you've talked to Jane long enough.
Yeah, I think I have, Mr. Carter.
You're leaving?
Yeah, we're leaving. Are you ready, Jane?
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Yes, I'm ready.
Jane isn't going with you.
I've just put her under arrest.
Under arrest?
I arrest anybody I think needs arresting, Mr. Carter, and I'm not in the habit of explaining why.
There's a law about that,
You're
Marshal.
in Dodge, Mr. Carter. Come along, Jane.
You can't do this, Dillon. We won't stand for it.
Ah, you're a fool, Carter. I know these 3 bums you got with you, and they don't want to draw on me any more than you do. You fed them some liquor and promised them more. For that, they'll do anything but face me in a gunfight. Am I right, boys? Huh? Well, I take it I am. All right, now get out of my way. You go first, Jane.
You stay here, Jane.
Take your hands off her, Mr. Just step over him, Jane.
Mr. Dillon, I don't like to say anything.
Well, then don't, Chester.
But I can't help it, Mr. Dillon. This is the first time you've ever jailed a woman, and I just don't like it.
Good.
What?
I don't like it either, Chester.
What's this all about, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, Jane and Cooley are in love.
My.
Don't look so dewy-eyed about it. Cooley's got to stand trial yet, you know.
I want no part of this, Marshal.
Now what, Shiloh?
I never did like that Carter.
Well, what's he up to?
Oh, sir, he's drunk and he's buying liquor for everyone. He's making a lot of talk. There's about 20 men with him now.
Where?
Texas Trail. Nobody likes it about this girl. Looks like they'll come over here and try to bust her out of jail.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Those horses still out back?
Yes, sir. I was going to put them away later.
No, leave them. Now, will you get over to the Texas Trail and install those men for a while? Huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon. Come on, Shiloh.
Not me. I'm going to bed. I got 2 drunk last night. That's the worst hit I...
Cooley,
Hmm?
come on out.
What is this,
Just
Marshal?
hurry it up, will you? Let's go, Jane.
Oh, no. Stay where you are, Jane. I don't
You'll do
like
what I
this.
tell you, Cooley.
It's all right, Scott. We can trust him.
Yeah, but I don't know what he's
Scott.
got. Well. All right, Jane, if you say so.
All right, now out back. Here, that way. Now, come on, let's move. All right, you take the gray horse, Jane. He's gentle enough. But hurry, will you? Come here. Come on, boy.
Where are we going, Marshal?
We're going to Hayes City. Cooley's going to stand trial there.
Yeah,
They got the money back, Scott. They can't do much to you.
I know. But there's that kidnapping, too.
I won't testify. That's all.
Jane, you're going to have to testify. You'll be in contempt of court if you refuse.
Then I'll lie. Anyway, I did go of my own free will. After a while, anyway.
That's perjury. But you don't have to do that either. There's an easier way.
How?
Well, before I deposit Cooley in the Hayes City jail, we might just make a little stop.
What do you mean, Marshal? Stop where?
We're going to stop at the preacher's. You know, a married woman can't testify against her husband.
Scott. Scott.
Come on, honey, let's ride.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were John Stevenson, Larry Dobkin, and Patricia Walter, with Mary Lansing, Herb Ellis, Jonathan Hole, Jim Nusser, and Frank Gerstle. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow, a new feature is added to CBS Radio's On a Sunday Afternoon program when Eddie Gallagher introduces the Main Street Music Hall with handsome Bob Carroll and pretty Eugenie Baird as your singing stars. On a Sunday Afternoon is heard on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, daytime is a gay time with Arthur Godfrey on the CBS Radio Network.
Comedy's funniest miser, Jack Benny, is up next.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black's orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Tony's Wife.
Have you heard the latest, my friends? The newest good news from Chevrolet. Well, talk about business being good. Just listen to this. Instead of sales going down, as car sales usually do at the end of the spring selling season, Chevrolet sales are still going up and up, way ahead of the same period in May, way ahead of the sales a year ago. Over 20,000 Chevrolets were delivered at retail the first 10 days of June. This is the first time since 1927 that sales in June have exceeded those in May. Every minute, night and day, someone is buying a Chevrolet. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the same old story, isn't it? You just can't keep the best car from leading, especially when that car has a Fisher hardwood and steel body, Fisher no-draft ventilation, a starterator, synchro mesh, freewheeling, the most economical engine in a low-priced car, and especially when it sells for as little as $445 FOB factory. And now, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news events through the courtesy of, now get this, folks, through the courtesy of I Bought Her a Sandwich, So She Ate It Press. Boy, you're my hot tonight, huh? So She Ate It Press. Did you get that, Mary?
Yes, and I'm going to get rid of it, too.
I see. I don't know. I kind of liked it, huh? So She Ate It Press. Get it, Nelson?
No, what is it?
It's a joke.
Oh, pardon me.
Well, I'll start all over again, folks. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you through the courtesy of the Daily Exterminator. All the news that's flipped to print. Here they are. Okay, let's go. A little late with the chord, but it's okay. Washington, D.C. Huh? President Roosevelt takes 2 weeks vacation, which will end June 30th. Vice President Garner's vacation will end in 1936. Paris, France. Russian prince weds 5 and 10 cent store heiress. To keep the money in the family, he buys the ring in her store. New York, New York. Jack Sharkey will fight Primo Carnera at Madison Square Bowl. When interviewed, Sharkey claimed he will not be able to hit high enough to foul Carnera. Mountain Lakes, New Jersey. Carnera training here with King Kong. During brief workout, one of Carnera's legs was found in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Cincinnati, Ohio. Man finds alcohol in 3.2 beer and is given key to the city. Highland, New Jersey. Nudist colony discovered here. During cold spell last week, nudists were seen wrapped in cellophane. Prosperity news, Detroit, Michigan. Big industries raise employees' wages 10%.
When do I get a raise, Jack?
When we're in Detroit, Mary. Hollywood, California. Roller skating fad hits Hollywood. Greta Garbo given ticket for parking her skates in front of a hydrant. London, England. Nations meet here to pay United States war debt. Poland acknowledges her debt in silver and sends us 4 dimes and a quarter. Finland sends us a fin. Belgium gives us 2 brass rings from a merry-go-round. And France gives us Chevalier.
And Chevrolet gives you the biggest value for your money in the low-price field.
But, Howard...
But nothing. The Chevrolet has the Fisher no-draft.
I know that, Howard. I know
and
that.
And every 40 seconds of the day, someone buys a Chevrolet.
Play, boys, play. There's no use arguing with Howard. Orchestra. I don't know. I wish Frank would make those orchestra boys shave. You know, folks, I never saw so many beards in one orchestra. No, really. I don't know how they get their saxophones in their mouths. I'm not kidding, huh?
Jack.
Yes, Mary.
Look at these. Aren't they beautiful?
Why, Mary, what are you doing with all those flowers?
Well, it's my birthday today, Jack.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I nearly forgot.
And thanks for the card.
Did you like the card I sent you, Mary?
Yes, but my name isn't Easter.
Well, I happen to have one left over, you know.
Oh, that's all right. What are you giving me for a present?
Well, let's see, Mary. How old are you today?
21.
21. I'll say I've got a great idea. See, it's too late to buy you something, but I'll give you $1 for each year. See, here it is. Now, 5, 10, 20, 21.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Jack. And, gee, are you lucky?
Why?
Well, if I told you my right age, you'd owe me $6 more.
Mary, make believe you're 16 and give me back $5, will you? Well, folks, you can never tell a person's age. I don't know. A man is as old as he looks, and a woman is as old as she likes.
Well, congratulations, Mary.
Thanks, Howard.
Now, here are a couple of little remembrances.
Gee, a ring and a book, thanks. What a pretty ring. Well, what's the book all about?
Well, that's to keep up the payments on the ring.
I gave him that joke, folks. You know, live and let live, you know.
Mary, I want to congratulate you, too. I want to give you...
Yes, Jimmy?
My very best wishes.
Ah.
Well, anyway, Mary, you don't have to keep up the payments on that, you know. Say, I bet you got a lot of nice telegrams today, huh?
Yes, and birthday cards, too. You want me to read some to you?
Go ahead, you will anyway.
Well, here's one I got from Howard. It says, Happy birthday, I must say. May many more come by your way. 'Cause every minute of the day,
someone buys a Chevrolet. Yes, that's a wonderful It's a wonderful thought on Howard's part. I knew he'd get that in.
Oh, here's another card, Jack.
Another card? Read it, Mary.
It says, Happy birthday to the sweetest and fairest girl in all the world.
Who sent that?
I did.
You did?
Yes, no one knows me like I do.
I see. Mary, this being your birthday, really, why don't you do something? I mean, now tell us something about your life. I mean, I think everybody here in the studio would like to know something. Yes.
Well, I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey on a very dark day.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I didn't know what it was all about. And before I knew what had happened, I was 5 years old.
How time flies.
Yes, now on my 5th birthday, I said to myself, Toots, Plainfield isn't big enough for you, so I went to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, New Jersey?
No, my Aunt Elizabeth.
Oh.
But there was nothing there for me, so I went to Trenton.
Oh, your Uncle Trenton?
No, Trenton, New Jersey.
Oh, well, I'm all mixed up. I don't know. Go ahead.
At Trenton, things were kind of dull, so I came back to Plainfield and stayed there until I was 6.
Uh-huh.
And was I 6? In fact, the doctor told me I would never reach 7.
How time flies. Mm-hmm.
But 7 o'clock came, and then 8, and I ate and ate and ate until I was 9.
Until you were 9, I see. And then what happened, huh?
Then 10 came along, and we started our program. So here I am, and it's only 10:15.
Oh, is that all, Mary?
Yes, that's all.
Applaud everybody. Very good. That was very good, huh? That was very interesting, Mary. And now James Melton will sing Roses of Picardy. By the way, Jimmy, when did you first start to sing?
Well, I was born in Georgia, and when I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Toots, this state is too small for you. So I came to New York and took singing lessons.
Well, that's interesting, really, that is, huh?
Yes, I know. Well, tell me, Jack, when did you first become a master of ceremony?
Well, Jimmy, I was born in the United States, you see. And when I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Tootsie, I said, Toots, this world is too small for you.
Why don't you get out of it?
I will, Jimmy. Give me time, will you, for heaven's sake? Play, Toots, or boys, play, will you? Play.
He is watching by the poplar, holding earth with a sea blue eye. He is watching and longing and waiting, where the long white roadway lies, and the song turns in the silence as the wind in the boughs above. He listens and stops and trembles. Is the first little song of love. Roses are shining in Picardy, in the hush of the silver dew. Roses are flowering in Picardy, but there's never a rose like you. And the roses will die with the summertime, and the roads may be far apart, but there's one rose that dies not in Picardy. Is the rose that I keep in my heart. The roses will die with the summertime, and the roads may be far apart, but there's one rose that dies lost in Picardy. I keep in my
Folks, that was James Melton singing Roses of Picardy, dedicated to the American Legion, who will meet at their greatest of conventions in Chicago on October 2nd. Hooray! Don't worry, folks. Don't worry about all this noise. It's just a little banquet we're having here tonight. You know, this is our last program until the fall, and we're all celebrating. What a crowd, what gowns, what wraps, and what saps. Everybody's here, and they're all in evening clothes. What celebrities. How do you do, Miss Garbo? Sit right here next to Howard Claney.
I want to be alone.
Don't worry, you will be. Now, look at Clark Gable. How are you, Clark?
Fine, Jack. I want to congratulate you on going off the air tonight.
I'll pass that up. I see. We're going to have a lot of music and entertainment tonight, Clark. Will you listen?
I'm all ears.
That was Clark Gable, folks. Clark Gable. Sit right here. Just throw that bundle down that you have in your arms.
What bundle? That's Joan Crawford.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry. And who is this? Hey, wait a minute, mister. Wait a minute. You can't come in here without an invitation. This is a private affair. What's your name, sir?
Marlene Dietrich.
Oh, Marlene. Well, come right in.
Will we have a good time here tonight?
It all depends on you. Oh, I thought that was good. That was awfully good. What merriment, huh?
Oh, waiter.
Waiter, I'm Jack Benny.
Oh, pardon me.
Here they keep coming. Jack Pearl, Eddie Cantor, Chevalier, Ben Burney, Phil Baker, Bert Lahr. Mary, set the table and serve the food as soon as possible, yeah?
Jack, we have no tablecloth.
No tablecloth?
No.
What are we going to do? Oh, here comes Mahatma Gandhi. We're saved. Check your coat, Mahatma.
Yes.
Mary, here's your tablecloth.
Where am I going to sit?
Behind that screen. You're fasting anyway, you know. Say, Howard. Howard, look at all those cars parked out in front of this building.
And they're all Chevrolet.
You said it. A little music, boys. Come on, let's liven up the party. Serve the soup, garçon.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. You mean wee wee. Some French waiter we got here. Play, boys. Come on, play. Let's get the party started. Meal is coming over the air, but it certainly sounds fine here. Huh? Mary, pass the asparagus.
Where is it?
Right in front of you.
Those are my gloves.
Well, keep them off the table, will you? I want everybody to have a good time. Pitch right into the food. How are you doing, Miss Garbo?
Fine. I think I stay here.
Well, that's a compliment, huh? What did you order, Mr. Chevalier?
I ordered a steak a long time ago.
Well, I'll see that you get it. How would you like your steak?
Not today, not tomorrow, but right now.
How about a song, Maurice? Yeah, come on, give us a song, Maurice.
No, I don't feel like singing.
Come on, Chevy, just one number.
All right. Every bird has a date, every poodle has a mate, in the park, in Paris, in the spring. Every bird, every fish seems to get his every wish, in the park, in Paris, in the spring. La, 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 la. Every poodle has a mate.
Can you imagine, folks, every minute of the day someone falls for Chevalier.
Oh, Jack!
What is it, Ed?
I must tell you a joke. This is gonna kill you. Gee, I wish Ray were here.
Go ahead, Kitty, go ahead and tell the joke.
A man walks into a barber shop to get a shave.
Yeah,
Jack,
yeah.
You'll fall down.
I imagine I will, yes.
A man walks into a barber shop to get a shave. So...
How Ed Wynn has changed.
Well, anyway, when the barber got through shaving him, he said to his customer, Is that a red tie you're wearing? And the customer said, No. So the barber said, well, then I must have cut your throat. I know you wouldn't get it.
Oh,
Mr. Binney, what will I serve now?
serve the breaded veal chops, Bridget. Huh?
We have no veal chops.
Well, then just serve the bread, you know. Anyway, I think we ought to have a little entertainment. What do you
Let's
say?
hear from Mary Living.
That's right. A few words from Mary. Come on, Mary. Say something. What do you think? Come on, Mary. Will you? Mary Livingston. Mary Livingston.
Well, folks, this is certainly a surprise to me. So I only rehearsed 2 days.
That's all right, Mary. So just make a little speech, you know.
Well, I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey on a very dark day.
Yes, then.
When I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Toots.
And now that we've heard from Mary Livingston, let's hear from that great artist sitting right here at this table, Freddie Allen. Hooray! Get Freddie Allen. Huh? Come on, what do you got to say, Freddie?
Hello, folks. All I want to say is that I'm enjoying the banquet here tonight very much. It was only a one-course dinner. Then all I have at night is coffee anyway. But as you have no coffee, we're all even.
Say, Freddie, didn't Walter Winchell show up tonight?
Sure, there he is, sitting over there in the corner.
Well, let's hear from that great psychic, a man that gives you past performances of lovers the same as you get on horses. The one and only Walter Winchell. Okay, Walter.
Okay, America, let's go. Flash. There's no truth to report that Dickie Moore is that way about lollipops. When grilled, he said it was ice cream cones, and they will be melted in June.
Flash, you can sit right down any time now, Walter.
I get it. This is Mrs. Winchell's little boy, Walter, signing off.
Hello, little boy. Please, why don't you come up?
You know why. Why? Because potatoes are cheaper and cribs are much cheaper. Oh, now.
Now, wait a minute. Are you Winchell or Candor? Who are you?
It makes no difference to me. I can do them all.
Quiet, you're crabbing the program.
Mr. Binney, what do you want me to serve now?
The strawberry shortcake.
Sure, and we have no strawberry shortcake.
Well, what have you got in the kitchen?
Roaches.
Well, never mind. I'll tell a story. It's a fine thing to bring up at a banquet. That's certainly swell,
Hey, Jack, how about a word or two from Al Smith?
Al Smith. That's right. Come on. Al Smith. Okay, Al Smith.
Mr. Chairman, all I can say is that I'm having a great time up here tonight. And I'm glad that I was invited. I've been listening to the radio for a long time. And I'm happy to be here on this radio program because I like the radio.
Well, Al, wait a minute. Al, do you ever listen to the radio?
I like that, too.
You do, eh? Well, listen. Now, what do you think of the Chevrolet?
It's the finest car on the market.
Well, don't get sore about it. What's the idea? I mean, just say so, you know. No, I wouldn't get angry. Say, how about a song? How about a song from Rudy Valley?
That's right, Al. Let's hear it right from
Rudy Valley. Certainly, Rudy Valley. Hey, we want Valley. Straight up Valley. Rudy Valley. Hey. All right.
I owe everybody.
What's that?
I owe everybody.
What, with your salary? Oh, Rudy, I'm surprised.
I owe everybody. This is Rudy Valley contradicting Horace Greeley. Greeley said, go west, young man, but I must rave about the east. Our guest star tonight will be yours truly singing, Your Time is My Time. Your time is my time. Your time is my time. There's no time like our time, and no one like you.
Good boy, Rudy. Good work. Hey, Jack, I'm afraid we'll have to stop the banquet. It's 10:25. All right, Howard. Let's turn out the guests and go to bed. But before we go, I want everybody to meet these celebrities. Ladies and gentlemen, of the radio audience, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Johnny Woods, a young man who imitated all these different stars. Give him a nice thing. Okay, let's have a little music now. Let us welcome a little music. Play, boys, play.
low-priced car, my friends, be sure to look to the body. And when you do, just bear in mind the one big thing about bodies that repeated tests and experiment and experience have all combined to prove. In a motor car body, steel alone is not enough. Neither strong enough, nor quiet enough, nor durable enough to give you the safety and satisfaction you're entitled to in a body today. Steel alone buckles. Steel alone rumbles. But, and here's why Chevrolet bodies are so much safer and better, when you take a steel body and add to it the supporting strength and solidity of tough, staunchly braced hardwood, there's a real body. There's the safest, quietest, most durable type in the world. The kind that Chevrolet alone gives you in a car of lowest price. Every manufacturer of motor cars selling above $1,000, with only one exception, uses bodies of steel plus hardwood. Even some manufacturers who use only steel in the bodies of their lowest price cars use hardwood plus steel in their highest price lines, thus conceding that steel alone is not enough. No, it's not enough for the body of a quality car like the safe, quiet, dependable Chevrolet. Ladies and gentlemen, this program concludes the present series of Chevrolet broadcasts starring Jack Benny. Next fall, Chevrolet will again have the pleasure of bringing Jack Benny to you over the air in another series of Chevrolet programs. So until next fall, Chevrolet bids you good night and goodbye.
Well, folks, that was the last number of the last Chevrolet program until the fall. We'll be back again in October, and I hope you will all listen in again. So I just want to say goodbye until then. I hope you will all have a very, very happy summer. Say, Jimmy, wouldn't you like to say goodbye to the folks?
Oh, sure I would. Goodbye, everybody. So long, Jack. Certainly enjoyed being with you on this program.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Jimmy, I borrowed $7 from you the first week we were together, remember?
Yeah, that's all right, though, Jack. Don't worry about it.
Well, I was just thinking that if you could let me have 3 more, I'll give you back $10 this fall. You know, when things get a little better.
All right, I will. Okay.
Say, Jack, I'd like to say a word, too, if you don't mind.
All right, Howard.
Goodbye, everybody. And, Jack, I also want to tell you how much I've enjoyed being on this program. I think you're a swell fellow.
Thanks, Howard.
I think you're great.
Thanks.
In fact, I think you're the most economical guy in the low-price field.
I know that was coming, Howard. I know. Oh, Mary.
Yes, Jack.
Mary, wouldn't you like to say goodbye to the folks?
Goodbye, folks. See you again sometime.
What are you going to do this summer, Mary?
Oh, I'll be busy. I have a long Christmas list to make out, and I might as well get it over with.
Oh, I see. Well, let's go, Mary. Oh, just a minute, folks. There's somebody else who wants to say goodbye.
Oh, you, Mr. X.
Where did that come from?
Well, I was just looking over last week's program.
How time flies. Well, good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theatre is coming at you next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 6th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Lionel Barrymore in the voice of Bugle Ann with Porter Hall and Anne Shirley. Lux presents Hollywood with Lionel Barrymore, Anne Shirley, Hal Roach, Cecil B. DeMille, Ruth Waterbury, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by so many attractive women everywhere. We also salute a distinguished audience. With us tonight, I see Eileen Pringle, Paula Stone, and Cary Grant. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theatre. Producer of the Lux Radio Theatre, we present one of the most distinguished personages of the entertainment world. Producer of great screen spectacles, creator of stars, his name is known wherever motion pictures are seen. Ladies and gentlemen, Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The history of the American theater should be read by gaslight, because it was by gaslight that its most colorful chapters were written. A popular song of the day was Two Little Girls in Blue. Horse cars were running on Broadway. Sherry's was the place to eat after the theater. Handsome cabs scurried through Central Park. The fashionable figure was the hourglass silhouette. And Maurice Barrymore, the most popular matinee idol of his day, was making the gay 90s gayer. Among his contributions to the general uproar were three children, Lionel, Ethel, and John. All three turned out to be handsome and extremely versatile artists. But it seems that in everything I've done, Lionel has preceded me. We were the thoroughly unknown sons of famous parents. But when I went on the stage, Lionel was already there. When I started making pictures in 1913, he had been in the movies 4 years. When the screen switched from talkies, he directed the first all-color talking and singing film, The Rogue Song, starring Lawrence Tibbett. And when I came on the air, he was already so well identified with radio that people were calling him Mike. But at last I have Lionel exactly where I want him, in a DeMille production. The production is The Voice of Bugle Ann by McKinley Cantor. And here is our star, Lionel Barrymore. The chief sport of Missouri farmers is fox hunting. Night after night, they gather in groups and let their hounds loose on the trail. Far or near, they know each hound's voice. They know when the scent is hot and when the fox has doubled on its trail. They sit by friendly fires before and after the chase. There's such a fire burning now. And toiling toward it through heavy underbrush, we see the shadowy figures of Spring Davis, a grizzled old farmer, played by Lionel Barrymore, and his son, Benji. Can I help you, Paul?
No, I don't need no help. You just take care of yourself, son.
I can hear the hounds coming this way.
That's the fire right up there?
Yeah. I can see old Calhoun Royster standing up by it. And Big. And some other fella.
Who's that? You, Spring? Yeah, me and Benji. Well, come on. You're missing the whole thing. Well, got here as fast as we could, Cal. What held you? That Molly picture hound of mine. She's going to have a litter. Evening, Big.
Evening, Mr. Davis. Evening, Benji.
Evening. Spring, this here gentleman over here is Mr. Tanner. He's from the city. Sells insurance. Evening.
How do you do?
Come up to listen to the hound?
Why, yes. Mr. Royster, Cal here, was talking so much about it this afternoon, I asked if I might come along.
Oh, glad to have you. This is my son, Benji.
How do you do?
Evening. Throw another log on the fire, Big. Pretty near to going out. Listen. They're over the ridge of Heaven Creek now. The hounds are gaining.
Well, how can you tell that?
Oh, it's in their voices. You can tell just what's happening if you listen to them.
Yes, but just where is the sport? I've heard of riding to hounds, and I can appreciate that. But this...
Well, we don't ride no horses or wear funny caps, Mr. Tanner. We just raise hounds and train them for the hunt.
Well, I should think there wouldn't be any foxes left in this part of the country, killing so many.
Oh, we never kill the fox. No. He holds up when he gets tired, and the hounds come home.
Do you mean the fox will run again another night? Don't they ever learn anything from experience?
Yes, sir, they learn. And they run again night after night, year after year. Yes, sir, year after year.
And do you do this all night and every night?
Oh, not every night, no.
Sometimes it rains.
Or sometimes it's just the opposite.
Sometimes the weather's too dry. Well, sometimes we get long damp spells.
Yeah, too damp. No, Mr. Tanner, we don't come out every night, but Cal and me ain't missed many good nights the last 50 years.
Well, considering how it's pretty damp out here, it might be a good idea to take out some health insurance, huh?
Oh.
Coming on to rain, Spring.
Yeah, no hunting tomorrow night.
Now, look here, about that insurance,
Someone's coming up the hill, Paul.
Oh,
It's Mother, Paul.
What's ailing, Ma?
You better come home, Paul. Molly Pitcher's restless and nervous. She ain't acting right.
Well, I guess her litter's about due. She crying?
No, just restless.
Well, I'll go. You stay here, Benji, till the fox is whole, then you bring the pack home.
All right, Paul.
Come along, Ma. We'll head for the house.
Well, Paul.
I guess it ain't no use.
It's Dave.
Yeah. Molly was, she was always a timid little thing, and the lightning and thunder and being a mother was just too much.
I guess so, Spring. Too bad.
Yeah, too bad.
How's the litter?
Well, here they are. 5 of them.
Let me see. Cute, ain't they?
Yeah. But they demand a pretty big price sometimes for coming into this here world.
Which ain't saying nothing about the trouble of raising them on a bottle.
Well, it ain't as though I hadn't done it before.
Look at that in there. She's a mouse run, Spring. No strings at all. Best let her die, I'm thinking.
Oh, no, Ma wouldn't do that. After all, Molly sort of give her life for this one, the last of the litter.
Not much to look at.
No, she ain't. But that white blaze on her forehead there, that's kind of pretty, don't you think? You see the way it comes around her ear there? All right, now you'll be getting something to eat in a minute or two. You know, Ma, I kind of took to this one. I think I'll name her Anne, after a great-great-grandmother, Lady Anne. Oh, that was a beautiful voice, Ma. You remember Lady Anne? But maybe this one will have a beautiful voice, too. Put another stick on the fire, babe. I'm near. I'll do it. There she is. Listen, Carol. There never has been a sound like that in Heaven Creek County till that little pup come along.
Well, it's the strangest sound I ever heard.
Well, that's why I asked you to come here tonight, Mr. Tanner. This is the first hunt. You were here the night she was born.
That makes me kind of feel like her uncle.
Yes, sir. Just about a year ago it was. I called her Lady Anne then. Lady Anne, that is, till I heard her voice. The sweetest voice in the world. Clear and soft like a bugle.
And you renamed her.
Yeah, she's Bugle Ann now. Bugle Ann.
There she is again, Pa.
Head in the pack. There never has been a tune like that in any throat in Missouri. And there won't be any more like her when she's gone.
Gran, you're just plumb foolish over that animal.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Waited a long time to have a hound like that. Yes, sir.
Well, I should think it'd be worth it.
Yeah. Well, you see, sir, it's a matter of breeding good hounds and understanding them and kind of, being fond of them.
Yeah, their turn. Yeah. Bringing up past the old Camden place.
Yeah, I guess someone's moved into the old house.
I ain't here.
No, I have, and I've been meaning to speak about it.
Yeah, babe?
It's some of the Camdens that's moving in up there. They're coming back home.
The Camdens was great hound people in their day. That's 20 or 30 years ago.
Yeah, but this is the son-in-law of the old Camdens, and his name's Terry. And he aims to raise sheep.
Sheep? Well, that means a fence.
Terry Lance's pa was at the lumber yard, and this fella Terry was there. He was ordering posts and wire.
Wire? What kind of wire?
Wolf wire. Hog-tied, bull-strong, and horse-high.
I remember this Jacob Terry.
Sure enough. He married Effie Camden. I heard she died up in Jackson County, leaving one daughter. It seems to me the daughter's first name was Camden.
Well, I wouldn't call this Jacob Terry a pleasant man. Yet he once whipped a horse with a hunk of hickory.
Oh, well, you can't condemn a man on what you hear. Any man can be reasoned with. Maybe we can reason with him about this fence.
Why do you object to Terry having a fence, Mr. Davis?
Well, in the first place, a fox hates such a fence. See? He's liable to shy off and leave the country because of it. But some foxes do like it, and that's even worse. Because a hound runs about 15 miles an hour, and he hits a wolf wire fence in the dark. Now, the fox is little. He's got through without choking to death, but the hound is likely to get hurt.
Well, you can't get good hunting countries where they put fences across the fox range.
No, I reckon we better make a visit on this here Jake Terry tomorrow. Nobody's ever put up such a fence in these parts. There's Bugle Ann again. They've holed.
I guess I better call her back, Paul.
Yes. Hand me my horn, Benji.
Bugle? Will she come for that?
Yes, sir. And there's nobody in the world got leave to call Bugle Ann except me.
Camden, where are you?
Here, Father, getting some water at the pump.
Well, hurry up about it. There's a lot of work to be done around the house this morning.
Yes, Father.
And I want you to help me with that fence.
Father, I was going to speak to you about that. Must you put up a fence?
Why shouldn't I?
Well, the people around here do a lot of hunting.
I know it. I heard them all last night. There'll be no hounds running over my property. We're going to raise sheep.
I love the sound of hounds. It's really beautiful.
Rubbish. I can't stand the sound of them. The sight of them. What a fool to make a fuss over them.
Oh, but it's just a game, Father. Why, I've often heard Mother tell how they used to sit around the bonfire at night Right out there on the ridge.
It's in your blood, too, I guess. My mother was more interested in dogs than she was in me. You're her daughter, all right.
Please, Father, let's not quarrel.
Oh, get on with your work. I've got better things to do than argue with you.
Good morning. You're Miss Camden, I reckon?
Yes.
Well, I'm Springfield Davis. This is my son, Benji, and this is Cal and Bake Royster.
How do you do?
We are neighbors, Miss Camden. We'd like a word with your father.
Well, what is it about?
Well, it's just that we wanted to discuss a little matter with him.
Oh,
Who are all these people, Camden?
they want to speak to you, Father.
What do you want?
Mr. Terry, we heard you was going to put up a wove wire fence around your land.
Well?
Well, a hound can't get through that kind of a fence, Mr. Terry. It's sure to get hurt.
If they get hurt, it'll be their own fault. I'm going to build a fence, hog tight, full strong, and horse high to keep hounds out.
Father, please.
Be quiet.
Now, nobody has ever put up such a fence in these parts.
Well, mine will be the first then. And if any hounds do happen to get through, I'll shoot them down.
Well, now, I reckon nobody who was married to a Camden had hurt a hound.
I'll do what I like. It's my property.
Father, don't.
I told you to keep quiet. Now, you pick up that bucket and take it into the house.
Yes, Father.
Well, let me help you, Miss Camden.
You don't need your help.
But
You put down that bucket.
I'm only trying to help.
You heard what I said, Joe.
Don't say it. Put it down, Benji. We're going now.
The sooner you get out, the better. And there's something else you better understand before you clear off. A hound ain't the only thing that's going to get hurt if it comes sneaking around my property.
There ain't nobody going to get hurt, Mr. Terry, unless you say so.
You're in the Lux Radio Theatre on Hollywood Boulevard. Our play, The Voice of Dougal Ann. Our star, Lionel Barrymore. We shall resume the play in just a moment.
Now we take you on a quick tour of Hollywood. Sightseeing buses do a tremendous business here in the world's great movie capital. Picture yourself on one of these buses now, going down Hollywood Boulevard. Don't miss anything. Here's the tour conductor.
Corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Vine, ladies and gentlemen. Most famous intersection in Hollywood. A few doors to your right, down Vine Street, the popular Brown Derby Restaurant. Now, straight ahead, on your right, the Lux Radio Theatre, the most famous radio theater in the world.
Well, will you look at the Lux Radio Theatre? Why, you know, I always thought it was an imaginary place.
Oh, ma'am, it's real.
Mother, I knew that. It's the place those wonderful Lux plays are broadcast from. Remember? After I heard the first one, I began to use that Lux toilet soap. Yes, I do remember now. Seems to me your complexion looks much nicer since you started using it. Well, if you can believe Bill, it does. He says my complexion's elegant.
Now we are turning into Doris Street, ladies and gentlemen. We see the home of the famous RKO Radio Studios. And as we turn around Melrose...
Too bad our bus can't stop. We'd be proud to take you inside those famous studios. Or we could show you Lux toilet soap in every dressing room. Kept there because RKO radio girls and famous RKO radio stars like Irene Dunn and Ginger Rogers prefer this gentle soap. Just like you, they want to keep their skin lovely, free from dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarging pores that mean cosmetic skin. Lux toilet soap guards against this danger because its active lather removes dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder thoroughly. We know you'll like the way Lux toilet soap keeps your skin. Try it. Now we return you to Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with The Voice of Dougal Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore. It's several weeks later. Benji and Camden have been seeing each other almost every night. They stand together now by the rail of a rustic bridge, gazing into the stream below.
It's beautiful, isn't it, Benji?
Yes, it is. But I guess you kind of make it more beautiful, Candy.
That's nice to hear.
It sure isn't hard to say.
Your pa's hunting tonight.
Winter singing, too.
The scent will be fairly free, I guess.
You talk like an old-timer, Camden. It must be in the blood.
I guess it is. You know, I lay awake nights listening to the dogs. Oh, I've got so I know their voices. When I hear Bugle Ann, I just go cold all over.
Well, she has the sweetest mouth that ever was in Missouri.
In the world, Benji.
I wish you could make your father feel that way.
Oh, I guess he really does deep down. I'm sorry he doesn't treat you better, Benji, so you could come right up to the house to see me. I don't like you sneaking around behind his back.
Well, I got to see you somehow.
Oh, you've done your best, Benji. Oh, you know, it isn't that Father's mean, really. He's just unhappy.
I'm sorry you are, Camden.
Not when I'm with you.
Camden, honey, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Benji.
It's awful this way. It's all so hopeless.
I know. Listen.
They're heading over toward your place. I hope they have sense enough to keep away from that wire fence.
Oh, Benji, if they ever ran into it.
I think I better go find Paul. If Bugle Ann ever gets hurt, he really won't be responsible for anything.
Benji, I'm worried.
I'll be all right. Come on. You can drive me back to the car in your place. I'll walk on from there.
Benji, you won't let there be any trouble, will you?
Not if I can help it, honey. I don't want anything else to come between.
Oh, Benji. Darling.
Thanks, Camden. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait, Benji.
Well, what is it?
Look over there by the fence, those men.
It's Paul. Something's happened. Come on.
I'm telling you once and for all, Spring Davis, get out of my pasture and get out now.
You can put that gun down, Mr. Terry. It don't scare us at all. I come in here after my hound.
Well, that ain't here. If it was, it's got no business among my sheep.
It's Bugle Ann. She wouldn't hurt nothing. But she's so small, she could come through your fence when a fox brings her here.
Yeah? Well, get this straight, old boy. I'm going to raise sheep, and I don't care a hang for all the hounds in Missouri. You keep yours off my land, or they get a dose of number 10 shot in the hind end.
Oh, what's the matter, Paul? Something's happened to Bugle Ann. I can't find her.
You can get out of here, too, Benji Davis. There's more than just hounds give me a peeve, and you know what I mean.
If you're talking about Camden, Mr. Terry...
I am. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from her.
Listen! Listen to that. It's Bugle Ann. Mr. Terry, I'm glad for both of us that Bugle Ann's out there running safe and sound.
It's a good thing for you she's out there and not in here. Foxhounds and Davises, they're all the same breed. And I'll kill any cur that steps on this grass.
Jake Terry, if you shoot a Davis hound, I'll blow you clean to glory. Come on, Benji. Cal.
Better round up fast, Spring. Getting kind of late to be out.
Good for nothing, ridge runners.
Father.
What do you want?
It isn't all their fault.
They were trespassing on my property.
I know, but Father, you could put up a fence that would keep your sheep in and not hurt their dogs.
Oh, you're siding with them.
No, Father, I'm not.
Your mother always sided against me with her people.
Oh, but you're so unreasonable. Those folks don't want any trouble. Why, they'd like to be friendly with you.
Oh, I see. So they're already your friends.
Sometimes I don't understand you, Father.
Where were you tonight?
I was out in the car.
You said you were going to a picture show.
I changed my mind. It was so warm.
You lied to me. You just wanted to lollygag with a no-account lazy pup who...
Stop it! I won't let you talk that way about Benji Davis.
I said I didn't want you to see any more of him.
Oh, listen, Father. Didn't you ever love Mother a little? Even in the beginning...
Don't try to get around me. I told you to stay away from me.
You've got no right to say it. I've got to see Benji.
You'll not lie to me again or disobey.
I love him. And what you say or do won't make...
Maybe that'll make some difference.
That's the last time you'll ever strike me, Father.
It ain't the first and ain't the last. You'll do as I say.
I'm leaving you, Father. I'm leaving you tonight. Where are you going, Paul?
To call on Jake Terry.
For that gun. Ain't going to take a gun, Spring. Bugle Ann came today. You hear to yourself up by Terry's pasture.
That was earlier, Ma. I called her all last night, but she didn't come to me.
You think Terry shot her?
I ain't sure, Ma, but me and Cal and Benji is going up that way this morning to look for her, and if she's there...
Oh, Spring, I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, you just leave this to me. I know what I'm doing.
Don't see any sign of her, Spring.
Well, she isn't here, that's sure. Paul, come on, let's go home. She ain't here, but she might be buried here. What do you mean, Paul? You remember, Cal, how Bugle Ann caught her foot in that rat trap before she was weaned?
Sure. Everybody knows that. But one gone toe never bothers her.
Her track was always plain, Cal. I've been looking for her track up here, and there it is.
Oh.
Right there in the mud. You see it, Cal?
Plain as daylight.
Uh-huh. I reckon it'd stand in cold just like fingerprints and such. She passed here on her way home, and Jake Terry shot her.
Wait, Paul.
Get out of my way, son.
Come back here, Paul.
I want to see Jake Terry.
Wait, you don't know what you're doing.
Let me go. He killed Bugle Ann.
But you can't act hasty, Paul.
Hasty? If I'm looking for rats in my granary, I don't sit down and wait for them.
Give me that gun, Spring.
Let go. You never bred Bugle Ann, did you? He was mine.
There's Terry on the porch. He's got a gun, too, Spring.
I told you to stay off my place, Spring Davis. What did you do with it, Terry? What did you do with Bugle Ann?
Get out of here, you old devil.
You better answer me.
I never killed your dirty hound, but I'll put some slugs into you if you don't get out of here. Look out, Paul.
Oh. I reckon it did.
Miss Terry, you are under oath to tell the truth. You know that.
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury just why the defendant objected to your father building a fence.
Because it interfered with his fox hunting.
Where were you on the evening preceding your father's death?
I was out riding with Benji Davis.
When you returned to your house, what happened?
We saw men by the side of the house.
Spring Davis and Calhoun Royster.
Yes.
And Spring Davis quarreled with your father, didn't he? Miss Terry?
Yes.
And after they left?
I tried to speak to Father. We had an argument.
And then?
He slapped me.
Struck you?
Just once, not very hard.
What was the argument about, Miss Terry?
About Benji.
He objected to your going out with him.
Yes.
And the argument was not about dogs.
Well, that's what started it, and I was...
What happened then?
I packed my clothes and took the car. It was my car, and he didn't stop me because he knew my Aunt Nancy had given it to me after Uncle Newt died.
Go on.
Well, I was angry. I didn't want to stay there. I drove away.
Where?
To my Uncle El Nathan's place, up north. It was 2 days before I heard of my father's death.
Miss Terry, are you still friendly with the defendant's son?
We haven't seen each other, if that's what you mean.
One more question, Miss Terry. Did your father kill the defendant's dog?
I left. I wasn't there.
That's all, Miss Terry. Now, Mr. Davis, tell me this. You never found the body of the dog, did you?
No, sir. We never found her.
And it's true that you and your friends, after the killing, made an intensive search of the premises for it.
Well, we knew she'd been there. I couldn't mistake her footprint because she was one toe shy.
Never mind that. You went over Mr. Terry's fence and into his yard armed, didn't you?
That's correct.
You were prepared to kill.
I object, Your Honor.
Objection overruled.
Answer the question, Mr. Davis.
I told Jake Terry if he harmed Bugle Ann, there'd be trouble.
Do you mean to tell me you were prepared to kill a man because of a dog?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I guess you never owned a hound.
Answer my question.
Well, I am answering it. It kind of answers itself to anybody that ever owned a hound and loved it the way I did Bugle Ann. It wasn't because Bugle Ann had the sweetest mouth in the world, and it wasn't because I raised her from a pup and bred her to the horn. If she didn't have no more voice than a frog, I'd have felt the same way about her or any other hound of mine. Jake, you may remember what Senator Vest said about a dog. I reckon you do. He was a lawyer, and he said what he had to say in court, same as I'm talking. He could talk a whole lot better than I can. What he said was this. The best friend a man has in this world may turn against him. His son or his daughter that he's reared the best way he knows how may turn against him. The people who roar and cheer when everything's going good will be the first ones to heave a rock at him when he's down. The one absolutely unselfish friend that a man can have. The one that never deserts him, the one that never proves ungrateful or treacherous, is his dog. Yes, sir. A man's dog stands by him rich or poor, sick or well. He'll sleep on the cold ground with the wind blowing and the snow driving. It don't make no difference to him so long as he's there by his master's side. He'll kiss the hand that ain't got no food to give him. He'll guard the sleep of a pauper as if he was a king. And when all other friends desert, he's sick. If fortune drives the master and an outcast into the world, friendless and homeless, the faithful dog don't ask nothing more than just to be with him and guard him against any danger that he can. And when the last scene of all comes, and he's laid away in the cold ground, no matter if all his other friends go on their way, there by his grave you'll find the dog. His head between his paws, and his eyes sad but open and watching, faithful and true right down to the very end. Yes, sir. Oh, I've seen it more than once. I'd kill a man if he killed a friend of mine without no reason. And a hound is as much a friend as any man, except he ain't got none of a man's pulse. Yes, sir. I ain't denying I killed Jake Terry, 'cause he killed Bugle Ann. I didn't want to do it, Judge. I just had to.
The jury considered its verdict? It has. He finds the defendant guilty of murder.
Sit down, Cal. Sit down. These cells ain't much to look at. I guess the best they can do. Here they're going to give me my sentence this morning.
That's why I come, Frank.
Yeah. Well, now there's no use grieving about it, Cal. Reckon there's nothing else the jury could do, seeing as I killed him and didn't deny it nohow.
Oh, they might have taken into account how you was provoked. He killed Bugle Ann, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he would have killed you, too, if you hadn't have given him the death shot first.
Yes, well, now, don't worry about me, Cal. It ain't going to be so bad up there in Jeff City. A lot of men stand it, and they ain't no tougher than me. I'm sorry for Ma and Benji, though. You'll do what you can for him, Cal.
You know I will, Frank.
Tell Benji that Camden's really a fine girl, and I hope maybe someday it'll work out for him. It's much worse for them two young uns than it is for me. You know, Cal, I ain't done much reading lately, and this will give me a sort of chance to catch up.
Oh, I'll send you the Red Ranger and the Hunter's Horns to read.
Oh, now that's mighty fine of you, Cal.
Spring,
now, sure. Don't feel bad, Cal. It's all right. It ain't nothing. I'm kind of looking forward to the chance of getting myself in good physical shape again. I heard they got a lot of exercise up there. I reckon I've been setting out in the wet too much nights. I guess I won't be setting out nights up there much.
All right, Davis. They want you in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Hey, Cal, I'm kind of nervous about this. You know, I never was sentenced before. You go ahead, Cal, and tell Ma and Benji not to take it too hard.
Goodbye, Spring.
Goodbye.
I'll do the best I can.
Yes.
Spring Davis?
Yes, sir?
The jury has heard the evidence presented in this court. They have found you guilty. The court hereby sentences you to the state prison for a period of 20 years for the crime of which you've just been convicted.
Spring. No. It's all right, Ma. Don't carry on now.
But 20 years. It ain't right, Spring.
No, Ma. No. I'm awful sorry to bring this trouble on you, Ma. I'm awful sorry, Ma.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from the Lux Radio Theatre in Hollywood. Lionel Barrymore and Anne Shirley return shortly for the third act of The Voice of Bugle Ann. Line for line, more news is printed about Hollywood than any other community in the world. Affairs of state are taken off the front page to make way for Shirley Temple's newest tooth or Greta Garbo's search for solitude. and magazines make public the private lives of our stars. Millions of people see Hollywood through the eyes of a certain editor who has left her editorial uneasy chair to come to the Lux Radio Theatre tonight. The editor of Photoplay magazine, Miss Ruth Waterbury.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, when an editor interviews a director, that's not news. But when a director interviews an editor...
That's a radio program. Miss Waterbury, I have a protest to file on behalf of the gentlemen of the screen. Why aren't more pictures of male stars used on magazine covers?
The answer's simple. When we have a beautiful girl on the outside of our magazine, many people buy it just for the picture. But when we have a man's picture on the cover, no so.
Don't say no so. This is the Lux Radio Theatre.
What I mean is, we have to have women's pictures because the majority of our readers are women.
Then why not men's pictures? Aren't most women Gable Gapers and Coleman Cravers?
We've had men on covers and eaten magazines for months thereafter. Women, by all newsstand records, are primarily interested in women. They want to know new ways to fix their hair, whether thin or heavy eyebrows are in fashion, how to keep their figures, and their complexions lovely. I fancy, for instance, that a great many women use Lux toilet soap because they know screen stars use it.
Well, that's no secret here.
If an actress singles out a product for her personal use, you may be sure it's the best. Yes, when the stars take the cake, when the stars take the cake...
Miss Waterbury, just one. What you're trying to say is, when the stars take the cake, Lux is the cake they take.
In any event, Hollywood is teaching women the tremendous importance of personal appearance, and it's teaching the world that glamour is not a quality you're necessarily born with. In other words, you, Mr. DeMille, the great glamour creator, know that glamour is just learning how to emphasize one's own personality. This, I believe, is why Hollywood today is dominating the news of the world. It is every woman's inspiration. It is teaching every woman how to emphasize her own best point. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, editor. And now for the last act of our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore with Anne Shirley. Almost a year has gone by since Spring Davis was condemned to prison. It's late evening, and in the kitchen of the old farmhouse, Benji and Mrs. Davis are sitting tensely in their chairs. They seem to be waiting for something, half expectant, half frightened. Mrs. Davis breaks a long silence.
Benji.
Yes?
Are you going out searching again tonight?
Searched and searched. Almost every night for 2 weeks. She's never answered the phone.
I hear her, and you hear her. They hear her, so did his paw. 'Twas no mistake. Bugle Ann was bugling that night.
She couldn't have been more. Bugle Ann's dead. Terry killed her almost a year ago.
I never said she wasn't dead, Benji. But we heard her just the same.
Oh, it's unnatural to believe in ghosts.
She was leading a pack. I'd have known her voice, Benji. And if she'd been alive, she'd have come when you called her.
I guess the pack that she's been leading could go through a hog-tight fence like so much dishwater. 'Cause there ain't no fences where there's been. No, Ma. I guess the great hounds have got a place of their own to go to after they run the last race here.
Benji, I've been meaning to ask you. Didn't Camden ever write you or nothing since the trial?
Huh? Oh. No, she never did, Ma. I ain't never heard a word.
You know where she is, don't you? Up with Uncle.
I know, but what's the use? There can't ever be nothing between Camden and me. Not now.
If she loves you, Benji.
How can she? My father killed her father. There's a murder between them.
Benji.
Oh, I'm not saying Pa wasn't right. I'll do the same thing in his place. But that doesn't change things. Nothing can change things.
Benji. It again. She's back, Benji. She's come back.
Don't say that, Ma. No, it isn't possible.
Possible or not, Benji. That's the voice of Bugle Ann.
What are you doing, Gamble? Writing a letter?
Why, yes, Uncle L. Nathan. I've been trying to.
Don't seem very successful. At the end of that pen, all chewed to bits and hardly lying down. Who is it, Sue?
No one. I'm not going to ride it after all.
Camden, come here. You ain't still thinking on that young Davis fella, are you? Are you?
Would it be so terrible?
No, not terrible, but, well, it ain't exactly right.
Why not?
Do I have to answer that for you, Camden? Don't you know why?
It wasn't Benji's fault. He did nothing wrong.
His father did?
And isn't he paying for it? He's up there in state prison. An old man, hurt and beaten, because he did what he thought was right.
Camden?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
All right, Camden. It's all right.
Uncle, how do you go about getting a man released from prison?
You'd want to do that. He killed your father, Camden.
I guess it's the awfulest thing in the world to have hated one's father. I'm sorry I had to hate him, but he was mean. I saw what he did to my mother.
Come in, Davis. Thank you, sir. Thank you. They tell me you want to see me, Warden. Yes, I suppose you're wondering what it's all about. Well, about the only thing I could figure was maybe I wasn't doing so well as a gardener. Maybe you were sending me to some other prison. No, nothing like that. Mr. Davis, you're free. Free? That's right. But the judge said 20 years, and it's only nigh under 4. Here's your pardon from the governor. And I can go home? That's it. But this has got me kind of stamped. The governor don't know me, and I never had the honor of meeting him. Well, perhaps you've got some influential friends. No, I guess not. At leastwise, not that I can remember being on speaking terms with. Well, it all came pretty much as a surprise to me, too, but you can go home. Home? I reckon that'll be kind of nice. Ma and Benji have been writing, but it ain't like having your kinfolk close around now. Is it, Mr. Hanrahan? All right. I'll telegraph your wife you're coming. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Goodbye, and good luck, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Warden. Thank you. Kick your father out of hand. Swing your father. It's mighty nice of you, Ma, to have all the folks over.
We're so glad to have you home, Paul.
It's a real celebration. How do I look? Am I all right to go downstairs?
Yeah, let me fix your tie. There, that's it. You can come down anytime you want to now. We'll have dinner whenever you want.
Well, son, Paul, I want to speak to you. Now? What about? Well, I close the door. Paul, I got something I want to show you. What, Benji? Look, Paul. Dog's collar. Bugle Ann's collar. That's right, Paul. Bugle Ann's collar. Where'd you get it? Where is she? Now, sit down, Paul. Sit down and be calm. You found Bugle Ann, and you never wrote it to me. Now, take it easy, Paul. Where was it? Where? Up in Bachelor's Timber. We never found her until last September. Bachelor? No. Couldn't have been up there. Yes. She was caught right in that old rusty wire windbreak down near the shack. Caught in the wire? Strangled? Yes. How long she been there? You couldn't tell, Paul. If it hadn't been for the collar, I wouldn't have known it was her. Maybe a year she was there. Maybe a lot more. Then Jake Terry never done it. Well, maybe Bugle Ann run up there after he shot her. Or maybe... Oh, stop your foolish talk. Well, that ain't the whole story, Paul. There was a time, the 1st of June, after you went up there, when we heard her bugling in the woods beyond Heaven Tree. She was alive then? Yes. But 3 nights ago, the night we heard you were coming home, we heard her again, Paul. 3 nights ago? We heard Bugle Ann. There was a time when I'd laugh my head off at that, but I've had plenty of time to think these last 4 years. There was funny things in the Civil War, boy. My father told me about, and there's been funny things other times. Now, I don't say you heard Bugle Land other nights, but you did hear something. Mighty often I thought I heard it clear off in Jet City. 3 nights ago you heard it.
Yes.
Not since.
Well, there's been rain.
Well, there ain't no rain tonight.
Oh.
We listen tonight, Benji. You and me and Cal and Baker, like we used to. I'll have my horn along, and if I hear her voice...
Oh, listen.
If I hear her voice, I'll call her home.
Paul, tell me about a fire.
That's a beeline fox, all right. Don't let no grass grow under his feet.
Benji, what is it, babe? What'll happen if your pa blows that horn his turn? Would she come back to answer it? Look out.
You're getting sweet, Cal.
Yeah, getting sweet. Listen.
It's Bugle Land.
You can't see. You can't.
It's Bugle Land.
Paul, listen. It's a hound. An ordinary hound. It belongs to... I reckon it's an Armstrong.
No Armstrong ever had that kind of music in him. No.
For pity's sake, Spring, it's just a kind of an echo.
Cal, if she comes real close to us, I'll blow the bugle for her.
Paul, sit down.
Are you plumb certain that was her collar, Benji? I reckon nobody but the Lord seen her bones hop up out of the orchard tonight.
Now, Spring, you got to get hold of yourself.
Get hold? Why, I bred the most beautiful tune ever played in these parts. I ain't ashamed. Maybe you laugh when you seen me bring this bugle, but I reckoned it'd come in handy. Bugle Ann will come home, Cal, when she hears this. She'll...
What's that? It's someone else. Someone else is blowing her in.
I never done it. I never gave no one else leave to blow her in.
Well, where'd the call come from? Up on Heaven Ridge, your path.
We'll find out where right now. Come on. There it is. Another fire.
There's a hound walking back and forth.
That's it. That's the hound. Wait. There's a girl there. She's looking right at us. Sees us, too.
Oh, it's Camden.
Camden? Come on.
Camden.
Good evening, Benji.
Well, what are you doing here?
Was it you blew them notes?
Yes, I did. Twice.
That hound. What hound is that?
I raised it.
But it's got her voice. It's got Bugle Ann's voice.
Yes, I know. I used to hear her.
I tell you, the Lord never made no 2 hound voices alike. Same kind of mouth and all, he never did.
What is it all about, Camden?
This hound, she was hers, Benji. She's Bugle Ann's puppy. There were 4 more, but only this little one had the real bugle mouth.
Bugle Ann? She never had no pup.
Mr. Davis, my father never killed Bugle Ann.
Ah, we know that. The boys found a skeleton over there by Bachelor's, and they heard her voice in the woods. But I still say she never had no puppies.
That night, I drove out of the yard just like I told in court. Bugle Ann was coming past the gate. I couldn't see her in time. I couldn't. It was an awful sharp turn, and I ran over her. I got out and picked her up. She wasn't dead, and she didn't seem to blame me. I was afraid there'd be trouble over her being hurt.
Well, where did this dog get her voice?
I took her up to Uncle Al Nason's in Jackson County. After we heard what had happened, I didn't dare tell the truth. It would have been worse for you if the jury knew that Bugle Ann wasn't really dead at all.
Go on. Please, Camden.
I nursed Bugle Ann back to health. There were 5 pups, but, this one was like her.
What happened to Bugle Ann?
She waited till they were weaned. Then she left one night. There was a moon. She wasn't strong enough to run, but she did go away. We traced her 15 miles next day, then lost her for good. Likely she was heading for home when she struck a fox and you folks heard her. We never knew she was dead for sure, but we always thought she'd been killed trying to get back home.
Benji says he heard her bugling 3 nights back.
That was the dog here. I came out thinking you might be in the timber.
You knew they let me out of prison?
Why, yes.
How'd you know?
Well, I just knew, that's all.
You ain't got prophecy nor second sight? Hey, maybe you're on speaking terms with the governor.
No, I wouldn't call it that.
But you had something to do with his pardon? Why, plain as your nose. Speak up, child.
All my folks weren't Terry. There was some Camdens.
That's right. They might have counted for something when considering a pardon.
The Camdens mean something in this state. Why, even yet. Some of them are in the legislature, and the governor listens to them when they want something as much as I wanted you to be free.
You did it, didn't you?
Oh, I just did what I could. I told them about Mr. Davis.
Well, thank you, Miss Camden.
Oh, please.
Hey, this little hound here. She's kind of taken to me, I think. Look at her, sniffing around. Well, I reckon you two youngsters got things to talk over.
I have. Camden.
Not now.
But it's going to be all right, isn't it?
If you want, Benji.
Sure he does. Been mooning around ever since you left, his mother tells me. Well...
Wait, Mr. Davis. I brought the dog for you. I'd like you to have her.
For me? Well, that's mighty nice of you.
I trained her to the horn, just the same as Bugle Ann.
Well, what you call her?
Little lady.
Little lady, huh? Well, you got quite a mouth, little lady. And Spotted just the same as your ma.
She's got the same voice.
Yeah. And it's going to sound mighty pretty. Coming clear across the hills, mighty pretty, little lady.
Play The Voice of Bugle Ann with Lionel Barrymore as Spring Davis is ended. But in a moment, you'll hear him again as Lionel Barrymore. When I came to Hollywood in 1913, the first man who asked me for a job was a cowboy extra. I still have the notebook in which I wrote his name, Hal Roach. Beside it is the salary he asked for, $5 a day. And beside that, my notation, too much. I hired others for $3 a day, and thereby did Hal Roach a favor. He went out and started his own studio, making comedies featuring another unknown extra named Harold Lloyd. In time, he started the Our Gang series, and the motion picture industry now awards him the laurel for producing more comedies than anybody else in Hollywood.
Wait a minute, C.B. If you're going to mention Laurel, you've got to mention Hottie.
Mr. Hal Roach, ladies and gentlemen, who insists that among his laurels is Hottie, and many other great comedians, including B.B. Daniels, whom I stole from him.
GCB, I'm as nervous tonight as that cowboy who asked you for a job.
Why nervous? You've graduated from cowboy to polo player.
Don't blame that on me. My horse's fault. Can I help it if he was ambitious?
He was more ambitious than some of the horses that run at your Santa Anita racetrack. You've picked many winners for films. You've developed the most famous group of youngsters in the world, Our Gang. But your greatest achievement was changing the custard pie from a harmless dessert to a deadly weapon.
But you have developed the most famous character in Hollywood.
Which one?
The Yes Man.
Never heard of him.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Where do you get your child actors?
Well, I went through raising those kids. At first, I couldn't get actors for Our Gang. People didn't want their children in films, and the slogan in Hollywood was, "Mothers, hide your children. Here comes Hal Roach." But now, after 17 years, the situation's reversed. And the slogan in the studio is, "Hide Hal Roach. Here come the mothers."
You created a lot of laughter in those years, and millions of people have relived their childhood seeing those comedies on the screen. You're more than a great showman, Hal. You make people laugh and forget their troubles.
I can say the same thing for you, C.B. Barnum had the greatest show on earth, but you've got the greatest show on the air. I'll be listening every Monday night. But before leaving, I'd like to answer a question asked by countless of fans. Who is going to play opposite Patsy Kelly since the untimely passing of that great comedian, Thelma Todd? I think her successor is one Thelma would have chosen herself. Lita Roberti. So long.
So long, cowboy. Few people know that besides his achievements on the stage, screen, and radio, the star of tonight's production is an etcher, pianist, and composer of distinct ability. Hollywood's most civilized actor, Lionel Barrymore.
Well, thanks very much for the bouquet, C.B.
There's one flower I left out of it. We all know you're a great actor. But few of us know that you invented one of our most important mechanisms, the movable microphone.
Well, somebody had to do something. You see, ladies and gentlemen, in the old talkie days, microphones were stationary. They were concealed in places like bookstands and floor lamps. It was pretty embarrassing for a player to walk over to a vase and say, "Darling, I love you." So I putted around with a few wires and screws
and gave us an instrument which follows the player and picks up every word naturally. I hope you remember to patent it. You know, Edison forgot to patent all the rights to the motion picture machine. That little oversight cost him many millions. But if it hadn't been for that invention, I wonder where you and I'd be right now.
Well, you'd probably be writing and directing plays, and I might be a commercial artist.
I remember you once deserted the footlights and turned painter, but the paint didn't stick. Now, you're an actor and the son of an actor.
I guess so. Blood must be thicker than watercolors.
I'm looking forward to seeing your portrayal of Andrew Jackson in your next picture, The Gorgeous Hussy. It's going to be quite a change to see you without whiskers.
Well, I've been wearing beards and mustaches so long I'd almost forgotten how I looked myself. It's a real relief to be able to wash my face again.
With Lux, I hope.
Lux? Why, you can't turn around in Hollywood without running into that soap. In one picture, I'm Norma Shearer's father, and she uses it, and then I'm some other girl's uncle, and she uses it. And now I come over here, and there's a broadcast about it. Even Anne Shirley, who played in tonight's show, uses it.
I certainly do, Mr. Barrymore. My complexion is no better friend than Lux toilet soap.
You see? That's all I hear. Lux, Lux, Lux.
And why do you listen?
Oh, because I like it, too. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Barrymore and Miss Shirley, and many thanks. Mr. Barrymore appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Anne Shirley, RKO, Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, and Cecil B. DeMille and Porter Hall, Paramount. And here is Mr. DeMille with word of next week's play.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theatre stars Marion Davies and Joel McCrae in the story of a tempestuous waif, The Brat. It's an exceptional entertainment we've chosen for you, with one of Hollywood's brightest stars in one of Broadway's most brilliant successes.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the Society of the Living Dead. In just a moment, The Shadow's exciting adventure will begin. Meanwhile, I have an important message for all you homeowners. We are now in the midst of the most treacherous season of the entire year. But you can protect your family's health during this danger period by burning blue coal. For blue coal gives you clean, uniform, healthful heat all winter long. And its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when you order fuel, insist on blue coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Hello. Daily Classic, City Desk.
Yes, go ahead, Turner.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith are being held in Holly military prison as spies. The Smiths are believed not to be American citizens.
What?
Yes. The Prime Minister was handed a note by American ambassador this morning.
Yes, go ahead.
American State Department reported investigating circumstance under which the Smith passports were issued.
Good work, Turner. Keep feeding it.
Yes, sir?
Hold the presses for a new front-page story. London correspondent is on the wire. This phony passport racket is being uncovered.
New York, New York. More news on the Smith case. Mr. and Mrs. Smith are not citizens. A fake passport and identification ring is suspected. The name Schwartz was taken from tombstones to secure passports. More startling disclosures are promised by federal agents and local authorities who suspect widespread plot.
Will you turn that radio off?
All right, Margot. Well, this fake passport and identification racket interests me.
At Scotland Yard in England, the State Department in Washington, and a whole New York police force working on that fake passport racket. Do you have to get mixed up in it?
You see, Margot, it ties up with a case that interests me.
You mean the suicide of your broker, Henry Adams?
Yes.
But, Lamont, what possible connection could there be? I don't see it.
Well, I didn't see any connection either until today, although Adams never struck me as being the type of man who would commit suicide.
His body was found 2 weeks ago, and they buried him right afterwards in the family vault in Kingman Cemetery. Seems to me that's what you might call a closed case.
Well, I don't agree, Margot. I noticed in one of the gossip columns the other day a remark that interested me very much.
What is that?
An item that said that Irene Adams, the orphan daughter of Henry Adams, was being courted by Ray Kelvin.
Oh, Ray Kelvin was Henry Adams' partner, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. But what interested me even more was another item which said that Ray Kelvin was very friendly with a man named Berger, who, according to all reports, is a very questionable character.
I don't see the connection, Lamont.
But much of the evidence points to Berger being mixed up in this business.
Oh, you mean that fake passport and identification ring that we just heard about on the radio?
Yes. Margot, I want you to call on Adams's orphan daughter. Her name is Irene. Pose as a reporter. Ask her about the rumors of her coming marriage with Kelvin and find out if she actually saw the face of her father at any time after his death.
All right, Lamont. Where will you be when I get back?
I'll phone you at my office.
Are you going to visit Berger as Lamont Cranston?
No, Margot. I rather think Berger will be more impressed if I visit him as a shadow.
I'm so sorry, Miss Adams. I know it's hard to talk to a stranger about such personal things so soon after your father's tragic death.
Yes. True that my father didn't want me to marry Mr. Kelvin. It seems so unfair. Ray Kelvin was his own partner in business.
But you are going to marry Mr. Kelvin.
Yes. I wanted to wait This was soon after Father's death. But Ray has to go away. To Europe. He may be gone for years. It'll be a quiet place.
Oh, I see. Mr. Kelvin's leaving the country. But isn't he indicted on a stock swindling charge?
Yes. Oh, but he says he'll soon have proof that he didn't have anything to do with it.
Miss Adams, don't you realize that Mr. Kelvin can only clear himself by proving that your own father was the swindler?
No. Ray wouldn't do that.
Did you ever see your father after they found his body in the river?
No. Mr. Kelvin said I shouldn't. He said it would only upset me.
Do you believe your father committed suicide, Miss Adams?
No. I can't bring myself to believe that of Dad.
What does Ray Kelvin think about your father's death?
Ray said it was suicide. But Dad was worried over what would happen when they tried him on that stock swindle charge.
But don't you see, Miss Adams, Kelvin, your fiancé, has been implying all along that your father is a swindler. That he's going to clear himself by pinning the guilt on your father.
No, I can't believe that.
That's why your father opposed your marriage to Kelvin.
No. Why are you saying these things? You have no right. Please go.
Yes, I am going, Miss Adams. I'm so sorry if I've hurt you, but I believe you're going to thank me for keeping you from marrying a treacherous thief. Perhaps even a murderer.
What do you mean? Who are you talking about?
Your dead father's partner. Your fiancé, Ray Kelvin.
All right, Kelvin. What's on your mind?
Now listen, Berger, I want action. I won't be safe till I get Adams to sign a confession taking full blame for that stock swindle.
Yeah. I see you got the confession all ready for Adams to sign.
Yes. Stated the day he was supposed to have jumped in the river.
How are you going to account for not having produced the confession until now?
That's easy. I'll just tell the authorities that in going over his papers, I've just found it. The government will have to dismiss the charges against me when I produce this confession signed by Adams.
What are you going to do with Adams after he signs?
That's where you and your man in the morgue come in. You've got the papers that were on the man who was buried in Adams' place. All you have to do is put those papers on Adams when we dump him in the river.
What? That's murder. I've never gone that far before.
And you've never been paid $10,000 before either. Now, come on, quit stalling. Get your hat and coat. We're going to finish this job now.
Oh, wait a minute, Kelvin, wait a minute. I'll give you back that money. Every cent of it. No. I'm afraid of this.
Berger, what was that? Somebody laughed here in this office.
Yes, Kelvin. It is the laughter that has echoed through the mind of many a killer during his last hours in the death house.
Who is that, Berger?
Kelvin. There's nobody here.
Yes, Mr. Berger. The shadow is here.
The shadow? Kelvin, did you hear that? The shadow. He knows. He's heard everything. You can't go through with it now.
Yes, Kelvin. I know everything.
Yes? Well, I've heard about you, Shadow. The man who has the power to make himself invisible. I know how you do it. Hypnotic suggestion. Hindu mesmerism. Oriental trickery. Well, you don't scare me.
Your murderous scheme is doomed to failure, Kelvin. Give it up before it is too late.
Yeah, listen to him, Kelvin. Adams is still alive. We haven't murdered him yet.
No, but we've kidnapped him and we'll burn for that if we're caught. Only we're not going to be caught, shadow or no shadow. Come on, Berger. You're coming with me.
No, don't make me go through with it, Kelvin.
Come on.
Don't.
I'll show you what I think of the shadow. Come on, or I'll drill you where you stand. And the shadow if he tries to stop me.
You've had your warning, Kelvin. Remember.
Come on, Berger, get going. And as for you, Shadow, here's a warning from me. If you follow us, I'll find a way to kill you. Remember that.
Hello, Lamont Cranston's office.
Hello, Margot Lane.
Lamont, I talked to Irene Adams. She never saw her father after he died.
Henry Adams isn't dead, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, are you sure? Where is he?
I don't know, but Berger and Kelvin are on their way to the place where they're holding him, and I'm following them.
Lamont, Kelvin is planning to marry Irene Adams and leave the country in a few days.
Much can happen in a few days, Margot, even in a few hours.
Lamont, let me meet you, go with you. Maybe I can help.
You can help me most by standing by with a shortwave radio. Keep it tuned in on the band the Shadow always uses.
All right, Lamont. But now you've discovered that Mr. Adams is alive, why don't you let the police handle it?
As far as the police are concerned, Henry Adams is dead. Buried, a closed case.
I guess you're right, but what about Berger and Kelvin? Do they know the Shadow is on their trail?
Yes, and Kelvin has dared the Shadow to follow him.
Lamont, it may be a trap, a trick to get you someplace where all your powers won't save you, where you'll be helpless. Lamont, please don't go. Please.
Margot, I must follow Berger and Kelvin. If they lead me to Adams, I may need help. Stand by, Margot. Stand by until you hear from the Shadow.
The Shadow will return in just a moment. But first, I have a word of warning for you homeowners. Throughout this dangerous winter season, don't subject your family to needless colds and illness resulting from uneven on and off type heating. Thousands of careful homeowners are taking steps to avoid this risk. They're playing safe by ordering blue coal. For instance, blue coal sales in the city of Rochester for the current winter season are 20% ahead of last year's figure, and numerous other cities show similar increases. Here's why blue coal is preferred by so many people. Blue coal is a selected Pennsylvania anthracite, the fuel that gives off cleaner, more uniform, more dependable heat than any other coal. What's more, furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. And the cream of all American anthracite is blue coal. The harmless blue coloring with which blue coal is tinted is your all-time guarantee of better heat at less cost. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company, and every carload is tested and retested for purity and uniform sizing before shipment. What's more, blue coal is especially prepared for home use. You can get it in the 4 popular domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, or pea. So be guided in your fuel selection by Rochester families. For health and economy, too, insist on blue coal. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let's get this over with.
What's the matter with you, Berger? You're jumpy as a cat.
I know. It's the Shadow. I'm scared. If you had any sense, you'd be scared, too.
Oh, forget the Shadow.
Yeah? But suppose he's trailed us. Here. To Kingland Cemetery.
Now, listen to me, Berger. Your job is to make Adams sign that confession. The Shadow has developed superstitious fear in the underworld by means of his magician's tricks. He's dealing now with intelligent people who don't believe in hocus pocus. Why, there isn't one chance in 1,000 the Shadow's been able to follow us here.
What'll you do if he has? Huh? What can you do?
You leave the Shadow to me. I'll deal with him if he comes. It's the Adams grave wall just ahead, isn't it?
Yeah. It's that underground vault on the left.
You have the keys to the vault?
Yeah, right here.
Well, get the vault door open.
Yeah. Give me a hand with this door. Ouch. Weighs a ton.
Now be careful Adams doesn't get out. Where's your flashlight?
Right here. There's Adams on the floor in the corner. What'd I tell you? I bet he's so weak he can't crawl, much less run.
Berger, he looks like he's dead. If he is, the whole scheme's ruined. I warned you to be careful.
He ain't dead. I know a dead one when I see one. He's just sleeping, that's all.
Wake him up, and we'll see if he's ready to listen to reason.
He'll listen. Come on, Adams. Come on. Wake up. Hey, snap out of it.
What? Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Come on.
Sit up. Are you
going to take me out of this tomb. Are you? Yeah, you're going to get out. All you have to do is sign your name to a piece of paper. Huh? Water. Give me a drink. All I've had for days is the moisture on the stones. And nothing to eat. Nothing. Here. I got something better than water. Slug of this brandy will set you up. Oh, thanks. Thank you. How did you find out they'd locked me up in this grave vault? I thought they were going to leave me here till I died. And then put me in that coffin there, in place of that corpse that's supposed to be me. Never mind about that now. You're going to have a chance to get out of this grave alive, if you do as you're told.
Listen, Berger, quit wasting time. Here's the confession and a pen. Make him sign it.
Kelvin, you... I couldn't see you with a flashlight in my eyes. You, my own trusted partner, you're behind this. You've done this to me. You stole those securities, framed me.
Sure I did. You're innocent. But if you want to get out of this family vault of yours, you'll take the blame. Sign this confession.
I won't. I'll never sign it.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh.
Cut it out. Cut it out, Kelvin. He can't stand much of that in the shape he's in. Do you want to kill him?
I won't sign it. I won't. A confession for me would clear you, Kelvin. Put the blame on me. Leave you free to marry my daughter, Irene. You made her think I drowned myself. I'm innocent of the swindling charge. You're the guilty one.
You'll sign that confession or I'll break every bone in your body.
Oh. I told you to go easy. Yeah. Adams is out cold.
Shut up and help me bring him around. The shadow on our trail, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, I know. And I give plenty to know where the shadow is right now.
What would you give, Berger?
Kelvin! He's here! The shadow's here in the mall with us!
Berger, turn off that flashlight. Quick!
Now you think we're on even terms. Don't you, Kelvin? You can't see me in the dark of the tomb. And you think I cannot see you?
Yes, that's right, Shadow.
Kelvin, where are you going?
Stay where you are, Berger. And you too, Shadow. I may not be able to see you, but if you come close enough to try to stop me closing the door of this vault, I'll fill you full of lead.
Kelvin, don't leave me
You're
here.
no use to me anymore, Berger. You can thank the Shadow for that.
You ain't going to leave me in here to die. You dirty, double-crossing rat.
All right, Berger. I'll do you one last favor. I won't leave you to die from thirst and hunger. You'll be luckier than Adams and the Shadow. Come on, Berger. Try to get out before I close this steel door.
No, give me a break, Kelvin. I'll never go. Give me a chance. I have the gun on me, you know that.
Yes, Berger, I know that. Come on, I was just fooling.
Oh, you mean that, Kelvin? You mean...
So, Kelvin, you shot Berger and added murder to your other crime.
You'll never get out of this vault to tell about it, Shadow. You've cheated me out of a chance to beat that swindle indictment. You've ruined my chance of getting Irene with her Adams money. Well, now you're going to have plenty of time to wish you'd never meddled in this. You'll have the pleasure of watching Adams die. He's almost dead now. And when he's gone, you'll have the company of 3 dead men. 3 dead men waiting for you to join them. Goodbye, Shadow.
You can lock that steel door, Kelvin. But somehow the Shadow will still get out.
All right, Shadow. Let's see you try it.
Shadow. Shadow. Kelvin double-crossed me. I'm done for all right. What about you? Can you get out of this place like you said?
The police will be here in a few minutes.
You told them to come here, you mean?
No, but I'm going to. Right now. Margot Lane. Notify Commissioner Weston to pick up Ray Kelvin. Have him send a squad of men to Kingman Cemetery. Have them open the grave vault of Henry Adams. Adams is alive, but in a critical condition. Margot, Don't come into the cemetery yourself. Kelvin is at large. Notify Police Commissioner Weston at once.
So, Shadow, you're calling the cops.
Shadow, it's Kelvin. He's at that air vent at the top of the vault. He heard you calling the cops.
Yes, I heard you, Shadow. And if you think the police are going to get here in time to save you, you're mistaken.
Every minute you waste in gloating brings you nearer the electric chair, Kelvin.
Don't waste your sympathy on me, Shadow. I wonder what you'll look like when the cops find you with Berger and Adams. All of you drowned like rats in a trap. Because that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to drown like rats in a trap. Listen.
Water! He's going to fill the vault full of water, Shadow!
Yes, right up to the top. And it won't take long. Too bad for you I found a fire hose in the groundkeeper's shed. Now let the police come. They're welcome to anything they can get out of any of you when they get here. So long, Shadow. Let's see you get out of that spot.
Shadow, he's gone.
Water! Water! Here's water! Water!
Shadow, the water's an inch deep on the floor already.
Yes, and it's rising every minute. Our only hope is that the police will get here in time.
Use that radio of yours. Tell them what's happened. Tell them to hurry.
The radio transmitter is wet, useless. Except the last appeal for help.
Help me, Shadow. Help me.
You deserve no help, Berger. You left Adams here to die.
Oh, Calvin made me do it. I never did anything like this before. I ran a fake passport and identification racket, that's all. I never killed anybody. I swear to Shadow. The water is getting deeper. Deeper.
Water. Water.
There's only one high place in this tomb. One high place. On top of the casket. The casket of the man you buried and made the world believe was Henry Adams.
Oh, lift me up there. I was drowned here on the floor. Irene.
No, Berger, no.
Help me.
I won't lift you up. Adams is too weak to stand. There's only room for one on top of that coffin. And if anyone is to have a few extra minutes of life, Adams will get it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Put Adams on top of the coffin. His life is worth a dozen like yours.
Irene, forgive me. I was afraid you were going to marry Kelvin. I knew he was treacherous. A thief. Coward. Shadow, in God's name, help me up. Help me on my feet. Lay me against the wall. Oh, do that much for me.
Yes, Berger. I'll do that much for you. It's all I can do.
Thanks. Thanks, Shadow. Here I am, trying to save myself from drowning, so that I can die of bullet wounds. Here I am, being lifted by a man whose hands I can feel on my arms, but I can't see. Maybe it isn't happening. Maybe it's a dream. Maybe this is death.
No, Berger, this is not death. This is real. You're still alive, and I am here, and Adams is here. The water is rising all around us. Up to our waist now.
What about you, Shadow? I've heard queer things about you that you couldn't be killed. Can't you get out of here, huh?
Even though I have the power of invisibility, I cannot walk through solid stone walls. There's no windows, no other opening but that door.
Try it. Try it just once. Maybe it didn't lock when Kelvin closed it, huh? Maybe. Oh, try something, Shadow. Try anything.
Yes, Berger, there might be a chance. A faint chance. But it's only a chance. I'm going to try to break down the door. Useless, Berger.
You mean you can't even save yourself?
No, I can't even save myself. Help doesn't come soon as this vault fills to the roof. The Shadow will die as quickly as you, Berger.
No. Not quite as quick. I'm finished, Shadow. Thanks to Kelvin's bullets. I won't drown.
were lucky after all, Berger.
Irene, help me. Help me.
Listen to me. Listen to me, Henry Adams. Listen. Help is coming. But it will be too late unless you help yourself. Kelvin is filling this tomb with water. It's up to the top of the coffin you're lying on. Listen to me, Henry Adams. You must get up. Hold on to me or you will drown.
I can't. My strength is gone.
You must. You must. For Irene's sake.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I am the Shadow. I came here to save you, but I'm afraid I failed.
Shadow? A shadow?
It doesn't matter who or what I am.
Shadow, are you still there? Still alive?
So, Kelvin, the fascination of murder has drawn you back to the scene of your crime.
I just wanted to make sure of you, Shadow.
In that case, you'd better wait a few minutes longer, Kelvin.
Who is that? Who is that talking? It sounds like Kelvin. Irene, don't do it. Don't marry Kelvin.
She'll marry me. With you and Berger and the Shadow out of the way, she'll never know, Adams. She'll never know.
Kelvin, do you hear that? You hear that, Kelvin? It's the police. Run for your life, Kelvin, or better still, fight them off. They're cheating you out of your triumph of death.
They're going to drown like rats. The police won't get me. They won't get you out of there in time. You'll drown! Drown like rats, you will! Get that man! Stop him! Stop! You or I'll shoot! Let him have it! You win, Shadow.
I got him. Okay, come on. Come on, men. Get the door of that vault open, see what's going on here.
Here are the keys I got from the watchman at the cemetery gate, Commissioner.
All right. Get that door open.
Right. Commissioner, there's water spurting out around the sides and bottom of the door.
Good heavens. The vault's been flooded.
Commissioner, there's a street flushing hose attached to the hydrant that's pouring water into that vault.
Shut it off, quick.
Okay.
Sergeant, open that door.
Yes, sir.
Look out, Sergeant.
Good heavens. The vault must have been filled with the roof.
Quick. Throw your flashlight on the floor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, is the man lying on top of that casket?
Come on, that man isn't dead. He's trying to get up. Come on here. Give me a hand with him.
Right.
Come on. This must be Adams.
It is. Adams. Henry Adams. Commissioner Weston.
Shadow. It's the Shadow again.
Yes, Commissioner, it's the Shadow. You were just in time.
So I see. What's back of all this? Henry Adams committed suicide 2 weeks ago. He was buried in this vault. If this man is Adams, who's in that sealed casket?
Just one of the many unidentified men and women who find their way into the morgue, Commissioner. Foreign spies and secret agents pay big prices for passports issued in the names of those unidentified men and women.
Good heavens, Shadow.
But, Commissioner, the fake identification ring is smashed. And Berger, the leader, was killed. Commissioner, this is the end of the Society of the Living Dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the Shadow leaves you, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. Tonight I have some news for all you homeowners. When you buy Blue Coal, you're entitled to the free John Barclay service. At your request, a John Barclay serviceman will be sent to inspect your heating plant. No matter what your problem may be, he can solve it for you. And his valuable advice is yours, free of charge. Thousands of families are profiting by the John Barclay heating service. For instance, a woman in Roxbury, Massachusetts writes, I'm truly grateful for the valuable information given me by your John Barclay serviceman. I've learned more about saving coal and looking after my furnace this year than ever before. And friends, that's only one of the many expressions of satisfaction I receive every day. So for the very best results, I earnestly recommend that you burn blue coal in your heating plant and take advantage of the free John Barclay heating service. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. And here's another suggestion for you homeowners. Either write me in care of this station or send to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, for my valuable free booklet, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And friends, write to John Barclay or Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, and get your free copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
He hunts the biggest of all game, and he is the great-nephew of the Lone Ranger. The Green Hornet is up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventurer, Charity, takes it on the chin. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Reed, as publisher of a newspaper, you're in a position to know a lot about people, aren't you?
Well, it depends on the type of person you have in mind.
You know, people in the public eye.
Well, frankly, Bennett, I haven't been around the Sentinel much lately.
You haven't?
I've been letting it run itself, so to speak.
I see. Well, in that case...
But perhaps I may have some information, Bennett. Who's the man?
As you know, the Welfare Board is trying to get an extra $1 million for...
Considering it right now, one of my best reporters is at the meeting.
Do you know that I'm connected with the Welfare Board?
You, Bennett?
For the past month, I've been serving as treasurer for the Special Charity Fund.
The charity relief is handled separately from the regular welfare money?
Yes, that's it. I took this position without pay simply to help out.
Well, doesn't your regular business keep you pretty tied down?
It would, only my work as treasurer on the charity fund is practically routine.
Well, how do you mean?
I have nothing to do with the actual disbursement of the money.
Oh, naturally.
The setup requires 2 signatures on each relief check, mine and Tinker's.
Tinker? Oh, he's head of the welfare board, isn't he?
Yes. As I was saying, we each sign the checks. But in order to facilitate matters, I've been putting my signature on blank checks. In that way, Tinker doesn't have to wait for me at any time.
Oh, isn't that rather unusual?
No, it's done pretty often.
But that means you've no idea whether those checks are for the right amounts or whether they're made out to the right people.
That's precisely what's bothering me. I have no reason to believe that Tinker is doing anything dishonest, mind you.
You wouldn't be speaking this way if you didn't have some suspicions, Bennett.
That's all they are, Reed. Suspicions. Tinker has a friend named Murdoch. He's always around the welfare board. I don't like him, and I don't like the way he and Tinker are always together.
Perhaps you're imagining things.
Well, I hope I am.
After this, Bennett, if I were you, I'd be careful about signing blank checks.
I intend speaking to Tinker about that very soon. Just now, of course, he's busy trying to get this extra $1 million for local charity out of the city council.
Well, I'll call my office and see if that appropriation's been passed.
Fine.
Charity's a fine thing, Bennett, but all that money can be a great temptation for the wrong people. And with an extra $1 million coming... Oh, let me have Miss Case, please. Miss Case? Mr. Reed. Has Lowry brought back any news from the city council meeting? Oh, they have, huh? It's already in the papers. Oh, thanks, Miss Case. I'll be in very soon.
Well?
The city council okayed the extra $1 million for charity, Bennett. Remember what I told you about those checks.
Hello, paper! Welfare board gets extra $1 million for charity. City council passes relief appropriation. Hello, paper!
Yes, what is it?
There's a young man out here applying for charity, Mr. Tinker.
Did he fill out the usual form?
Yes, sir. I told him there was a long list, but he said he needs help immediately. He's very insistent.
Oh. All right, send him in. I'll settle it. Another one, Tinker? The 6th one today. Murdoch, perhaps you'd better go into that other office.
Sure, Tinker. After all, this ain't supposed to be any of my business.
If anyone gets an idea that Murdoch and I are taking a cut of that charity money, it might mean...
My name's Drake, Mr. Tinker.
Girls, close the door. Come in.
Look, Mr. Tinker, it ain't for me. It's my wife. She ain't feeling so well.
Drake, it takes time to care for people. Cases like yours must go through a regular routine. Can't hand out charity to everyone who comes asking for it. Your case will be investigated, same as arrest.
Yes, but can I get something special for my wife? The doc says she needs medicine right away.
Your name is on the list, and we'll investigate. If you deserve charity, you'll get it as soon as possible.
Yeah, but...
The welfare board is already pressed to the limit. You'll have to be patient.
Yes, sir. Only I figured with that extra $1 million...
That extra $1 million is practically drained away already.
Well, can't you make...
I'm very busy. If you're deserving, you may be tended to. That's all.
Yes, sir. It's only on account of the wife.
Give them the money. I can use it myself. He's gone, Murdoch.
Snappy work, Tinker. You don't waste time.
Can't afford to. We have to figure out how to get our hands on a share of that $1 million.
You told that sap the $1 million was already earmarked for the other charity cases?
Of course. Now, what's our plan?
Same as before. We put 500 phony names on the charity list.
You have the list?
Yeah, sure, I got it right here.
Abbey, Abbott, Adler, Augustini. Where'd you get these, Murdoch?
Relax, will you? They're okay.
Can't have anyone checking up on them.
Not a chance. With these phony names, we'll be able to grab off 100,000 for ourselves.
Perhaps 200,000.
That's the stuff. And nobody the wiser.
Of course, there's Bennett to consider.
Bennett? What about Bennett?
He wants me to have the checks filled out before he signs them.
That'd ruin us.
Don't worry, Murdoch. I told Bennett we'd do as he wanted.
You crazy?
As soon as I got around to it. I told him it meant changing the routine, and it might take a little time.
Oh, you stalled him.
For a long time.
That's the angle, Tinker. Plenty of graft for you and me.
Well, you know that old saying, Murdoch.
Yeah?
Charity begins at home.
That's it. Charity begins at home.
That's rich.
Hey, Casey, there's one thing me and Clicker want to know.
If you want to borrow money, I'm busy.
What are we working for? Are we newspaper men or charity investigators?
If I ask me, the only people I know are newspaper men. And you're not in that class.
Will you stop pounding that typewriter?
Don't tell me you two are sore because Mr. Reed sent you out on a door-to-door job.
Sore? You ought to see my feet.
They don't pave the sidewalks with mattresses in this town. After walking 20 miles, I know.
Why is Mr. Reed so anxious for us to talk to people who are on charity rolls?
He thinks there's something going on.
Yes?
Lowry and Miss Binney are here, Mr. Reed.
Oh, send them right in.
All right, you two. You can ask Mr. Reed all those questions instead of bothering me with them.
Hello, Miss Binney. Lowry.
Oh?
You got any interviews?
Mr. Reed, we must have talked to about 200.
Yeah, we posed as investigators for the welfare board.
If we'd had a list, we wouldn't have wasted so much time going from one door to the next.
Tinker refused to release his list.
Why?
Well, Lowry's reason sounds all right. He claims revealing names would embarrass those receiving charity.
Well, plenty are getting it, Mr. Reed. We found lots and no complaints.
Yeah, as far as appearances are concerned, Tinker's on the level.
Yet, for a city the size of ours, more money is being spent than conditions warrant. Our charity expenses are way out of line with what they ought to be.
Boss, if Tinker won't release that list, you can't prove anything like that.
Lowry, how'd you like to apply for charity?
Charity? Me?
I'm serious, Lowry. Tinker won't see reporters at all. The only way to find the facts is from the inside.
Say, I get it, boss. I'll wear old clothes.
That's what you're wearing now.
Get everything you can. If you get a chance, talk to Bennett or tell him you're from the Sentinel.
Right.
There's a racket going on in charity. It's the filthiest there is. The Daily Sentinel wants to know about it all the way to rock bottom.
Look, lady, I've been coming here to the welfare board every day for a week.
I'm sorry, we're doing all we can.
Here I am again. The name's Lawrence.
Sorry, no news yet.
Boss, I tell you, I'm getting no place.
Stick with it, Lowry. You talked to Bennett yet?
I'll keep trying, but these hard benches are sure wearing my pants awful thin.
You're Mr. Bennett, aren't you? I'd like to talk to you. My name's Lowry of the Sentinel.
The Sentinel? Rip Reed's paper. Why, I was going to call him.
Is that so, Mr. Bennett?
Come over here in the corner. We can talk with less interference.
Yes.
Just what is it you're after?
The boss, Mr. Reed, has his doubts about the way Tinker's running things here. He sent me over to see if I could wangle anything from the inside.
Did he tell you that I'm treasurer here?
Yes. Have you seen the list of charity people, Mr. Bennett?
Not yet, though I've asked for it. At your employer's suggestion, I've also told Tinker I must refuse to sign checks in blank any longer.
Wow, you've been doing that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Then you don't know a thing about who gets these checks?
Or how much is going out, exactly.
What did Tinker say when you told him you wouldn't do it anymore?
He said he'd see the checks were filled out first. But so far, they haven't been. Says he's been too busy.
Can't pin him down, huh?
Oh, hold on. Here he comes now. Hello, Tinker.
Oh, Bennett. I've been looking for you. Got another batch of checks.
Are they filled out?
Well, not this batch. I promise you the next one.
When these are filled out, I'll sign. Not before.
Bennett, it sounds very much as if you don't trust me. You can't keep charity cases waiting because of a mere formality.
Then I suggest you get these filled out at once.
Well, if you insist.
I do.
May take a little time. Shall we say tomorrow morning?
I'll be waiting.
I was right there when Bennett talked to Tinker, boss. I'm going to see him this noon and get the lowdown.
You're seeing Tinker this morning, eh? About the checks?
Yes, and if Tinker stalls any more, we'll know there's something funny.
Hey, Lowry, I thought you were going to see Bennett this noon.
Well, he is, Miss Binney.
Well, try and find him.
Tinker, what's biting you?
Plenty. Look at this teletype from police headquarters, Mr. Reed.
General alarm to all police. Be on lookout for Treasurer Bennett of the Welfare Department.
Bennett disappeared.
He hasn't been seen since last night. And you know what? All the files and records of the welfare board have disappeared with him.
So the police think Bennett's responsible.
For plenty. The police believe he swiped the charity money.
What? Where did they get that idea?
From Tinker. He says the money is gone. When Bennett didn't show up this morning, Tinker says he got suspicious and checked up.
So the police learned of Bennett's disappearance from Tinker. What about Mrs. Bennett?
She insists Bennett has gone away on a trip.
Where?
That's just it. She won't say.
Yes?
Dunnigan, Britt. I'm doing a remake on the front page. What do you think of that guy Bennett absconding with that charity dough?
Got a headline?
Have it in a second.
Lowry.
Yeah, boss?
Go over to Bennett's home. Grab a statement from his wife. Go with him, Miss Binney, for pictures.
Come on, Lochinvar.
Here's the headline, Britt.
Shoot.
Solid across page 1. Bennett absconded with charity case.
Kill it. It's too strong.
What?
You heard me. The Sentinel's going to convict Bennett before he's had a chance.
Blast it, Reed. What further proof do you want? Why, any blind fool can see Bennett swipe the dough.
We're not blind fools, Gunnigan. Those are orders.
Oh, if your father was still running this newspaper, I'll do it, but I don't like it.
You don't have to. Even Gunnigan believes Bennett is guilty. Well, maybe he is, but his disappearance is too pat. Especially after what Lauer heard him say to Tinker. Well, there's only one solution. Bennett must be found.
A short time later, in his apartment, Britt Reed took Cato, his faithful valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet, into his confidence.
So you see, Cato, Tinker is here apparently innocent while Bennett is gone.
Maybe Tinker's innocent, Mr. Britt.
I'm betting Tinker's the guilty one, Cato, not Bennett. If Tinker and this pal of his Murdoch have been milking the charity funds, Bennett's demand to have the checks filled out would have revealed it.
How can you know for sure?
It's odd that Mrs. Bennett, while she insists her husband is innocent, has merely gone away on a trip, refuses to reveal where he's gone.
Perhaps she's hiding something.
I don't know, Cato. I don't know. Her house will be crowded with reporters tonight. Maybe hard to get in unseen. Still, we can try.
See her tonight?
Mrs. Bennett and her son may be keeping quiet out of fear. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the Green Hornet may make her reveal any secret knowledge she may have.
Mr. Britt.
Yes?
What's happened to those poor ones in the meantime?
The people who've been depending on charity? That's just it, Cato. A lot of them are going to suffer added hardship if that charity fund isn't located.
That's true.
However much I regret it, Cato, it must be done. I must go out as the Green Hornet. A mask, Cato, a weapon. Have the car checked immediately. Mrs. Bennett is going to hear from the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on Act One of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bennett, treasurer of the Welfare Board, disappeared with all the files and records. The police believed that Bennett had absconded with the charity funds. But Britt Reed, unconvinced of Bennett's guilt, assumed the role of the Green Hornet to uncover those who were really guilty. It's late in the evening. Mrs. Bennett is being questioned by reporters.
How about it, Mrs. Bennett?
You keep saying you know where he is.
If he isn't guilty, why don't you tell us?
He is innocent. He is.
How about the charity dough?
Yes, how about that money?
While they crowded around Mrs. Bennett and her 20-year-old son in the Bennett library, a tall figure slipped through a side window into the hall.
All the reporters left their hats here on the table. In fine Lowry's. Yeah, here it is. Initials E.L.
Britt Reed took an envelope from his pocket and slipped it under Lowry's hat. Then he left to await developments.
I left the letter under Lowry's hat, Cato. Be sure to find it when he's ready to go. It's addressed to Mrs. Bennett.
Yes, sir.
I'm going back inside. I want to be there when she's had a chance to read it.
Very dangerous, Mr. Britt. The reporters.
I'll stay well out of sight, Cato. Reporters are still in the library. I'll have time to find a good hiding place before they go out into the hall.
Clicker.
What, Lowry?
Get behind these drapes.
Huh?
Come on. I want to ask Mrs. Bennett a couple of questions when this mob leaves. Maybe she'll talk them.
My mother has nothing more to say. You'll have to leave.
Looks like you'll have a chance soon. They're all going out into the hall.
Okay, Mrs. Bennett, if you won't talk, why... It's your headache, not ours. You know your own mind.
Your hats are on the table. Will you take them and go?
We have nothing more to say. You know what the police are saying, Mrs. Bennett?
I know what everyone is saying.
But here's the front door. Outside. Listen, Mrs. Bennett. Outside.
Oh, Jim. Jim.
Take it easy, Mother.
If there were only some way out of this.
Can't blame those reporters. After all, they were only doing their jobs.
To think that your father should be left open to talk like this and we're helpless.
Mrs. Bennett, now that mob's left, how about telling me...
I told you reporters to get out.
Well, we sort of stayed behind in the library.
We're not staying any longer. Get out with the others.
Now, wait a minute. Mrs. Bennett, I had a reason for hanging around. I think your husband's innocent.
I know he is.
I saw him yesterday at the Welfare Board.
You did?
Sure. We had a long talk.
Don't listen to her, Mother. It's a trick to get you off your guard.
On the level.
He's right. Look, Mrs. Bennett, hasn't the Sentinel given your husband every possible break?
We're the only newspaper that hasn't gone after Mr. Bennett hammer and tongs.
Yes, I did notice that. But
Can't you see my mother's very tired?
Oh, Mrs. Bennett, the Sentinel wants to help you, honest. But if you keep on being secretive about things...
I can't tell you anything more.
Okay. I'll grab my hat and scram.
Hey, what's that?
Why, it's a letter. Addressed to you, Mother. It must have been under my hat.
But it has no stamp. I'm certain it wasn't there before.
What's it about?
Oh,
Mother.
what's wrong? Hey, Lowry, look at the top of that letter.
Wow. The seal of the Green Hornet.
I don't understand. Why should the Green Hornet write to me?
Now, let me see that letter.
Now, wait a minute.
Don't be so suspicious. We're not going to burn it.
Well, I'll be. Mrs. Bennett, according to this letter, you've already paid 25,000 ransom to the Green Hornet.
But that's not so.
And what about this? It says pay to me and my partner. Don't tell me the Hornet's working with someone else.
It's not true.
I haven't paid any money. It's some crank.
No, ma'am. I've seen plenty of Green Hornet notes. This is no fake.
But it can't be. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying.
Let me take this note.
You can't publish that.
Use your head. This'll help your father.
Sure. If the Green Hornet's got him, then maybe the cops won't be so positive he skipped out himself.
I don't care what you do. Only please get out.
Okay. Come on, Clicker.
Don't worry, Mrs. Bennett. It can't harm your husband. And boy, what a story.
Leaving his mask and gun in the car, Britt Reed, once more the presentable publisher of the Sentinel, walked into a drugstore and entered the phone booth.
Yeah, Tinker should be at his home. If he doesn't answer there, I'll try his office. Got to arrange for him to call on Murdoch.
Hello?
Your pal Murdoch is pulling a double cross. There'll be an extra out about it in a few minutes.
What are you talking about? Who is it?
Take a look at that extra. All right, Cato, now you get to a phone. Call Murdoch and keep his line busy. After that extra comes out, I don't want Tinker to be able to get Murdoch on the phone. Stay on the phone till you hear me in Murdoch's home and join me there. It's right around the corner. Now get going.
Sentinel, Hornet X3. Hornet sends ransom note to Bennett family.
But I tell you, you got the wrong number. This is the 5th time you've called. Well, look it up, then.
Hang up, Murdoch.
Huh? Who the devil
I
is...
said hang up.
What's this, a stick-up?
Take a good look, Murdoch. Yeah, I'll move into the light.
Why, I've seen pictures of that mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Seen the paper, Murdoch?
Then have you plugged me with that gun? I'm keeping my
Read
eyes.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Green Hornet sends...
How do you like it?
Collected 25,000 from... Who's your partner? It says here...
Partner? Who do you think?
Tinker wouldn't be fool enough.
No.
But the sap pulling a bonehead play like this.
Maybe he figures 25,000 extra is worth going after.
Say, Tinker didn't tell me nothing about you, Hornet.
Why should we tip you off?
What are you doing here?
See what that ransom note says about Bennett?
You mean about him going to be released?
Do you think he will be?
He can't be released. That ain't the plan.
Maybe Tinker figures the same thing applies to you.
You're in with Tinker.
Why else would I be here?
Huh?
Why should Tinker cut you in on a charity graft? With you out of the way like Bennett, he can grab it all for himself.
What? No. Listen, Hornet. Let me call Tinker.
He's not at home.
But then
where else would he be?
If he ain't home, he must be out at the farm with Bennett. I'll fix it up. He can't cut me out.
Go ahead, phone. You're not calling anybody.
Listen, Hornet. I'll stay out of it. I don't want nothing.
You yellow, crawling crook.
He sent you over to get rid of me. But you don't have to. I don't want none of the dough. Put the rod down.
You're shaking, Murdoch.
No! Take it! Stop it! Got it. Gas.
And gas will hold him for a few minutes. When he comes to, we'll go after Tinker. I made sure he believes Tinker's at the place where Bennett is held prisoner. And I'll take care of Tinker. If he's been unable to get Murdoch on the phone, he'll be here any second. Cato, you've been watching the door?
Yes, sir. Someone coming now.
Good. Stand beside the door, Cato. Give him a chance to see me before you do the job.
I understand.
You ready, Cato?
All ready.
I've been trying to get you on the phone, Murdoch. Have you seen the Sentinel?
Yes, he saw it.
Well, you're not Murdoch. The Green Hornet. Then it's true Murdoch is double crossing.
Now. Gas. My throat. What? Grab his arm.
He's going with us. What do we do? Murdoch will recover soon. He'll head for the farmhouse then. We follow and get Tinker there with him.
In my throat.
am I? In my home. The Green Hornet came here to finish me, but I'm still alive. So Tinker wanted to get me out of the way, too. But I'll fix him. Go out to the farm. Take care of him. He won't expect to see me. Take a gun. Try to double-cross me, huh?
Here we are, Cato. As we figured, Murdoch led us right here to the farmhouse where Bennett is kept. Yeah, there's Murdoch's car up ahead. Yes, sir. We'll take Tinker out now and put him in the back room of the farmhouse where Murdoch will find him. You call the police so they'll be here soon. Yes, sir. And I'll stay around to make sure Murdoch doesn't start using that gun before they get here. Once the police find Bennett, they'll get the whole story.
Gotta go slow. Can't let Tinker trap me. Not after I got out of his first scheme to bump me off. He won't get a second chance. Put on the lights.
Who is it? Help me.
No, it's just you, Bennett. Where's Tinker?
I've seen nobody. How long are you going to keep me tied up here, Murdoch? You can't...
Don't lie to me, Bennett. Where's Tinker? Where's the Green Hornet?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Talk to me that way, will you? Well, I'm staying right here until Tinker shows up. He figures he's finished me. Now he'll come for you. I'll put out the light and wait for him.
While Murdoch waited, Tinker, in another room, recovered consciousness.
I'm in the farmhouse.
Realizing where he was, he moved stealthily through the old house until he reached the room where Bennett was tied. He opened the door.
Is anyone in here? I've been expecting you, Tinker. Murdoch. Yeah. You and your pal thought you could double-cross me and grab all the dough, didn't you? What? You sent the Green Hornet around to my place to put me on a spot, huh? But it didn't work.
What are you talking about? The Green Hornet was working for you.
Is that the best talking you can think of?
Don't try to pull a wool over my eyes, Murdoch.
If I ever get to the police...
Shut up, you. I know when I'm being double-crossed, Tinker.
Now, see here.
You listen to me. Figured by this time I'd be finished, huh? You ain't satisfied with our neat little scheme to grab off a couple $100,000 from the welfare board and pin the rap on Bennett.
You were the one who wasn't satisfied. You calling the Hornet, not me.
Talking won't do you no good. Put down that gun. Pray me, will you?
No such thing. I didn't...
This gun doesn't have gas, Tinker. When I take care of you and Bennett, I'll find that Green Hornet and...
Drop it, Murdoch! The police. Let's get out of here.
I'll take him.
Thank the Lord you got here.
Don't move, Tinker. Search him.
Why, you...
Try to get past me, will you?
Good work, Doyle.
Mr. Bennett, are you all right?
Yes, if you'll untie me.
I demand that you arrest Murdoch. He's tried to shoot me.
I'm sure we'll arrest him. And you, too.
It was Tinker's idea kidnapping Bennett. You can't pin that on me.
There's plenty on both of you as soon as Bennett starts talking.
Take these guys out.
Get moving. Little cell waiting for you, babies.
Put the cuffs on them.
Officer, these two men have been milking the charity fund. They kidnapped me, so I would be blamed.
We'll have you out of these ropes in a jiffy, Mr. Bennett. When you make your official statement, we'll have them cold.
Hey, Clicker, how about some pictures?
I got plenty, Lowry.
How are we going to get them into the newspaper? I can't phone the story, but you can't phone pictures.
Doyle, be a sport and lend us one of your cars.
Nothing doing. Them's police cars.
Oh.
Hey, Lowry, get your hand out of my pocket. What are you doing
car
there?
keys, Doyle. I'll give them to you tomorrow.
Attaboy, Lowry.
Come on, Clicker.
Lowry, Tinker, come back to them keys.
Come on, Doyle. See you in the papers.
Lowry, the way you took those keys out of Doyle's pocket, I could kiss you.
Save it for my birthday, Clicker. Come on. Let's get the story in with pictures.
Bennett cleared. Extreme Pepper. Tinker and Murdoch indicted. Green Hornet still alert. Sentinel Extreme Pepper.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away! The Lone Ranger is up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The phantom figure of the plains takes us back through the years in fancy to the wild and untamed west of old. We thrill to another of his exciting adventures. Here he comes astride the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! There's a dangerous trail ahead, but we must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver!
In the history of the Southwest during the time of the Lone Ranger, there are records of few outlaws as cruel as the Apache Kid. He was raised by white people after the murder of his father. As a result, he had the education of an average white man, though himself a full-blooded Indian. His career of crime began with the killing of the man who had caused his father's death. From that point on, his crimes were countless. More than a score of lawmen sent to capture him were murdered by his blazing guns. He was shrewd, completely savage, and absolutely without fear of the law.
It shows you. And no laws in order to get me. Me, Apache Kid.
At the time our story opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto in a small camp near a spring. They are kneeling beside the unconscious figure of a badly wounded man. The masked man speaks.
There's little hope for him, Tonto.
Not right. Wound plenty bad.
If he'd only regain consciousness long enough to tell us who shot him. And tell us who he is.
Him lawman.
I know that, Kimosabe. The bullet that struck him went right through his deputy sheriff's badge.
We here long time now. Him not open eyes.
2 days, Tonto.
That right.
He's been unconscious all the time. I don't understand.
What that?
The clothes this man is wearing cost a lot of money. A lot more than the deputy sheriff can afford.
That right.
And he's old. A man his age wearing clothes of this sort and wearing the badge of a deputy sheriff. Called for some explanation.
Oh.
Listen to him. Isn't there something we can do?
Tonto do all Indian know. I missed.
Tonto, he's speaking.
I missed my chance.
Take it easy, friend. We're doing the best we can to help you.
You're a friend?
Yes. Who shot you and left you here like this?
I'm Tom Reynolds. Do you know the name?
Tom Reynolds?
You go see Sheriff Burns.
Sheriff Burns of Callaway County?
Right. He'll know. He'll know. Just tell him Tom Reynolds missed his chance.
Tell me who shot you.
The kid. The Apache kid. I missed my chance.
Tonto.
Wait.
Gone?
That right. Now we take 'em home, huh?
Not just yet. I'm going to call on the sheriff. I want to find out about Tom Reynolds. Here, Silver. Wait for me, Kimosabe. Yep. While I'm gone, I'm also going to find out about the Apache kid. Come on, Silver.
At the county seat, Sheriff Burns had been worried by the absence of his deputy, Tom Reynolds. We see the sheriff in his office speaking about the matter to another deputy.
And you still ain't found no track of Reynolds, huh, Sam?
Nary a sign of him, Sheriff Burns. It beats me how he could just drop clear out of sight like he's done.
He was getting too old to be a deputy. But dad ratted, what's a man in my position to do with a critter like old Tom?
Too bad you ain't more deputies like me.
You? Huh?
I don't say...
Steady, Sheriff.
What the...
You too.
What for the love? 2 guns.
A gun to cover each of you.
All right, stranger. Seeing as you aim to stick your neck in a noose by busting in here masked and throwing guns on us, have your say. But consider yourself under arrest.
I'm here, Sheriff Burns, for information.
Well?
Did you have a deputy named Tom Reynolds?
Yeah.
What do you know about him?
You say, did I have a deputy? I still got one named Tom Reynolds. He's out...
Tom Reynolds met the Apache kid.
What?
The Apache kid?
That dirty polecat.
Need I tell you any more?
Answer me just one question. Is the Apache kid alive?
As far as I know, he is.
That means that old Tom ain't.
He lived for several days after the Apache kid shot him.
Where's he at now?
20 miles from here, in an arroyo. My friend and I stayed with him, but there wasn't a chance for him to pull through.
One more mark again the kid. Sheriff, if ever I get the chance to line my gun sights on that redskin, I swear he won't be standing no trial by law.
Stranger, who are you, anyhow?
That's unimportant. The important thing, Sheriff, is to get the Apache kid.
That's what poor old Tom give up his life doing.
Poor? You mean...
Oh, he had a plenty cash. In fact, he was about the richest man that lived in these parts.
But he was still a deputy, despite his age.
Yeah. You see, 5 years ago, the Apache kid got old Tom's son.
He did?
Yeah. Then Tom vowed that he'd get the kid and fetch him in alive to stand trial. He didn't want to shoot him. He wanted him alive so as he could let him know that the shooting of Dave Reynolds was what led to his downfall.
Gosh, I'll never forget old Tom vowing over his boy's dead body that he'd get the kid or die a-trying.
Yeah, and the Apache kid never knowed it was Dave Reynolds that he drilled at the mesa that time. That's the main thing old Tom hoped for.
I'll never forget how he'd practiced the things he wanted to tell the Apache kid when he finally brought him in. I can see him now, standing right there in that corner, Sheriff. Remember?
Yep.
Telling us how he aimed to say, when you shot my boy, you started me on your trail. And it's that lad's murder that'll put the noose around your neck. Poor old Tom.
Did the Apache kid know Tom Reynolds was wealthy?
Can't say what he knowed.
Did he know Tom Reynolds was out to avenge his son?
Don't know that. The kid just kills for the sake of killing. If he seen a lawman's badge, he'd shoot and let it go at that.
Did Tom Reynolds have any family?
Nope, he just lived alone. Big house down the road a piece.
All kinds of cash, too.
But doggone who the Sam Hill are you to come in here and get us to talk like this? Sam, you forget he's holding guns on us.
Doggone.
You're under arrest.
Very well, Burns. If you want to put me under arrest, you can do so. But first, you're going to listen to my plan.
I am, huh?
Have you any means of getting the Apache Kid?
Well,
we're always on the lookout for him.
Mister, 'tain't often a man wins my confidence. But there's something about you.
In spite of the mask?
Yes, Dad Rat, in spite of the mask.
Then listen to my plan.
We'll talk.
In the first place, Tom Reynolds is not dead.
What?
You said that.
Only 4 men know the truth. The Apache Kid left him alive.
Yeah?
Tonto.
Tonto? Who's he?
An Indian friend of mine. Tonto and I know the truth, and now you 2 men. But no one else will know.
Well, I don't savvy.
You will. Listen to what I'm going to suggest.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan while Sheriff Burns and his deputy listened. Then when he'd finished, the masked man mounted Silver and returned to the place where he'd left Tonto.
Tonto! Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy.
You come back plenty fast.
There's a lot to be done, Tonto.
You see, Sheriff?
Yes. I learned a lot about Tom Reynolds and the Apache Kid.
Me look round here.
Yes?
Find trail.
A trail?
Apache Kid trail.
But it's days old now. You think you can follow it?
Maybe. Tonto try.
You can, Tonto. It'll make my plan a lot easier.
Tonto try, follow trail.
We've got to find the Apache Kid. Tom Reynolds was the richest man in the county. When the Apache Kid left him, he was alive. The kid wouldn't know he's dead unless he stayed close to us.
Him not close. Me follow trail long way. Then come back here. Wait for you.
I found out where Tom Reynolds lived, Tonto, and discussed a plan with Sheriff Burns. He's willing to try that plan.
That good.
I'm going to take the badge off the deputy.
Bullet hole in badge?
Yes, but I can use it just the same.
What you want Tonto do?
First of all, follow that trail and find the Apache Kid.
Then fetch Kid in?
No, he won't come in alive, Tonto. He's got to come in of his own accord, or...
What you say?
Or send for me. I'm going to take the place of Tom Reynolds. I'm going to live in town, in his house, and wear his clothes, and make myself look as much like him as possible. I'm going to offer a big reward in his name.
Who pay reward?
No one, Kimosabe, because we are the ones who will get the Apache Kid, and we don't accept rewards. Now, the first thing is for you to follow the trail, locate the Apache Kid, and after you've found him, tell him this.
Hey, Sam, I want to speak to you.
Well, what's rankling in your mind?
What's come over Tom Reynolds since he got back?
What makes you think anything has?
Can't get to see him. Can't talk to him or nothing.
He was shot by the Apache Kid.
No, you don't say.
Yep.
And lived?
His house is occupied, ain't it? Ain't you heard of the reward he's offering?
Reward?
$10,000 for the Apache Kid.
10,000? Wow.
What's that?
Reynolds was shot by the Apache Kid.
And lived?
He's offering 10,000 reward for his capture.
$10,000?
10,000, yes, sirree.
Sheriff, is that true? 10,000 for the Apache Kid?
Well, there's a notice of it.
Hey, Sheriff, I got a hammer. I'll nail the notice on the wall.
$10,000.
10,000?
Tom Reynolds offers $10,000. The Apache Kid shot Reynolds. Reynolds is alive. Offers $10,000. $10,000.
Sheriff Burns and his deputy had followed their instructions, and soon everyone in town was talking excitedly of the reward. While the news was being spread, the Lone Ranger, disguised as Tom Reynolds, stood beside his great horse Silver in the stables behind the large Reynolds home.
They think Tom Reynolds is alive, Silver, old boy. I hope we can carry out the plan, keep him alive, at least in spirit, till we keep his pledge for him. It all depends on Tonto. If he can trail the Apache Kid to his camp and carry out his part of the plan, there may be a chance. I wonder if Tonto will be able to follow that trail. If he's successful, I wonder if the Apache Kid will shoot or give Tonto a chance to talk. And I hope the Apache Kid invites him to sit by his campfire and talk over a plan to pick up some quick and easy money.
the curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man and Tonto found Tom Reynolds dying from bullet wounds. The Lone Ranger reported Reynolds' death to the sheriff and outlined a plan to bring the Apache Kid to justice. Our next scene opens in the outlaws' camp. It is in a forest clearing some distance north of town. With the Apache Kid is his wife, an Indian woman who both hates and fears her husband.
You try escape again.
No.
Me Apache Kid. What I got, I keep. You wife, Apache Kid.
Me not escape. Me stay with you.
That's right. Apache Kid put rope on you and leave you for time. You savvy?
Rope hurt.
Rope not hurt me. You not like me, huh?
I not try to escape. You Apache Kid. You heap strong. You not let wife escape. Me not try.
Apache Kid a rope wife anyway. Apache Kid not take chance.
You bad. You cruel to wife. You...
Stop.
You tie rope.
You say Apache Kid bad Injun. White man say Apache Kid bad Injun. Lawman say Apache Kid bad Injun. Who make me bad?
You not all time bad.
White man law make Apache Kid bad. Man kill my father. Many year go by. Me wait. And then day come, Apache Kid get revenge. That Injun law. White man say that wrong. White man want hang Apache Kid. They not get me.
You hide from white man. You safe.
Apache Kid not afraid. Let white man come. Each time I beat white man. Someday all white man fear Apache Kid. Wait. You hear?
Horse.
Horse come this way. Quiet.
Campfire show where you are.
Quiet. Rider come to camp. You see him?
That Injun.
Injun understand Apache Kid. Maybe not need kill Injun. Oh. The answer. Oh.
Me want water. Plenty hard ride from town.
Stay in saddle. Apache Kid look close.
Sudesi, umtake balu.
Mita Kale, Mabo.
You from town?
That right.
Get off horse. We talk.
Me get him off.
You maybe bring news from town.
You Apache Kid?
Yeah.
Me got plenty news.
What news?
You shoot, feller. Leave him live.
What?
Who you?
Quiet.
Feller named Reynolds.
Him live?
Not right. Him put up money.
Money?
Him plenty rich. Here.
What is paper?
You read.
Me read.
Me put wood on fire. Make light.
So, plenty money for Apache Kid. Plenty money.
That's right.
Reward 10,000.
Maybe get 'em reward.
You?
Put 'em down, gun. You, Injun. Me, Injun. Maybe 2 Injun. Get 'em reward.
Maybe we make plan.
That's right.
White man Reynolds with more money than he need. Maybe take some. We make plan.
Tonto played his part exactly as instructed by the Lone Ranger. While the Apache Kid outlined a scheme to get the $10,000 reward money, Tonto's suggestions made the outlaws' plot fall into line with the masked man's plan. But the Apache Kid did not realize that he was being tricked.
Make sure Reynolds bring money for reward.
Tonto, try.
Me wait in cabin. Now you go.
Here, feller.
Not that horse.
White feller. My horse.
You take pack mule.
Oh, What matter horse?
Horse stay here. Then you come back, sure.
No, me want
you
horse.
get White Horse back if you play fair. Apache Kid keep White Horse for time. You take mule. Ride bareback.
Tonto bring white man to cabin.
Good. I wait there for you with plenty trick like fox.
Get him up.
Maybe Patchy Kid give back White Horse, maybe not.
You steal Injun horse.
Horse fast. Maybe hard to follow. Mule slow. Apache Kid follow easy.
What you do?
Now put rope on you. Make sure you hear when I come back.
No, please. No rope.
More rope. Make sure wife not run from Apache Kid.
Someday you not come back. Then what happened?
Me not care what happened to you if Apache Kid not come back.
You cruel.
You run away. You tell lawman too much. Apache Kid get captured. Me not take chance, savvy?
Oh, rope tight.
Plenty tight. Keep you in camp. Now Apache Kid follow Tonto.
Tonto suspected that the Apache Kid might trail him to town. Therefore, when he reached the Reynolds house, his behavior was designed to mislead anyone who might be watching him. He dismounted from the outlaw's mule and rapped on the door, confident that the Lone Ranger would carry out the deception.
Who is it? Me, friend. Me want talk.
1 minute. What do you want here at this time of night?
Me fetch news.
All right. Step inside. There, Tonto. The Apache Kid has followed you. He heard just what he'd expect to hear if I were really Tom Reynolds.
Him got white feller.
What?
Him hold white feller if Tonto double cross.
But the main thing, Tonto, is he setting a trap?
That right.
Good. Was it hard to get him interested?
No, that not hard.
What is his plan?
You go to old cabin.
Where is the old cabin?
3 mile north, near creek.
You can lead me there, can't you?
Ah.
I'm supposed to think you captured the Apache Kid. And when I see you have him tied up, give you the money.
That right.
Very well.
But him got other scheme.
What other scheme has he?
Tonto not know.
Then how do you know he has another scheme?
Sly look on him face.
We'll have to take our chances.
Apache Kid plenty smart.
He isn't smart, Tonto.
Not smart?
No man who thinks he can beat the law is smart. No matter what scheme he has in mind, there's one thing in our favor.
What that?
We're on the side of justice. That makes a big difference, Kimosabe. A bigger difference than most people realize. I'll be ready to go with you as soon as I cinch up. Will this disguise pass for Tom Reynolds in the dark?
It's all right.
Come on. We'll go to the stable. You don't want to go ahead with this, do you, Tonto?
There's plenty danger.
We can't back out because of that.
Maybe you get lawman.
No. That'd be a gunfight. Even if the Apache Kid was shot by the lawman, other men would fall as well.
But that's
and
not
besides,
matter.
Tonto, we're carrying out the pledge Tom Reynolds made to his son. We want to get the Apache Kid alive. He must be made to stand trial, to see and hear the white man's law.
In a few moments, Silver was saddled, and the Lone Ranger, still disguised as Tom Reynolds, guided his horse down the trail that led through the woods. Tonto, mounted on the mule, rode beside him. Tonto remained silent throughout the trip. He feared that his friend was facing what was perhaps the greatest danger of his career. The Apache Kid was both cruel and cunning, and his capture could be accomplished only by taking desperate chances.
Cabin plenty close now.
Yes, and the Apache Kid will surely be there, won't he?
Maybe him in wood near here. Maybe him shoot from ambush.
He won't do that, Kimosabe.
All him want is money.
Yes, but he isn't sure yet I brought any money with me. He'll not shoot me unless he knows for certain that I have the cash.
You not got cash?
No, Tonto. Have you told me everything he wants you to do?
Me tell all.
Very well then, Tonto. He's going to be inside the cabin and appear to have ropes around his arms.
That's right.
But really, he'll not be tied.
No.
Then carry out your part of the plan just as he told you.
Here. Here, cabin now.
He's lighted a candle. Oh, boy. Hold that fellow.
Oh, white fella. Oh.
Now I'll talk as if I were Reynolds. Indian, if you really have that man roped and ready for delivery to the law, you'll get the reward just as I promised you.
That's good.
We'll go inside and find out. So, we meet again.
You...
There, Apache Kid.
Alive and well. You've kept your word all right, Indian.
Me get revenge.
You'll not have a chance.
Much happened for Apache Kid hang.
The Apache Kid. You know why I want you alive?
Me not care.
Years ago, you shot a man named Dave Reynolds. That time, his father promised to get you or die trying. I don't want to shoot you. I want to see you stand trial for murder.
You bring money for Injun that caught me, huh?
I didn't say I'd brought the money with me.
Have you?
That needn't concern you. The reward can wait. First of all, I want to make sure you haven't any weapons concealed.
What good weapon? Arms tight.
Appearances are sometimes deceiving.
You see empty holsters.
Yes?
That Injun has my guns.
Where are they?
There, gun on shelf.
Very well.
Didn't he bring cash?
Him not tell Tonto.
No, I didn't bring the cash. No reward is going to be paid for you, Apache Kid, because this Indian friend of mine doesn't take rewards.
What? Friend of yours?
Go ahead. Move toward the table near the door. You're welcome to stand against it.
What this mean?
Maybe correct.
It's all right, Kemosabe. When I saw the dust disturbed on the table near the door, I knew his scheme.
Why,
You have the full use of your hands behind your back. Go ahead and reach beneath the tabletop.
You double-cross!
Me not tell him.
Tonto didn't know what your scheme was. You can't find the gun you hid there, can you? Here it is.
I show you.
Good. Come on and rush me again.
I get you.
And here's another in the same place.
You.
Hold him up, Tonto. I want him to examine that shield.
Me not caught yet. Me show
Reach
you.
on that ledge beneath the tabletop.
Me get you.
Or would you rather have me reach for you? I'll get the thing that's there in place of your concealed gun. There it is. Do you recognize that deputy badge? It's the one Tom Reynolds wore when you shot him. There's the hole your bullet drilled in it.
Me not hung yet. You not got proof.
Tom Reynolds has joined his son. You'll go on trial for both those murders, and others as well charged against you.
That's wrong. Law not got proof.
Tie him, Tonto. Replace those bonds with ropes that'll hold him.
Tonto, tie him.
As for proof.
Tonto, get proof.
Where, Kemosabe?
Him wife hate him. Him leave her tied.
Tied?
Her want escape.
Is she in his camp now?
Her there's white feller.
Your horse? And his wife will testify against him?
She do anything to keep him from her.
And make those ropes tight. We'll get his wife and your horse later. Meanwhile, I'll go and get Sheriff Burns. He'll be glad to know that Tom Reynolds' pledge to his son has been kept. That's on those great legs of yours, Silver. Norman and Osage have given up hope of trapping the outlaw. It's up to us now. Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Get your laughs with Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Briefly, what he'd like you to do is keep your trap shut. Why he doesn't say that? What a long Megillah that was, huh? Where's Fenneman, huh?
Yeah.
You've met Fenneman over here.
We've been out here for about a half
Did you meet all the people? Show him your teeth. He's on for Colgate in the afternoon. You've heard their commercial. Crazy about their commercial. Show him your teeth. Brush your teeth with Colgate, so Colgate's dental cream, it cleans your teeth. What a toothpaste! What a toothpaste! I still doubt if that sells toothpaste. This is the equivalent of a brassiere. I don't know why you're all laughing. Smoke a lucky. Pudding. I carry my own air conditioning. Yes. Oh. Fine-looking fellow, that Fenneman. He looks like a young Fagin.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't tell a soul, but the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin American, creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, finest dresser sets, present Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Nice fella, know him well. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman was first to try for.
We invited some Italian war brides and their husbands to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Stuart Hart. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compact, youngsters. And if either of you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you will win a 16mm Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. An Italian war bride, eh? Well, we're very happy to have you here. Adriana, is
Yes.
that Adriana? What part of Italy are you from?
Rome.
From Rome?
Rome, yes.
And do all roads lead to Rome?
They say so.
They say so. You haven't seen all the roads, huh?
No, I'm hoping to find one.
You didn't see the Hope Crosby pictures? They have all kinds of roads. And Stuart Hart?
That's right.
Where are you from, Stuart?
Near New York City.
How near?
Oh, about 20 miles.
Where?
Ridgewood, New Jersey.
Certainly got him out of New York fast, didn't you? Adriana, are you working?
No, I'm not.
You're not,
No.
huh? Why not?
Not any special reason.
Well, that's a good reason. Any little bambinos?
Not yet.
Don't look at me, Adriana. Look at him. Don't look at me, huh? Were you married here or in Italy?
No, we are married in New York.
At a wedding in Italy, do they throw rice?
No, they threw confetti.
Oh. I thought maybe they threw spaghetti and meatballs. Well, doesn't that start until after the wedding? How did you meet Stuart here?
I met Stuart in a very strange way. My sister was sick with pneumonia, and...
What do you mean, pneumonia? Is that her boyfriend?
No, was really sick.
Oh, I thought
and
that was an Italian
the doctor,
name.
they need penicillin, and we didn't have, and we are very desperate. And I was so desperate that I just ran in the street, and I stopped. The first American I met was him. He helped me. He helped
You
my
always
sister.
carry penicillin around with you?
No, I had to search.
Huh?
I had to look quite a while.
Oh,
And after I married him.
he handed you the penicillin, then you married him? That's it?
Not exactly.
Oh, well, what happened? You rushed up to him and said what?
I just asked him if he could help me. If you could help me find some
Well, how did you learn
penicillin.
to speak English?
Here,
Here? How long have you been here?
19 months.
You speak very well for 19 months. You speak as well as I do, and I've been here 100 years. And you got her the penicillin, and then that was it, huh? And then how soon after the
that wasn't-
penicillin did you get married?
Oh, quite a while.
Quite a while?
In the
What do you regard as quite a while, I mean?
About a year and a half.
Well, that's a fairly conservative measure. What were you doing when all this happened, Stuart?
I was in public relations in, I've forgotten the number, 461st Bomb Group.
Oh. And what did you do with them?
Oh, I just wrote releases for newspapers back at home on what the exploits of the men who were doing all the work, incidentally, in the airplane.
Well, I don't know. Your job was an important one, too. Somebody had to do that job.
Yeah, but frankly, my first German was in Fort Dix, New Jersey, when I got back. It was the first one I saw.
You met your first German in Fort Dix? Did he have a revolver with him? Or
No, he had a tray in his hand. He was serving dinner in the mess hall.
Good enough for him, huh? And were all these dispatches that you sent back, were they always truthful? Or were they
Yes.
fancied up a little bit, huh?
No.
No? So, honestly? That's so. Well, when you were courting Adriana, where did you go for excitement?
Oh, where did we go? We went
The
to the...
Colosseum.
Colosseum?
In the moonlight, yes.
Isn't that...
And we went to the Appia Antica, that is a very old street in
That's
Rome.
the Appian Way.
Yes, I don't know what you say in
What's
English.
all apes there? What is the Appian Way?
It's an ancient road that led from Rome to southern Italy.
Ah, romantic Italy, huh? The canals in Venice, the Colosseum in Rome, the cheese in Gorgonzola. Now, how old are you, Stuart?
28.
I don't want to get nosy, Adriana, but if you were in Italy now, how old would you be?
25.
I see. And how old was that in America?
25.
We're not making a great deal of progress, Adriana. Can you ask how old she is? You speak Italian?
A little.
You ask her how old she is. Go ahead.
Digli che non sono affari suoi.
What'd she say, Stuart?
She says it's none of your business.
Well, it so happens that I speak Italian fluently. And she said she's my age, 31.
No, 25.
Caught you that time, didn't I, huh? Now, Adriana, here is your present from our sponsor, a silver finish compact trimmed in jeweler's bronze. And Stuart, here is your gift, a silver finish cigarette case. They're by Elgin American.
Thanks very much.
It's very beautiful.
You like it, huh?
Very much.
You want to show it to the customers out there? Stuart, when you were courting Adriana, what love tokens did you lay at her feet?
Well, there was very few things you could find along that line, I guess. Chocolate, cigarettes, flour.
Every morning you
bread.
brought her flour, huh?
No, not every morning.
No. What else?
Oh,
That's all?
sometimes canned soup.
Canned soup, flour, and penicillin. Well, what more? What more could a girl want, huh? Where'd you get this stuff? Did they send it to you from home?
Well, not all of it.
I see. You did your shopping at the Army mess hall, huh? You had your own private Marshall Plan, huh?
Yeah.
What was there about Adrienne that attracted you most of all, besides the fact that she was a girl and you were a man?
Well, she's attractive and
Yes,
intelligent.
She is, huh?
I enjoyed being with her. That's about all.
Pretty nice looking
That's
guy
a good enough
yourself,
for you.
Stuart, eh?
Thanks.
For an American. Now, as an Italian war bride, what do you like most about America?
The
Mrs.
freedom.
Hart. Do you prefer Mrs. Hart to Adriana?
No, I prefer Adriana.
Adriana, that's named after the sea over there, isn't it?
No.
Adriatic Sea?
Yes, also.
Yes.
I
You should know that I've been around.
I
Used to live in Mulberry Street in New York. That's
what I prefer about America.
Yes, you have very pretty teeth. Did you have those in Italy, too, those teeth?
Yes, and I didn't change in Hollywood.
You didn't switch them, huh?
I
Didn't switch to Calvert or anything?
nothing.
Well, what did you like most about America?
The freedom. That is what everyone in Europe is looking for. So, like a European person, I just what I prefer about everything else in the United States.
You don't mind paying the income tax?
No.
Now, what do you miss most about being away from sunny Italy?
My mother.
Your mother, huh? Is she coming over here, you think?
We hope so, but we also hope to go back.
Oh, you want to live over there? This
I'd
is
like to
after
live,
this long
spend some
speech
time
about
there.
America, huh?
I'd like to spend some time there.
Oh, I see. And what do you dislike most about America, Adriana?
The peeping toms look in the window.
The peeping toms look in the windows?
Yeah.
We had a peeping Tom one time.
You had a
looking in our
peeping tom?
window.
What'd you do with him, huh?
He
Have
got
you still
away.
got him, huh?
No, he got away.
Oh, what was he, below 8 inches and you threw him back again, huh? Now, Stuart, besides Adriana here, what did you like most about Italy?
Oh, I think it's a very beautiful country physically, and
Did you walk on the grapes?
no,
Your bare feet?
no, there were very few grapes, as a matter of fact. I think
Plenty
it-
of bare feet, though, huh?
Plenty.
What did you like most about it?
Oh, I like. I didn't see very much. I saw only as far north as Rome, but Rome is a beautiful city, and there's a lot of beautiful things to see there.
Were you there when they strung up Mussolini?
No, that was in Milan.
Oh. How do American girls compare with Italian girls, Stuart?
I don't think there's any difference.
No, I guess not. Huh? Personally, I'm very fond of Italian girls, particularly those around the Alps. They have such wonderful slopes. Now, as an Italian war bride, what's the most embarrassing experience you ever had, Adriana?
I don't know, I think the day of my marriage, when I was listening to the priest, and I was supposed to repeat what he was telling me. I couldn't. The words were too difficult for me. I was just looking at him and without to do anything else.
One of the lines, as everyone knows, is, "And thereto I plight thee my troth."
I couldn't
She had
say
no
it.
idea what it meant.
And I couldn't say it.
I always thought a troth was where a pig goes. Well, what's the biggest thrill you had, Mrs. Hart?
When I saw the I say in English.
The Statue of
Oh,
Liberty?
Liberty, yes.
Statue of Liberty, yeah? Well, that's quite a thrill, huh? I know I've been over in Europe 3 times, and every time I come back, when boat comes in the harbor and I see that old gal standing there, I get a kind of a tingle down my spine. I guess everybody does. Do you have any customs in Italy that you miss here in America?
Not many. I think I miss Carnival, for instance.
Carnival?
Yes, in Carnival we have plenty of gaiety around and dance and balls. You know, people look happy. Yeah, I was surprised that there was no Carnival here. I didn't know.
Don't you think the people look happy here in America?
They look so happy, they don't look so happy in any other places in the world.
No. Well, that's without carnivals. Can you imagine if we had carnivals? Do you have any Italian customs that we should adopt in this country, do you think?
Well, I think one would be. Let's see. Well, something I noticed. The whole country goes to sleep from noon until 4 o'clock every day.
I think that would be a good idea. What do you think this audience is doing right now? The United States could never afford to go to sleep all at once. Just think what an opportunity that would be for Congress to pass new tax laws. Suppose I wanted to go to Italy next summer, Adriana. Could you teach me how to speak Italian?
Of course I will. I
Well,
could.
You could. Well, let's take a little lesson right now. For example, how do I say what time it is?
Che
What
ore
time is it in Italian?
Che ore sono?
Is that right, Stuart?
Yeah.
How do I say, what are you doing tonight, Adriana?
E che cosa pensi di fare questa sera?
No, I don't mean everything you're doing tonight. I mean... Is that right, Stuart?
Yes, that's right.
Now, how do I say, give me a little kiss?
Dammi un piccolo bacio.
Very interesting. Now, tell me, what does that mean in English?
Give me a little kiss.
You keep your nose out of it. And besides, you need a shave. Huh? Well, you're a happy and apparently very happy and attractive couple. Now, invite me to your golden wedding. Huh? We'll have it all in Italy. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for $1,000. But first, George Fenneman has a few words he'd like to say.
I
The
have.
next minute is all yours, George.
Thank you.
If you require a cue.
All right.
Or anything as banal as this. Where is the Erie Banal? That's up there.
Have you looked at your compact lately? It calls attention to you every time you use it. And using a has-been is such a blow to the smart impression you want to make. But using an exquisite new Elgin American compact is the best sign in the world that you're on your fashion toes in this all-important accessory. It's so important, in fact, that every woman needs 3 compacts to keep her daytime, sports, and evening clothes in correct character. So look at your compact tonight. And tomorrow, get a new, first-in-fashion Elgin American at any leading jewelry store, department store, or specialty shop. And at the price you want to pay. You'll have the most admired compact you ever owned when it's America's #1 compact, an Elgin American.
Now, let's see if the Italian war bride and her husband will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want in each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they won't know what goes on until it's their turn.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Famous lover.
Famous lovers. From Italy, that ought to be pretty easy for you. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? How much of the 20 are you going to bet?
I don't know what you want.
Talk right up.
$10.
Talk right up. There's over 300 people listening to you tonight. All over America. No, $10, huh? What famous friend of Caesar's forgot his duty when he fell in love with Cleopatra?
Mark Antonio.
Mark Antony is right.
They're on their way. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to try this time?
20.
20. Prince Albert married a famous English queen. What was her name?
Victoria.
Queen Victoria.
They now have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
30.
30. All right,
No,
and?
let's make it 40.
All right.
40,
That's right.
huh?
All right, 40.
Anne Boleyn lost her head over what famous English king?
Henry VIII.
Henry VIII is right.
They're really climbing. They have $90.
You've got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to go for?
All.
All of it? All right. Robert Browning eloped with a poetess who lived on Wimpole Street. What was her name?
Elizabeth. What's her name?
Barrett.
Barrett.
Elizabeth Barrett is correct.
And they wind up with $180.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts.
Perhaps the next couple will say the secret word, Groucho. It's name. They've been in a waiting room off stage. Okay, boys, bring them in. We invited some efficiency experts to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Red Kearton and a housewife. Mrs. Mary Adamick to be his partner. And here they come, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the Elgin American program, folks. And if either of you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you each win a 16mm Apollo Sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you have with you always. An efficiency expert and a housewife, eh? Mr. Keaton, is that right?
That's right.
Keaton, are you married, Mr. Keaton?
No, I'm not.
And Mary Adamick,
Yes,
you're a housewife?
that's right.
You look very young to be a housewife.
Well, I've just been married.
And very beautiful, too, huh?
Thank you.
Where are you from, Mary?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, huh? And do you have any children?
Not yet, as I said, I was just married.
Just talk a little louder.
All right.
Until you get children, talk a little louder. Mr. Keaton, you're an efficiency expert. Is that right?
Well, I might be called an efficiency expert. Actually, we're called industrial engineers.
Uh-huh. To be efficient, how many children should she have?
Well, I would say the average house has about 1,000 square feet, and each person ought to have
That would be 500 children.
Each person... No, I'd say each person ought to have about 200 square feet, so an average family of two or couple should have 3 children.
I see. Well, that's a curious way to get a family. Go around measuring the floors. There must be a simpler procedure than that, I'm sure. What does your husband do, Mary?
He's a bartender.
A bartender?
That's right.
And how did you meet him?
Well, I am what is known as the voice of the jukebox. That's a wired music operator who talks to the customers and takes their selection through a series of networks like a radio and magnaphone telephone.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And I was I met him on a furlough when he was home. Didn't recognize me, he didn't remember me, and about 6 months later I recognized his voice over the box. And I thought it was he, but I wasn't sure, so seems a girl in another location of ours was sending numbers to him. And I didn't know too much about him, but she sent him You're Not So Easy to Forget, and he came back and asked me if I had a number called It Takes Time. So I sent that back to him, and I liked his sense of humor, so I figured I wanted to meet him. So through a series of talks every evening over the box and playing him extra numbers and everything, I decided I was going to go down to the place where he worked. But I had to be a little subtle about it, so I took some friends with me, and we just popped in for a minute and back out again. And when I did meet him, the name Mary didn't mean anything, but I...
Well, there wasn't any word that you haven't said in this last 5 minutes. At any rate, Mary, you said name. That means you each win an Apollo 16mm sound movie projector. Now, you're off to a grand start. If your luck keeps up like this, you're quite likely to walk off the stage with over $1,000 tonight. Now, let's get back to business, and we'll cut this story short, huh? Now, Mr. Keaton, as an efficiency expert, where do you work?
I work at Lockheed Aircraft Corporation.
You increase efficiency at Lockheed, huh? How? By making all the lady riveters wear loose fitting slacks?
No, we don't.
Well, just what do you do as an efficiency expert?
Well, we...
You measure the floors for...
We make time and motion studies and develop systems and procedures for efficient manufacture.
Mm-hmm. How do you know whether anybody's wasting time and energy and motion?
We watch them.
Doesn't that make them nervous? Probably
No.
make them more efficient, then. Inefficient.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, huh? Well, how long do you stand there and watch them?
Well, it depends on the operation. Sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes a couple of hours.
You just stand around there for 2 hours doing nothing, huh? You'd be the first guy I'd fire, all right? What Lockheed needs is an efficiency expert to look after the efficiency expert. Now, could you give me an example of how you've improved the efficiency of the Lockheed company?
Yes, we've developed a system whereby we measure the...
Measure the floors, I know that. No, I mean in addition to that.
We measure the individual output of each worker.
Uh-huh. How do you do that?
We do it by a system of paperwork which develops the time that they have taken for each individual operation.
Mm-hmm. Do you make notes?
No, we don't.
You ask them questions while they're working?
No, we don't.
How many times do you get in his way?
That's part of our job, to stay out of the way.
Uh-huh. Well, do they know that you're the efficiency expert?
Yes, they do.
Now, do they speed it up when they see you coming along?
Sometimes they do.
Uh-huh. And the minute you leave? They're right back on overtime, huh? How much time did you finally save the company by correcting this particular situation? Huh?
Well, we've developed a saving of about 300 man-hours a day in this particular section.
And what did they do with those 300 hours?
We put them to work with it.
You put the 300 hours away until you need them, huh? Well, just to show you how efficient I am, here are your gifts from our sponsor. For our efficiency expert, a handsome silver-finished cigarette case, and for Mrs. Adamic, a smart, round compact in 2 tones of jeweler's bronze.
Oh, that's beautiful.
They're
Thank
both
you.
by Elgin American. Mrs. Adamic, you like that, huh?
Beautiful.
Mrs. I'll call you Mary, huh?
All right.
I'm sick of that last name. You've been a housewife for a number of years. Would you say you're efficient?
Yes, I would.
As an expert, do you think the average housewife is efficient,
No,
Mr. Keaton?
I do not.
Well, how do you know? Have you ever been a housewife?
No, but I've watched quite a few work.
You mean while they're measuring the floors? Well, you're a sort of a professional peeping Tom, huh? My Aunt Minnie has a very efficient system of dishwashing. She just sets the dishes on the floor and lets the dog in. Anything wrong with that system?
Well, I think it'd be rather unhealthy, wouldn't it?
He's the healthiest dog in Pittsburgh. Healthiest dog in... Now, you ask me what color the dog is.
What color is the dog?
I don't know. We've never had him out of Pittsburgh. I get tired of lampooning our own smog out here. Now, how does the average housewife waste time and energy, Mr. Keaton? For example, in washing dishes.
Well, probably not by having all the things that she needs in the same place when she's ready to start washing dishes.
Well, like what? I mean, what
Well,
is...
such as the soap powder and the dish rag and the dish pan.
How about it, Mary? Do you have all those things together?
Not always.
Not always. What do you just have the jukebox and you put the dishes in there? Now, do you think the average housewife wastes a lot of time around the house?
Yes, I do.
And how could that be remedied in your mind?
Well, I think perhaps one of the most inefficient things that a housewife does is run up and down the stairs all the time. So I think perhaps that they might do all the work on the second floor before they get down to the first floor. And then when they get down there to do their work, just stay there.
And suppose the baby starts crying upstairs. You still stay downstairs?
Yes, I think it would.
You would, huh? Now, will you be sure to follow that advice, Mary?
Well, there's just one trouble.
What is it?
We don't have enough spare.
Well, you just streamlined the efficiency expert here. You pinned his ears back, huh? Now, Mr. Keaton, in a few words, what is the secret of efficiency?
Save motion.
My Uncle Julius saves motion every Saturday night. He gets paralyzed. Now, does that theory apply to all housework, Mr. Keaton?
I would say yes, it does.
Have you ever tried walking the baby at night and still save motion?
Oh, I haven't.
No. Just what do you mean by saving motion? I mean, just stay on one floor regardless of what's on the other floor, huh? Well, you make a very interesting team. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life, the Elgin American game, for $1,000. If you're efficient, then you'll win it. If you run your $20 into more than our other couples, you get a chance at the $1,000 question later. Fenneman, remind our listeners how much the first couple won. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Nicknames for popular musicians.
That's right. Now, your 4 questions pay even money. How much will you bet on the first one?
10.
10? That all right with you,
That's
Mr.
all right.
Keaton? What orchestra leader is known as the Sentimental Gentleman?
Tommy Dorsey.
Tommy Dorsey is right.
They're on their way with $30.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Who is known? How much of the 30 are you going to bet this time?
25.
25. Does that suit
That's
you?
satisfactory.
Fine. Now, who is known as the poet of the piano? You can tell her.
Carmen Cavallaro.
Carmen Caballero.
Carmen Caballero is right.
They now have $55.
Pretty sharp efficiency, man. Eve got $55. How much you going to try for now?
50.
50? You're going to bet nearly all of it, huh? Who is known as the 20th century Gabriel? It's a tough one. Take a guess.
Louis Armstrong.
No, I'm sorry. It's Erskine Hawkins.
They now have $5.
Well, you've sunk all the way down to right down that basement that you were talking about before. Now, here's your last chance. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 5 are you going to bet? You're going to shoot the works. All right. Who is known as the old professor?
Kate Kaiser.
Kate Kaiser is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $10.
Thanks and good luck from Belgian American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we'll gets the crack at the $1,000 question. Fenneman, it's your turn.
If there's one thing that really glamorizes a bedroom, it's a new Elgin American dresser set. Exquisitely designed, finished with a jewel-like beauty, perfectly crafted in every detail, nylon bristles, hand-cut combs, extra clear reflection from the specially ground mirrors. And an Elgin American dresser set makes an unusually thoughtful, welcome gift, one you'll be remembered by for a long, long time. Many of these dresser sets have matching powder jars, too, with or without music when the cover is off. So, for yourself or for gifts, see how easily these dresser sets are priced. In jeweler's bronze, silver finish, and sterling silver. Inside, you'll feel a special splendor when your bedroom is set off with the special charm of an exquisite new dresser set by Elgin American.
Well, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the Italian war bride and her husband are ahead with $180.
Uh-huh.
And here's our final couple, Groucho. They've been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is name. Okay, boys, bring 'em in. We invited some women attorneys and some city jailers to the show tonight, and here's the couple selected for the studio audience just before we went on the air. Lawyer Florence Anderson and jailer Tom Bauman meet Groucho Marx.
Hello, folks. Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if either of you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll each win a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. A lady lawyer and a jailer, eh? Hey, husky guy, yeah. Thomas Bauman, is that the way you pronounce it?
That's right, Groucho.
Bauman or Bauman?
Bauman.
Where are you from, Tom?
Born in Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
How'd you meet your wife?
Oh, I was working as a stock clerk.
As a what?
As a stock clerk in a dime store on vacation.
Stock clerk, is that?
Yes. Merchandise, not stocks and bonds.
I see. I thought it was the stockyards, man. And?
So there was a bunch of merchandise piled on a shelf immediately back of where she was working, and in attempting to remove it, I really doused her up with the merchandise and got told off. That's how I met my wife.
And?
Married the gal.
How did that lead to marriage?
Well, I chased
Just like
her...
the way she bawled you out, is that it?
Just about it.
Masochist, huh? Do you have any little chips off the old cell block?
Yes, 2 and 1 on the way.
Measuring floors, eh? Where do you do your jail keeping?
At Lincoln Heights Jail.
How long have you been in Lincoln Heights Jail?
I've been over there 2 years.
How'd you get out tonight? Was your wife with you?
No, she's home.
She's home? How'd you get out tonight?
Well, kind of sneaked out.
Miss Anderson?
Yes?
Are you married, Mrs. Anderson?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not?
I'm not married.
Single lawyer, huh?
I am.
Do you swear to tell the whole truth?
I do.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, Felix Frankfurter? Huh?
I do.
How old are you, Miss Anderson?
The question is irrelevant and immaterial.
Objection overruled. How old are you, Miss Anderson?
Around 35.
Mm-hmm. In what phase of the law do you specialize, Miss Anderson?
Probate and civil.
Do you stand up in court and make long, you should pardon the expression, impassioned speeches?
I do.
Or do you just prepare cases, huh?
I do both.
You do? Would you talk a little louder, Mrs. Anderson? That's... Now, just to keep on the good side of the law, I've got perfect presents for each of you. A silver finish compact for our jailer's wife and another just like it for the lady lawyer. They're by Elgin American.
Thank you. They're beautiful.
Well, you're quite welcome. And,
it's a beautiful compact, Groucho. Thanks a million.
There's nothing at all, Tom. Just forget about it. That's all. Now, jailer, don't show that compact around your jailhouse. Some of the prisoners might want to take a powder. What are your duties at Lincoln Heights Jail, Tom?
Well, I receive incoming prisoners after they've been processed and fingerprinted, and they remain in my custody until they're released.
And where do you keep your prisoners?
In large tanks.
Where?
Tanks.
Tanks? You're welcome,
Tanks.
huh? You keep your prisoners in tanks. No wonder they had to get bailed out, huh? What are they, goldfish?
No, a tank is just a...
What is a tank? That isn't like an old prize fighter whose name I don't want to mention anymore. I'm sure he can't sue on that, huh? I wouldn't even mention a piece of canvas anymore, huh? I've shot canvasback ducks in my time, huh? How many guests can you accommodate, Mr. Bauman?
Oh, we can squeeze in between 350 and 400.
I've heard about your hospitality. I understand you even send a station wagon to pick up the guests. Is that right?
City shovel service.
City shovel service? Shuttle?
Shuttle.
Oh, shuttle service. When is your busy season, Tom?
Well, it seems to run during the colder of the winter months, Groucho.
Well, why is that?
Well, it seems it's an awful strong attraction over there as far as place to sleep and 3 squares and particularly out of the weather.
Do you have any steady customers?
Yes, we have several. The one that I have in mind, why, he has 395 prior drunk arrests over the last period of years.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to just put him on the payroll and charge him rent? Now, as a lady lawyer, Miss Anderson, do you have any advantages over a male attorney, besides the obvious ones, I mean?
No, I don't.
You don't, huh? Well, when you take a case to court, what do you do before you arrive in court?
Go through the details with my client, talk to her witnesses, prepare the pleadings, file them. Sometimes there's consultation with attorneys for the opposing side, and finally...
A little louder, Miss Anderson.
Finally, if the court requests it, I file my briefs.
You carry an extra pair? Do you just... Now, Miss Anderson, do you prefer to argue a case before a judge or a jury?
Well, if it's a question of fact and emotion, I prefer a jury. And if it's a question of law, I prefer a judge.
You think a judge is more accurate with jurisprudence than 12 men good and true? Or a sorted 6 and 6?
When it's a question of law, I do.
You do, huh? What kind of a case do you prefer, criminal, civil, or probate?
Probate and civil.
What is probate? Is that what the professional fishermen use when they go fishing?
It's the administration of...
What is it?
It's the administration of estates, the preparation of wills, and guardianship matters.
Oh, I see. And what has been your most embarrassing experience as an attorney?
Well, I might say that on my
You
first...
listen to Joyce Jordan at all?
Judge Jordan?
Oh, no, she's intern. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think probably my first case, I failed to sign my papers when I got up in court. My clients were there. The judge called me up and told me my pleadings were proper for me to come up and take a look at them. And he asked me if I thought I ought to sign them. I signed them, and we proceeded with our case. I did feel very much embarrassed.
Is this anything like the brief thing?
It's almost.
Now, Tom, jailer, has anybody ever escaped from your pokey?
Well, you might say on a rare occasion we get one of them that goes AWOL for a short period.
Uh-huh. You always nail them, though?
Most of the time.
Uh-huh. My Uncle Julius has been up the river so often he looks like a salmon. Now, what kind of food do you provide at your hostelry?
Well, in all seriousness, Groucho, there's nothing fancy about the food, but it's plain...
I can well believe that.
It's plain solid.
I'm sure it isn't Romanov's.
No, not
It's
quite.
plain solid?
Plain and solid, but good and...
Well, what, for example? What would be an average dinner?
Well, an average dinner of beans, naturally, is a big staple over there. And,
You're laughing. You don't eat it, huh?
And we also serve them a very nutritious stew.
Is that the fellow that's been in so many times?
No, it's a stew with meat in it.
Oh, I thought that was the other stew you were referring to. And that's stew and beans?
Stew, beans, bread, fruit, coffee. I say there's nothing fancy about the chow.
No baked
over there.
Alaska or anything like that?
No, we're getting around to that.
You are. In the cold months, I suppose. Now, what about sleeping accommodations? Could I get a room there with southern exposure?
I think you could.
I might take you up on that some winter's day, eh? Now, what has been your most exciting experience as a jailer?
Well, I've had several. You might say that one night, why, had two fellows come in that were under the influence of narcotics. We put them in a small cell waiting processing. There were about 8 or 10 other prisoners in there, and these fellows became very belligerent and boisterous and excited these other men to the point where they figured that they were all going out with or without our permission. There were about 5 officers that were working in a particular room, and about the only thing that really saved that situation from getting very serious was the fact that they could only get through that tank door about 2 at a time. We brought it under control, but it could have had very serious consequences.
I like the way he says we brought it under control, huh? I can imagine these two coming out 2 by 2, huh? I bet they were stacked a mile high there, weren't they? Now, what was your biggest mistake, jailer?
Well, do you mean in private life or as far as jail work is concerned?
I don't care. You can take either part of it as far as I'm concerned.
Well, a mistake and kind of an embarrassing situation. And
That's what we want.
Night that I walked out of the 4th-story window of a hotel in my sleep.
That's all you had on, just your sleep?
Well, practically, I had on a pair of skivvy shorts, and that was about it due to the heat. I fell on a roof next door, and somebody hauled up a window and says somebody must have fell out of their window. A very accommodating young woman raised up her window and let me walk through her room. I made the corridor attired in this pair of shorts, very nonchalantly rang for the elevator and went back up to my room. I really shocked the devil out of that hotel, quite unconsciously.
Were you single at the time?
Yes, I was single.
And you went right through that other room, huh? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ever find weapons among your prisoners?
Yes, we do. During the
what
course.
kind?
Well, during the course of search, Groucho, you have to find most anything from a gun occasionally to a knife. But the favorite weapon on the incoming fellow seems to be a long-bladed can opener for some reason or another.
Well, there's nothing better to open a can than a can opener. Now, Miss Anderson, will you take the stand? Let's see how good a lawyer you are. Huh? You pretend I'm a witness for the prosecution. Now, last Thursday, I saw your client rob the bank on Hollywood Boulevard at 3 a.m. Now, go ahead. Shake my testimony.
What were you doing at
Don't
Hollywood
shake it too hard. I'll fall apart, huh?
What were you doing at Hollywood Boulevard 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I tried Sunset, and I wasn't having any luck over there.
Have you ever been arrested?
What were you doing there at 3 o'clock in the morning? Yes, I was once arrested, yes.
How do you know it was my client? Is your eyesight good?
Of course it is.
How do you know it was 3 o'clock in the morning?
Of course, I have very good eyesight.
Did you have a watch along, time yourself?
Yes.
And did you make a note of the day it was there?
No, but I looked at the watch, and the watch said 5:15. And when my watch says 5:15, it's 3 o'clock. Now, jailer, as an impartial observer of this trial, what's your opinion? Am I a good witness?
Where I said, I think you robbed a bank.
Well, the moral to this story is crime doesn't pay unless you're a jailer or a lawyer. Well, you make an interesting couple, and Jailer Bauman, despite my kidding, I know your job is a serious one. I hope we never meet again sometime. Now, let's see how you two can work together. You're the last couple to play You Bet Your Life. You beat the other two couples, and you get the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
We'd like to try the famous events in American history.
That's right. All right, you've got $20, and here's your first question. How much of the 20 you going to shoot for?
$10?
$10. In 1773, a group of Americans disguised as Indians destroyed the cargo on 3 British ships. What was this event called?
Boston Tea Party.
Boston Tea Party is correct.
You now have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 you going to chance?
25?
25. In 1836, a group of gallant Texans were massacred while fighting for Texas independence. Where did this event take place?
The Alamo.
The Alamo is right.
They're on their way. They have $55.
I was there with Davy Crockett myself. You now have $55. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
50?
All right. In 1814, Francis Scott Key wrote the Star-Spangled Banner while the fort defending Baltimore was under fire. What was the name of the fort?
Fort McHenry.
Fort McHenry is correct.
They now have $105.
Why, you're going through this like Robert Sherwood. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105 you going to go for?
$100? Shoot, Doris.
$100.
$100.
$100. Alexander Hamilton fought a duel with the Vice President of the United States. Who was the opponent who shot and killed Hamilton?
Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $205. And that means that the woman attorney and the city jailer with $205 gets the chance at the $1,000 question. Remember, the name Elgin American is your assurance of the finest compacts and dresser sets you could own or give the next time a gift is due. Also, Elgin American's new American Beauty compacts and cigarette cases are real discoveries for just $2.95, $3.95, and $4.95. So always look for, ask for, and get the name that means the most because it gives the most, Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, the woman attorney and the city jailer.
Well, back again to try for $1,000 of Elgin American's money, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly, and no help in the audience, please. Here it is for $1,000 in cash. For whose death was the Liberty Bell tolling when it cracked on the morning of July 8, 1835? This man was one of the greatest in American history. Now, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Take a chance on it. I think it was Washington.
No, I'm sorry. It was Chief Justice John Marshall. The bell has never rung since. I'm sorry, it was a tough question.
Missed that one.
Because that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Congratulations and thanks to both of you. And anyway, you won $205 in cash, which ain't hay.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,500. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately?
Brother and I are the ones that haven't eaten. Are you about the same? We don't care. We're just as well off. We're getting so fat we can't walk anyway.
Well, this concludes yet another stream. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you back tomorrow at 8 p.m. on nightly old time radio shows. This is Matt from the past, signing off.